one of Thailand's national epics called Ramakyan, which is based on one of Thailand's. Khan is a dance drama which is based on one of Thailand's national epics called Ramakyan, which means glory of Rama. It is a Thai version of the ancient Indian epic Ramayana, also influenced by the Vishnu Purana and the Hindu deity Hanuman.
I wanted to say that this is done in India too. It's just different style. Like the style is completely different. But once a year they'll replay it. And the local theater people, troops, they get jobs, I guess, at that time.
While the main story is similar to tales found in Buddhist literature, differences still prevail.
What does he mean, Buddhist literature? I have no idea what he's talking about, because he just said it was from the Vishnu Purana, and then now he's saying Buddhist literature.
Yeah, and it's interesting because Buddhist literature doesn't really have that much like stories and stuff. There's like the secondary sources and commentaries, but a lot of it's like philosophical arguments.
Well, what I think he's trying to say is that there's similarities between the traditions in some way. You know what I mean? Like there's shared things, but he's probably conflating. I've seen him do stuff like this guy's channel.
Right, because Buddhism actually sought to avoid all of that, to not confuse the people and just kind of give them straight truth, so they, that all this stuff could be bypassed, because there was a lot of corruption within the royal system and stuff at the time. That's why it's like what Machine is saying is mostly I don't want to say technique, but like how to live and things like that. Not so much mythology. There's no Buddhist mythology, really. What is there?
Right. Like all you guys like hungry ghosts, like that's about it.
Right.
Well, it's kind of like how like Carl Jung did things. Like he would see what he thought were similarities in other cultures, which were really different. But he kind of put blanket terms over it. He did do that. But he was trying to fit things in his idea of synchronicity,
Right. That's what I think this guy does. And I mean, he has almost 500,000 subscribers, so small wonder there, I guess.
Context. The main story is similar to tales found in Buddhist literature. Differences still prevail. Many other aspects were transported into Thai context, such as the clothes, weapons, topography, and elements of nature, which are described as being Thai in style.
By the way,
the theatrical.
If you critique Robert Sepher, he will automatically block you. So that is one of the interesting aspects of him. Right? If you go on his social media and you try to say, "Oh no, this is a bunch of nonsense, a bunch of Freemasonry and stuff," he'll just block your account. So he's extremely private. In his approach, he does not want to open it up for questions.
Art of Khan combines graceful movements, combat choreography, rituals, traditional music, narration, singing, and poetry. Equally notable are the exquisite Khan masks, jewelry, and embroidered costumes. The masks are considered sacred and are used to depict a variety of characters, including lords, ladies, ogres, and monkeys. Khan was initially a part of a sacred Brahmin ceremony to recount the glory of Lord Vishnu.
Where is he making that claim? Like, where's the support for that claim?
I think the support is in the Masonic tradition in the Lesser Key of Solomon. He's using those ideas where they have those monkeys combined with demons and stuff. I mean,
Right.
to define that this is a cryptozoology that the Hindus were talking about, and it's actually referring to the generation of the races where no such connection can actually be made. And it was funny last time where he's talking about how the gods were white. He like closed up on the god, and it had a literal black face. I was like, what the fuck? I was like, you could. I was like, it couldn't be more not white. Like,
It's syncretism, right? Like that's what it kind of is. It's a blending of all the cultures, and then like they just sort of blur the lines.
Well, I'll tell you I'll tell you why it's interesting. Like Robert Sepher, Michael Heiser used to talk about kind of like the council and like these beings came down like the Nephilim and mixed with people and stuff like that. And then, but when you go to Thailand and you look at the walls and the reliefs that they have on their temples, and even in Cambodia too, like it does look like they're like monkey men and like blue creatures mixing with humans and like concubines and shit like that. So
No, you're misrepresenting. What's on the walls is the Ramayana, and the monkey man is the Vanara race. That's the race of the Hanuman, like the monkey, whatever, sentient monkey race.
So what you're saying, Anna, is that this is sort of like they're taking one idea and then taking it somewhere else and applying it, you know?
Right.
And
right, and the Hindu is, I don't know, it wasn't even called Hinduism, but these stories are all over Southeast Asia on carvings of now Buddhist countries, but these are ancient temples. Almost all of them depict the same story, Ramayana.
Well, this is kind of like a history by rumor type thing going on then, if that, you know. And I think that's the case with a lot of Freemasonry is they'll go back into the past and they'll look in, well, they see everything, you know, religious as just symbols and representing some, you know, mystery, you know. So.
But Nero, what were you trying to say?
Well, I'm just saying, like, it looks like giant blue, like, creature, like, demon-looking things that are, like, are surrounded by, like, human concubines, and then they have, like, these, like, little monkey people running around, like, killing each other, and then the giants walk around, pick them up, and eat them and shit. So I don't know exactly, like, I don't know the story very well. I'm just saying, like...
That's different parts of the story, because, like, the Thai depiction of Hanuman is different than the Indian depiction of Hanuman. And then it's shown that the Thai version, they say, you know, he ate the demons. And in the Hindu version, they say he burned the demons. So there's like nuances there. And I don't think that it would be fair to categorize the human ladies as concubines. I think a lot of them aren't even, they're supposed to be nymphs. A lot of the female figures that you see on the walls, they're not even supposed to be human. Like the ones with that, what, you know, like this females up front, they look like them, right? Those kind of figures on the wall.
Yeah, I have pictures of them somewhere. I mean, but I haven't looked at it in a while. But yeah, it's something like that. And again, like I'm just saying from the outside looking in, like.
And Ramayana is a war, so
yeah,
it's a war story as well.
Yeah.
So.
But my point is, like, what if you mix it with like ancient aliens and even like Michael Heiser and these people who are saying like they have this divine council, and then you have like the Nephilim coming, and then you have like these mixed multitudes, and like I'm saying, like there is an argument to be made to say, well, this could, I mean, I'm not saying that I agree. I'm saying like there's a reason why you can kind of draw these parallels just from a basic bitch version of Christianity, at least the way it exists now. And then also from the point of view of like, if you're just outside observer of, you know, the Raman Kian or whatever you want to call it, and you're just looking at the stuff like, oh, this sounds very similar to like what Michael Heiser or these people are like speculating about, like the Raphaim or the stuff like this.
Well, I think that because I've looked into this, right? Like, what did the Holy Father say at council about this whole Nephilim idea in the Book of Enoch and all that? And they completely denounced it as a myth. Like, they just were like, no, this is someone who has taken the biblical story and sort of, written a fan fiction idea over it, and other people took that as scripture, and it
Yeah,
really
definitely.
wasn't.
Yeah, I can understand what you're saying. Yeah, I'm just saying, like, I would love to see that stuff tracked down. Like, if you look at Michael Heiser, he's saying like, oh, maybe the Virgin standing on the serpent is like astrological, and he shows like this chart and shit like that. So, I
Yeah,
don't.
I got those councils. Like, I'll send them to you. So
Yeah, and I'm just saying, like, there, whatever is going on, like, there is a huge effort to basically science-atize and ancient alien speculation-atize all the stuff. And
right,
it's like, what's
right.
it?
And that was, but what's interesting is this was happening very early on in the tradition of the church. Like, we're like kind of the Gnostics were taking these ideas and trying to overlap them on Christianity, and even the
Okay.
scriptures themselves, like the New Testament says, like, don't get carried away by myths.
Well,
So
and the reason I mentioned that as well is like I've seen Esoterica kind of talk about some of the stuff, and like you get the sense, like when he's talking about like Rabbi Akiva ascending into the seven heavens or whatever they say or whatever, like they use that as evidence to draw it back to the stuff that we're talking about here. And so I'm just saying, like, it's pretty weird how like they do all these different things, and I'm sure it ties into like different things about Paul or the Gnostics or whatever. Like, people try to draw these parallels, and maybe it's accurate, maybe it's not. But that's what I'm trying to figure out. Is like, because like I hear something about like Freemasonry, and then this kind of like Kabbalah stuff, or so I'm trying to figure out like where's the source coming from, essentially. Yeah.
yeah, I think it is. All the main source of all this stuff is definitely coming from the early Gnostics, as far as what I'm talking about, because that's what developed into what the Kabbalah is. Like these, Simonian ionology, like that. Once I seen a chart, like how that religion displayed their chart or whatever with diagrams, then I was like, okay, so this is where this diagram stuff comes from. Or they're almost trying to map out heaven, or map out the secret language of angels and demons, and so
Yeah, and then it's also strange that there's 6 of them. That to me seems to be part of the tripartite soul. So you could see the Hellenistic influence as well.
In what? In this video?
No, in Simonian anology.
Correct. Got it.
oh, you're saying that the
Because there are 6 people in the video. That's why I asked.
Oh, yeah.
oh, that's
See,
crazy.
all synchronous. All right, go ahead.
That's unbelievable.
Brahmanism is an ancient Aryan predecessor to Hinduism. In many
That's another claim without giving any evidence. Brahmanism is an ancient Aryan predecessor to Hinduism. What is Aryan? Like, that's so ephemeral. There's no, what is Aryan? That doesn't really exist. It's an invention.
Well, I'm pretty sure he tries to tie it back to Brahmanism and ultimately Atlantis, essentially, based on what I've seen from him.
Yeah, but Brahmins don't identify with that. I'm a Brahmins. There's no mention of Atlantis origins or any Aryan or blue-eyed.
Yeah, like I've met so many Brahmin people, and they're dark-skinned people. They're darker skinned than I am. So I mean, I don't understand this at all.
In many ways, the con performances of the past were more like a mimed show, as actors could not speak through the masks. The graceful body language was full of meaning and emotions, though performances today.
It's not because the actors couldn't speak through the mask, because as you would observe in the earlier scene he showed, they were all singing fine. It's because of words are usually the Sanskrit words are recited or sang. And of course, Thai has like a lot of Sanskrit words, but then they have their own like version of how they pronounce Sanskrit. So they're singing these songs to tell this story. I don't know. This guy is like lying every 2 seconds.
I really like their outfits though.
Oh yeah,
So,
the outfits are definitely baller. Yeah.
Right,
but
and that's also very Hindu. If you see the outfits.
so
Yeah.
so really quick though, like so see the green guy, and then so these are not concubines, these are nymphs or something.
No, no, the green is a human named Rama. That's Rama. It's just they've given the mask like that. It's not a demon.
Okay, interesting.
And one is the wife, and I think one is supposed to be the mother. I think this is the scene in which he's being exiled.
So why do they make Raman look like a warthog, half warthog, half creature
That's
thing?
a stylistic choice in Thai. I seen they represent them all like that. But he was blue skinned. It said that he was born with blue skin. Or it was like, I don't know if it's a blue, like, see, so in Sanskrit it's written blue, right? Deep blue, like the evening sky. So is that like black? Like a purple black skin? Or
Well, notice he has the Rotary Club on his purse there. So
that's not
On his purse.
that's
Wow.
not- I think that's supposed to be like a royal scroll or seal or something like a
That's so
order.
funny that you call it purse.
Yeah, I mean they didn't make it look very masculine. They made it look like a tote bag for sure. But yeah.
well, Thais definitely love their materialistic stuff. So I mean, I was just speculating there. But all right, guys, go ahead.
They
Michael
include more
Kors bag.
singing, narration, and music. The body language of Khan remains the most integral component of the art. An audience who is well versed in reading Khan gestures can tell what the characters are saying without having to hear the dialogues. In the past, there were no audiences, as everybody participated in the ceremony. Later on, the performances became focused on glorification of Lord Rama, the seventh avatar of Lord Vishnu, whose story was recounted in the epic Ramayana. In Thailand,
He's saying that the dance form was hijacked to depict the Ramayana, essentially. He's like, this Khan dance form is Thai. But it totally invalidates it because the leg movements, the gestures, and the rules are the same as like one of the ancient Indian dances, So,
I got something interesting on this that I'm reading right now. It says, all plays function as rituals. That's usually covered or sometimes glossed over in the first session of a dramaturgy class. Here, the PBS on the origin of drama. The earliest origin of drama are to be found in Athens, where ancient hymns called diathrobs were sung in honor of the god Dionysus. Thus, these hymns were later adapted for choral processions in which participants would dress up in costumes and masks, and even that practice is a later elaboration of prehistoric rites involving your basic summoning and sympathetic magic. I have made myself like the distant figure. I'm embodying that mystery. This mask is a face of the god, the spirit, the ancestor. This voice I speak is not my own, but theirs. Even shamanic healing involve an element of acting out a struggle against malign influences, and this quality is central to the improv work.
Well, Raisa Giorgiani basically also makes a strong point that Plato was a tradition, and then he burned all his plays and wrote his dialogues after that, or something like that. So that's what stood out. That's what came to mind when you mentioned that.
Yeah, that's crazy.
that's why, so that's the belief in Hinduism. So that's why when you interpret a play or a story, you pick divine stories because it is thought that you embody what you portray. So it's very careful what you put. So most of the art today with like the booty hanging out is like totally contrary to
Well, see, this is what
even
this is
engage
what
in that,
this is
essentially.
what this is what I think Unseen would say about the Bible as well. Is like the Bible shouldn't be read as a book; it should be acted out as a liturgy over the course of a year or so, or something like that. Maybe I'm
No,
misrepresenting.
you're right. It's there's set dates for each verse to be sort of read in context within the churches, like on the calendar on the church year. So it's it's interwoven into the liturgy, you know. So it's not like we're just take things out of context. It all has a specific meaning within the year, you know. So yeah.
Thank you. That's very interesting.
Mhm.
Because we have that. I have the calendar my grandma gave me, and then every day you just tear off, and there's something context specific to what happened in some of these stories, ancient stories.
Well, it's interesting that because each day there's a specific list of saints for
Mm.
that day, and it's usually they like either were martyred on that day or whatever, and then they're canonized into the church on the specific day. What we see with like the World Orthodox, they've changed the calendar to align with the papal calendar. So we'll have days where we're worshiping what has always throughout the centuries been on a specific day, and we believe the church in heaven's worshiping in the same day, you know.
Mm.
And they'll have a whole different day for a different saint, you know. So
Correct.
like on Christmas, that like we'll be doing Saint Spirit, and then they'll be doing a whole other list of saints. So is there chaos in heaven or something? Like what's going on there? Like I don't know.
Or is it that like it's confusion on purpose so that people don't align with the correct date?
Well,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
even in Thailand, they have their own specific date. I think they use like I think they're like 2600 something, 2500. I don't know exactly what that's about. They have their own date as well. So like they use our calendar, but they actually like most of the documents, whatever native calendar.
Well, Islam has its own calendar, a lunar calendar. We have a solar calendar. So the new year is somewhere around April or May, I think. The new year for us, if not in March. So I have to see the calendar and tell you.
Yeah, Thailand had like this famous Songkran and water festival, and I think it's their New Year too or something in April.
Right, because that's a natural end of winter and beginning of spring, right? In the northern hemisphere. So if you follow the solar calendar, that's when you should commence preparation for the new year, not in the dead of winter.
Sounds bigoted. Let's continue.
And the character of Lord Rama is closely associated with the monarchy. The Khan performance, therefore, was initially performed only for special occasions, such as royal cremations and ordinations, and the dance later became popular among the public and served as a source of entertainment. As Aryan influences from India spread to Southeast Asia, the story of Ramayana became popular among the ruling class. That said, Thailand is considered a Buddhist society, with over 90% of the population.
Did you just see him flash like the devil horns? Y'all see that?
I wasn't looking.
Look right now. He does it right now.
Thailand is
There you go.
considered a Buddhist society, with over 90% of the population identifying as Theravada Buddhist. The name
Yo,
Theravada
why is he
comes from the
filming
Pali
it
word
online?
Theravada,
To that
which
level of
means
disrespect.
doctrine of the elders.
That's not allowed.
Theravada is a conservative branch of Buddhism that is considered the oldest existing school of Buddhism.
White God
Means doctrine. The name Theravada comes from the Pali word considered a Buddhist society, with over 90% of the population identifying as Theravada Buddhist. The name Theravada comes from the Pali word Theravada, which means doctrine of the elders. Theravada is a conservative branch of Buddhism that is considered the oldest existing school of Buddhism. Buddhism was introduced from India and Sri Lanka in the 3rd century BC and became the dominant religion by the 13th century. Theravada Buddhists believe their teachings come directly from...
What is he doing here? What is he flexing? Like that he went to some shrine?
He's in Thailand right now. Like it looks like,
Wait,
or no,
shit, asshole. Sorry.
no, it looks like he's at the an LA shrine. It's probably in LA or something. They have a lot of those things.
Right. He's acting like that's an ancient shrine. It's not. It's something built in the last 20, 30 years.
So what about what did you? So what do you think about the Thai version of Buddhism? What is that about? Because like it definitely seems like a dark version of, or maybe all Buddhism is. But what do you think of their what do you call it? Theravada, something like that.
Yeah. Theravada.
Yeah,
Theravada.
I think when you read the writings of the Buddha, as we will do, right, and then you look at the writings of the Zen Buddhists, it's pretty clear that the Zen Buddhists are the correct tradition, right? Meaning that they're true to what Buddha's saying. These types of things that where they set up statues and temples and this types of thing, that's not what Buddha was trying to do, right? So, definitely, I think anything with temples, sort of messianic expectation of Buddha returning at the end times or something like that, and complex systems of apotropaic magic, those are added in later, and the hallmark of them is the Mahayana tradition in the 11th century, right?
This is something interesting to kind of like take in because like sorry. So what's interesting is it's almost like a form of Protestantism in the Buddhist culture, like these other religions are having issues like Christianity's having. You never hear that though.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Yeah, and it's so funny because Buddhism, Islam, Christianity, all these systems were all having trouble around the same time. It was all in the 1100s. So I think that's also very weird, right?
Mm.
Oh, it's
Like,
because I feel like it's like, okay, those people at that time thought they were more advanced than the people previous to them as we do now. So it's like, well, let's put our new ideas on this whole thing and spin it,
yeah.
So,
Well, and what you're seeing is clearly, if it is in Thailand, even, it's clearly politically motivated. But this is not in Thailand, just judging by the trees. I'm more inclined to say it's LA.
But I've been to places like this in Thailand. I mean, not to one this extravagant looking, but they definitely have some stuff that's similar to this. But
Yeah, but then there'll be a big photo of the king right next to the Buddha, in equal stature.
this is the thing is like, and again, like I'm actually nervous to say too much of like my personal opinion, but there seems to be a little bit of history of Thailand where it was a bunch of different kingdoms until recently, and it seems like some Burmese version of I think the current leadership or king of Thailand, their family is actually from Burma, so they're not actually native to Thailand as well. So and I think that could be why Thais are kind of like susceptible to this liberalism coming in, because they're very upset that certain things are happening politically in Thailand. And I think that it could be because there's, some sort of royal bloodlines involved. There's money and banking involved. And, I was gonna say, let me put this on mute for a second. Hello, this is Agent Neurojack. These fellows have figured out that that we are subverting the people over in Southeast Asia. We need to interfere with them immediately. Okay, sorry guys, I had to go on mute for a second there. But yeah, hopefully that'll tell you how I feel about that.
Yeah, but I want to say one last thing. He's posturing is complete blasphemy. You're not supposed to go inside and film the shrine, and like what is he flexing about? It's just Completely disrespectful.
It's B-roll.
Asshole. That's what it is. Sorry.
So you're not allowed to film Buddhist temple. I don't know.
Respectful.
Really.
It's not respectful. And in Hindu temples, they'll knock the camera out of your hand.
Oh, really? Interesting. I didn't know that. Interesting.
Especially in the sanctum sanctorum. That's ridiculous. There's even a thinking that taking pictures and stuff is a way that it captures some of your essence or your life force energy and stuff like that.
That's what them Indians said when we first came over here with our white people cameras.
Yeah, it's true. I think there's some truth to that. I don't know, not really, but yeah.
That's why chemical film is more powerful than digital, in my opinion. But what do I know?
From the historical Buddha and are preserved in the Pali Canon. The Pali Canon is the only complete Buddhist canon written in Sanskrit, which, as a written language, was introduced into India by the Aryan migration.
How is he substantiating that claim of the Aryan invasion theory, right? That's what he's postulating now and saying that Sanskrit came in that way. This is ridiculous.
During the early second millennium BC, or roughly 3,800 years ago.
You
And
think
Gautama
that's
Buddha
rooted
called
in maybe
himself
like
an Aryan.
racism or something?
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
Do you think it's rooted in like racism, like that idea?
What idea? That the whites came in and invaded the indigenous? Yeah.
You get what I mean? I think it is too. I do too.
I could make an argument based on quote unquote history. I mean, I know he's going to say that Buddha blonde hair and blue eyed. That's number one. Number two, he's going to try to argue. I think that a good argument would be something around the Ptolemaic and Alexander the Great as well. Although the timeline might not fit, I think that's another way that they can try to argue for it, saying, well, you know, that's when the East met West, and that's what led to people like Plato and Socrates and blah, blah, blah. Like there was an exchange of culture. I'm not saying that that's true. I'm saying that's going to be I think that's going to be part of the argument for sure.
Yeah.
And and I just think it's fascinating because, you know, I don't know much about the history of that area other than Alexander the Great and that stuff. But even that, like, you get the sense that it's kind of like a reconstruction of biblical stuff and some other stuff kind of combined.
It wasn't Alexander himself. They were doing everything to make him seem like Hercules.
Well, yeah, he was trying to be like king of kingdom, kind of like Darius became the king of the Persians. It seemed very crypto-Jewish in a way, which, you know, I don't know, or Dionysian or definitely something that I'm not educated enough to, you know, to guess, but I'm just trying to say, like, I think that ultimately this is leading to a certain, you know, basically a version of Judaism or Christianity that they're trying to overlay. Which, I mean, to be frank, like if I was trying to do something political, I think it's extremely useful. So I'm trying to think, like, what exactly is the political expediency of making such arguments, you know?
Philosophy is called the Aryan Way. Thailand has retained its monarchy and escaped colonialism and communism, unlike other nations such as India and China, and therefore has managed to retain some of the authentic aspects of Aryan culture, including accurately depicting Gautama Buddha with blue eyes, as that is how he is described in Buddhist texts, as the ancient Aryan philosophy was disseminated to 3/4 of Asia by blonde and red-headed missionaries, as can be seen in ancient caves along the Silk Road.
But isn't Bodhidharma having blue eyes?
Right.
What's
He's
Yeah.
Aryan.
What's Bodhidharma? What does that mean?
Yeah, I think I think it might be like these legends were like mixed up, or something like that, right? Because they're getting a guy that came from India, right? Who had brown skin and you know, blue eyes, right? So you know, so I don't really know how that came to a guy from the north, coming in.
But see, they say that Buddha came from like an area somewhere in the northern India or Kashmir or something. I can't remember exactly where, but like you machine, for example, you have like different color eyes and different colors. Like you're lighter skinned, right? So us white people, we say that's due to like the Ptolemaic people coming to Afghanistan and Pakistan, and some of them.
Well, if you look at toilet bowl earth, you figure it out. It's because I have Iranian genes, right? That's why everybody was saying, "Oh, you look like that guy."
So I guess all I'm trying to argue is like, so I guess really, to me, the biggest thing that
Maybe, but like it could be there's people that look like that in North India.
Yeah,
He looks like
but
the asshole version of you.
what I'm trying to say is that how did a guy from India get up to China and start Buddhism if the Aryans came from the north? You see what I'm saying?
Correct.
I mean, like
yeah.
the guy that the Buddhism went from south to north. So what is it?
No, that's actually a good point, and I think that's kind of why I'm fascinated with like Southeast Asia in particular. If you go from like Java and like Indonesia up through Malaysia, like there's all these very, very old temples and shit. And I can't remember if they're Buddhist or Hindu, but they're very old. I know that. So it kind of makes you wonder, like even Thailand, like they say that Siam Reap and Angkor Wat, all this is like it's Hindu, not Buddhist. And so like when
It's
exactly did
true.
in. So like that's the thing is like
I've been to Siam Reap and Angkor Wat, and it is a Ramayana written on the Angkor Wat, drawn on the walls.
so it's Hindu, not Buddhist, right? Not
Yeah,
Khmer.
but it's the previous incarnation. It's one of the incarnations before Buddha. If you look at it as because Buddha is one of the 10 incarnations of Vishnu to us, he won't mention that. This fucking asshole Zephyr.
But here's my point. Here's my point with saying that. Here's the point. So here's what I don't understand. That would mean that Buddhism came in after 1100, 1200 AD. So how were they maintaining a tradition from 2500 years ago if they
Yeah,
just
and
Buddhist?
then if they believe in reincarnation, why would they need to maintain that tradition through passing down bloodlines?
Correct. Very true.
So yeah, so that's the thing that seems to be off to me is like the timelines don't add up. I think this is the big part with a lot of white people history too. Is like I think a lot of the events they describe are true, even in the Bible. I just don't know that the timeline that we've been given are always exactly accurate. Like if we're trying to secularize the Bible into an exact timeline and match it up with Egypt's bullshit timelines and shit, like that's where things get really messy, And like and unseen, I don't want to say anything too heretical, so definitely correct me if I say anything out of line. But like I think
I want to share a video about this from an Indian channel, just about this, the Aryan invasion theory and where it comes from, if I can. And
of course, and but I just really quick before I forget, and unseen, feel free to correct me if you disagree or think that this is heretical or something. But I think that there is an argument that the people around Jesus around the time of the Septuagint, 400 BC to 200 BC or around Alexandria and all this, like it seems that Hellenism was well underway around 400 BC to 200 BC in that area, if not other cultures. So what I'm saying is like, I've noticed that a lot of the Satanists and Jews are saying the Hebrew text was first, and then they wrote the Septuagint with an amalgamation of these other things. But wouldn't you say that there's a good argument that it's actually like everything was compiled in Greek because that was the language that everybody was already using, and Hebrew was more of like an older.
Well, this
thing.
is what we know. All right, so what we understand is that the original scriptures from like the prophets, right, like Moses and the Old Testament stuff, writings of Isaiah and all this. This was in like Aramaic or Hebrew, right? So there were 70 Jewish scholars that were called to translate those texts into Greek. You get what I'm saying? And then that's when the Greek comes in. But I think it was for maybe the Pharaoh or something like that. I have to relook at this stuff.
Well. Part of the reason I bring this up is like there was a city called like Helios. I can't remember the exact name, but it was close to Alexandria that's now underwater that they found, and the timeline of that is around that time, around 400 BC, and it was in existence all the way up until about the 400s, where the coastline eventually eroded away, and it got totally.
Well, the Greek philosophers definitely had the Septuagint. You know what I mean? They had it before the New Testament. A lot of their ideas come from the Old Testament writings.
I got it. Right. Okay.
So
you're
and as far as Hellenization, like, not to interrupt you here, but like, we don't look at that too much as a problem, because it was like, that's the trade language. Greek is the trade language. That's where Christ and the 12 grew up around. So they were Hellenized Jews.
Well, some people have argued that Hebrew and Greek letterers are not so totally different either, and so I'm not saying that that's true, but I've definitely heard a lot of people make that argument. So I'm just kind of curious. Do you have any?
I think that
on that, or
language naturally develops over time, and sort of the Greeks could have took from here and there, and and I'm sure that the Hebrews took from what they had around them too, from the Babylonians or whatever. Right. It's like there's a link chain there. I'm definitely not like an expert on the.
Sure, but it's like a daisy chain between like Persia, the Assyrians, whatever, all those different groups up there, Babylonians. So I'm just
people just took from each other, you know what I mean, and shared and developed ideas and different things. Yeah.
Sure. But let's see what the response from this the dark side of Brahman. Let's see what that is.
North-South divide, or North India versus South India divide. Let me ask this basic question. Is there a divide in first place? Of course there is divide. There is diversity. Whether you call it as divide or not is a different matter, but there is diversity. For every 150 kilometers, the culture, the food habits, the way people speak, it changes across Bharat. And that's not only special to Bharat alone. If you take a look into European nations or Africa, this kind of diversity is very common in any human civilization. And there is absolutely no problem with such kind of diversity. But when that diversity is weaponized as a fault line to discriminate people one against other, that is where problems start. Even a primary school child knows that British colonized divide and rule policy in Bharat. And what you're going to see is one of the worst things that was ever happened to India in terms of language. How divide and rule policy infected the country of India on a linguistic grounds. Talking of language, let me make my position absolutely clear. I am a Telugu speaking person. My mother tongue is Telugu. But because of my profession, if I happen to stay in Delhi, I should learn Hindi and I have to speak in Hindi. And there is no two ways about it. I cannot expect people of Delhi to understand and speak to me in Telugu. I should call myself an idiot if I expect that. Now imagine I'm from Delhi and my mother tongue is Hindi. And because of my profession, for whatever reason, I happen to stay in Bengaluru. Then I should learn Kannada and converse with people in Kannada also, besides English, which obviously would be a professional medium of communication. But I expect everyone to speak and understand Hindi in Bengaluru. then I should call myself an idiot. But in none of these scenarios, I or anyone should hate any language. That is absolute stupidity. Why would you hate any language? If you're comfortable, you learn it, else just ignore it. But under no circumstances, you should be having hatred towards any language. But unfortunately, the reality is there is a sense of hatred towards Hindi from certain pockets in the southern part of India. In the next couple of minutes, you will understand why is it so. Why Hindi is hated in certain pockets in the southern part of India. Let's get started. We're going to go through a couple of important events that happened over the last 2-3 centuries, and we're going to use this timeline as our anchor point. It's year 1757. That's when the Battle of Plassey happened and British won and got a foothold, rather a political foothold for the first time on Bharat. And this war, the Battle of Plassey, completely changed things forever and laid the foundation for British rule in Bharat. I'm going to cut short very much, just providing the important historical events which are relevant for the conversation that we are having, which is understanding the aftermath of Battle of Plassey. That is when British gained the political power and they are about to get into the governance of parts of Bharat from Plassey. But to govern the country and its people, they need to understand what is the law of the land. And that is where, for the first time, British started to understand, or rather scramble for, what is the law of the land, which is nothing but the Dharma Shastras. Post the Battle of Plassey in 1757, there were multiple attempts by British to understand the law of the land, the Dharma Shastras, like I said. And finally, in the year 1781, for the first time ever, a Hindu scripture is translated into English, and that is called as the Gintu Code. The word Gintu is a highly mispronounced and misrepresented word for Hindu. So basically they mean the Hindu code. This book, the Gintu Code, is not a direct translation of any one Dharma Shastra of the many that we saw in the previous chapter. Rather, it is a bricolage kind of a translation of multiple Dharma Sutras which have been practiced back in those days. But this translation attempt was a failure. Couple of reasons, starting with the first one. It's not a direct translation from any Sanskritam text. Rather, it is an existing text in Persian, which is copied from Sanskritam, and from Persian, it is translated into English. So Sanskritam to Persian to English. That is the sequence of translations that have happened in publishing this book, the Gintu Code. Number two, the British could figure out that the people who translated this or helped in this translation, they tried to sneak in their own biases towards their own communities and kind of influence the Dharma Shastras in a very biased way. They could sense that and they dropped this translation. It was a total failure. It did not serve the purpose. And the main desperation of British to have one book of law is essentially coming from the Christian lens that they are wearing. The medieval Europe is essentially and heavily governed by Bible as the central authority. So that was their expectation in Bharat as well. But unfortunately, here we have a diverse set of Dharma Shastras and they are not able to figure out or rather fit everything into one book. So coming to our timeline, the second milestone, 1776, that's when the attempt was started. And finally in 1781, the Gintu Code was published, the first translation of Hindu law. Cut to year 1794. For the first time ever, a complete Hindu Dharma Shastra, the Manusmriti, was chosen as the book to govern the people and the polity in Bharat. By that I mean especially the Bengal region. That's where they got the first foothold. So William Jones translated the entire Manusmriti in the year 1794. What you're seeing on the screen is the first ever, I repeat the words, first ever English translation of a complete Hindu scripture, which is Manusmriti. And this is a grand success because William Jones learned Sanskritam. He spent years together learning Sanskritam and he did the translation himself. Of course, with the support of a couple of other scholars, but he took the complete responsibility of translating the scripture. And the accuracy was far better and significant than the earlier failed attempt of Gintu Code. Thus, Manusmriti came into existence, into the English world. And another very important fact is, while William Jones learned Sanskritam, he was also performing comparative linguistics. That is, they discovered for the first time that Sanskritam is quite close to many European languages. Thus, also took birth the Aryan invasion theory. His research and inputs started laying foundation for the Aryan invasion theory, which later on was terribly misused across Bharat and also not many of us know this. Also, it gave birth to the horrendous Nazi ideology of the World War II. The foundation is the research of William Jones on Sanskritam that led to all these nasty effects. Not by William Jones, but people who came after William Jones. So coming back to our timeline, 1794, Manusmriti
Thank you, William Jones.
translated by William Jones. One law for Hindus assumed. Assumed is the operative word. So what
Well,
happened
that's
next is
that's
quite
like saying thank you to Nietzsche for the Uberman. It's, it's like it's the people afterward that bastardized it, right?
Yeah, William Jones was an MF in my book.
Why?
Oh well, never mind.
What? Who said why?
Because he made me Mr. Mustache Man.
I haven't looked into William Jones, but he looks like a character that's not just not anyone comes to the colony of India.
Well, hey,
A handful of British soldiers that rolled over the land.
hey, I'm offended. It's our culture as whitey to wear powdered wigs and wooden teeth and conquer the world. Very good.
minister. The foundational research done by William Jones in Sanskritam to English and other European languages was eventually picked up in the year 1849 by A.D. Campbell in context of Telugu language. They started studying Telugu language after Sanskritam. And for the first time ever, Francis White Ellis, this person, he is the first one to propose that the southern Indian languages are different from the northern Indian languages. This north-south divide, he is the originator, Francis White Ellis. And first, they tried to break away Telugu from Sanskritam. I've literally given word to word as to what was published back in the year 1849 in a book called Telugu Language. If you read the lines that I highlighted in red, pause it and read. I'll paraphrase them. What Francis is saying is, it is indeed believed that Telugu has its origin from the language of Vedams, which is Sanskritam. And many of the most eminent scholars have given their authority in this opinion. It is very much believed that Telugu originated from Sanskritam. And as you can see, Francis himself says that he had a contrary conclusion, which means, according to him, Telugu did not originate from Sanskritam. This is the theory that he has put forward. And this is what he's saying to support his theory. In common with every other tongue now spoken in India, modern Telugu abounds with Sanskritam words. Perhaps it has greater proportion of them than any other southern dialects. But still, he proposes that the origin of the two languages is altogether distinct. That means there is no connect between Telugu and Sanskritam. Francis makes a very wild and weird proposition that the northern part of India is more civilized than the southern part of India. Third line from the bottom. Telangana had borrowed the invention of a more civilized nation. Telangana means it's an alternative for the same word Telugu as a language. So basically he started carving out the northern part of India as a more civilized nation than the southern part of India. In parallel, the Aryan invasion theory is also growing as we speak in the timeline, but we're not getting into that for the moment in this documentary.
By the way, did you guys know that Darwin actually said that the brown people in the world are, will be eliminated because, they're the bridge between the monkeys and the white people?
Wow.
Did you guys know that?
No, but
well, he's British. I would expect nothing less.
Right. So in 1800s, I mean, this was a prominent theory in Britain. So right before they did all of this, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if this dude himself subscribed to Darwinist theory.
Correct.
And therefore, it would be very easy for him to already have predisposed belief system.
They would be machine
Right.
because all of them would be subscribed to the Royal Society if you want to be
exactly
Indian colonists.
Correct.
Right.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, the British Royal Society was heavily promoting Darwinism. So I think we found a good connection there.
Here's my question. Here, and this is going to sound like an asshole thing to say, but I want to say it. Why do they suck so bad at exterminating brown people, and now India has so many a billion people? Why did the British fail so harshly at that?
That was their purpose, my friend, to make us overcrowded and poor. They've succeeded. What was India when they came, and what is it now?
So you're saying that they wanted to basically industrialize you guys to
We were the blood of the empire, right? We were the reason Victoria was able to have her tea and her estate and
It's basically slave labor.
maintaining illusions of grandeur. Exactly. Yeah.
Well, I think so. Are you saying that people can make the same argument that that's why they did that to Germany to stamp out Germany? Is like build them up as this big superpower, let them go slaughter 60 million people and get a bunch of diseases in World War I and II. I mean, sounds like a good plan, but interesting. And I was just curious.
Well, below that, 60 million were massacred in Russia, and they lost lands, they lost their way of living, and then they were communized. So I think that's a much bigger tragedy, in my opinion.
And what about all my Pakistani brothers that died fighting for our freedoms in the war on terror?
I like that. That's right. We need that kind of energy out here for the black man, the Pakistani man, not the white man. But actually, you know what? The white man can be like that too. You know what I'm saying? But
I'm at a loss for words.
But no, I like that. I like that energy. That we're gonna bring back Rage Against the Machine and put on a little benefit concert coming up, I think. But I was going to ask, do you guys think that there's any overlap between Darwin and the young Hegelians, perhaps? AKA Marx, Well, what I'm saying is, like, if you believe those things about race and you combined it with young Hegelianism, do you think that there's a case to be made that that's kind of the plan that we're seeing unfold even to this day?
Yeah, and I mean, if you read, Hegel's lectures in history, right, of philosophy, you will get the answer, right?
So who came first, the chicken or the egg, or Theodore Herzl, or what's his name, Hegel, or Darwin?
I mean, I think an interesting case can be made about developments within German nationalism, thanks to Martin Luther. Hegel, the system that was implemented in Geneva, Switzerland, and then the rise of Theodore Herzl, right, who was himself a Swiss, right?
So it was like Darwin, Hegel, Herzl.
Yeah, I mean, Herzl definitely was a secular Jew, right? So,
But what I'm saying is, like, where would you say that they what was the lineage? Was it like Darwin, then Hegel, then, like, was Hegel influenced by Darwin, or was Darwin influenced by Hegel? Is what I'm trying to. And then Herzl was.
See, that's the thing, is that they're too close in time. But what I'm saying is that having those two theories appear at the same time is pretty powerful, because 1800s you have Hegel, you have Darwin, and you have Blavatsky at the same time.
Got it. Okay, got it.
So you got Aryans, you got Darwin, and you got Germans, right? Being at the center.
So basically, what I'm saying is, like, so you basically have like this kind of I don't know if it's Freemasonic or what, but you have this kind of like racial identity that's kind of like British Israelism mixed with like religious Knights Templar shit.
Yeah, and to quote, to paraphrase Hegel's arguments and lectures in the history of philosophy, he basically says that freedom found its development right, in the progress of history, in the development of world history, first in the Greek people, right? He said that the Asian people did not recognize individual freedom. The Greeks, found it in the form of, I guess the individual, and then the Protestant Germans, they finally found it on the fact of religion as well. So the fact is that he thought that there's two movements to maximize freedom in history, one in the Greeks and one in the Germans, right? And he thought that this is how the spirit of world history got going through progress and freedom, right? And he said that Asian societies, that their freedom was a sort of despotism, and so there's this idea of Asian despotism in Hegel, right?
Well, having said that, since the Greeks have basically been wiped out as a quote unquote race, whatever that means, and the Germans have also kind of been, in a sense, dispersed in a very, Hebrewic kind of way. Wouldn't you say? How would you say that you would look at it from that perspective? Like, how would you look at it? How would you look at it from that perspective of like, well, now what's the goal? Like what I'm saying is like, would you say that that's kind of like a Jewish interpretation of such things? And not Jewish in the sense of like, whatever, but it's like it just seems like there's a weird.
Well, it's funny because those three things I point out, and right, are pretty clear, because Darwin said that there's a progress in human history because there's going to be a greater gulf between monkeys and white people, so the brown races of the earth will be eliminated, right? Hegel pointed out Asian despotism. So he said the white race. So he said the white races of the world, the Greeks and the Germans, they're the only people to realize freedom in the world, right? So he put it on Asian despotism. Then you come to Herzl. Okay, Herzl is basically talking about industrial society, right? And he's saying that the slaves of the past, right, were based on labor, but our new slaves are machines, right? So he's talking about an egalitarianism that could come about through techno-industrial society, right? So I think all three of these ideas are linked, right? The idea of nationalism, the idea of progress throughout history, the idea of the progress of the white races and the European races throughout history, and the idea of techno-industrial progress, right?
But my point is ultimately, that seems to be more of like a way of like using white racism for some other goal of like Zionism or something, right?
Oh yeah, definitely, because if you look at it, the European nations founded, of Israel, right, especially Britain, and the reason they, brought, the Jews back to Israel, I mean not back to Israel, but back to Britain under Cromwell, right, was because of Cromwell's relationship with Manasseh ben Israel, right? So it's this whole idea of this messianic destiny, and Manasseh ben Israel, he said that his wife was like a descendant of King David or whatever, right? So like so they thought that they were preserving bloodlines, right? And they also thought that the British and the Jews were inextricably linked, right, through this idea and concept of British Israelism, right, and Freemasonry, right? So, the idea that the Jews are quote unquote Europeans, and the white people are, you know, linked to the establishment of Judaism, you know what I mean, or the establishment of Israel specifically. It's obviously all there, right?
Including me, Mr. Mustache.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, Hajalmar Schacht was a Freemason, right, and he funded, me and Mr. Mustache, right, and he's a Jew, right?
And
As we progress into the book,
sorry, I just said one more last point on that. It sounds like they're using the cult of Whitey to make them the scapegoat for the crimes of a different group of people, perhaps. I mean, seems like,
I agree.
So
Yeah,
kind of
100%, because every time, because Israel is seen as a country of the future, right? They're dealing with the Palestinians right now, so they have to deal with barbarism of the past, right? But in the future, when they would have eliminated the Palestinians and all of that, right, they would become the new nation of the future, right? Which is the fact is that Western society is trying to establish Israel, the nation of the future, right? So, I mean, that's what is going to happen, is that once all of these wars are done, they're going to say, look at what white people did. They started slavery, they started the World War One, World War Two, they started the Protestant Reformation, they started all these ideas, right? They created a system of slavery, and right, they created capitalism, right? And they're going to say, well, the Jews created socialism, the Jews are creating futurism, right? And the future world, right? So it's just as I guess Ben Gurion said, and I think it has to come about, and I'm sorry to say this, right? But I think it has to come about because the world is so ignorant that most of these people in this world are not going to wake up until they have that guy sitting on the throne in Israel and they say, no, 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 this is our God now for the Jews and the Christians. And then I think that Christians and Muslims are finally going to wake up and say, well, we've been led in the wrong direction here, right? And by then they're just going to have to deal with the fact of what's happening, right?
Yeah, I 100% agree on that point. Personally, I agree on that point. So yeah.
It's very morbid, but yeah.
Yeah, but that's what he said. Yeah, but that's what Ben Gurion said. He said the federated state is going to be set up, and through Israel, all the nations are going to become federated nations of Israel, right? And he said that in 1935. Huh?
Damn. Looks like we lost Nero too. Hey, okay. I just wanted to play a little bit more of this. And then, then I think a lot of the questions from that other video would be answered, like the blue eye, because I'm still interested in what else.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, this is definitely answering a lot of that.
Francis proposes that it is not just Telugu alone, but all of southern Indian languages are somehow very much tightly connected. And while they have same origin as those of the north, but they differ greatly. What's the proof, or what is the evidence, or rather, what is the process through which he came to this conclusion? It is not mentioned. It is just his anecdote, or rather a blind proposition. So as you can read, the languages of the south of India, that is Telugu, Karnata means Kannada, Tamil, Malayala and Sinhalese, which is Sri Lankan, while they have the same origin of those of the north, which is Sanskritam, but differ greatly from them in other aspects. Yes, there are differences in language to language. Telugu and Tamil and Malayalam and Kannada, they also have their own differences. But this logical grouping of all the southern Indian languages under one umbrella and saying that they are different from Sanskritam, they have no connect with Sanskritam, that is where the biggest fault line is being fabricated. Why is a very logical question. What is the purpose of it? Or what's the motive? You'll get to know in next couple of minutes. Slowly, Francis brought in the Varna or the caste aspect into this language. As we progress further into the same book, read the first lines that I highlighted in red. It has already been mentioned that all native Telugu grammars are written by Brahmins in Sanskrit tongue. Basically, he says that Brahmins are the custodians of this Telugu language. They are the ones who cultivated this language, and the mother tongue of Brahmins is Sanskritam. But that does not give enough evidence to prove that Telugu and Sanskritam are related to each other. And then he starts making even more dangerous propositions. He says that speaking the Telugu, the Sudras used very few Sanskritam words, the superior class Vaishyas and the Kshatriyas used relatively more Sanskritam words to show their intimacy with the Brahmins. I mean, this is atrocious. When you speak in any society, any sane society, we just speak a language that each other understand. He's saying that Sudras used less Sanskritam words, and then Vaishyas used more Sanskritam words, and Kshatriyas used even more, and Brahmins were absolutely conversing in Sanskritam. So basically, language on one side and caste on another side is being mixed to create a deadly cocktail. This is how the fault lines are fabricated. Now, very important, I am not at all ignoring the fact that we have caste-based discrimination ingrained into the society of Bharat. Just in case you missed, in the earlier chapters, I categorically have shown, but those fault lines have to be corrected in-house. But here, those fault lines are being misused by someone else from the outside, people like Francis, to cultivate this linguistic fault lines mixed with caste. Hope you're getting the picture. This is how the North-South divide, the language divide, the caste-based divide is even widened by the British. Another way to look at this linguistic comparison is the Brahmins oppressed the Sudras, same way Sanskritam oppressed or overpowered Telugu, thus victimizing Telugu and trying to break it away from Sanskritam. This is the whole idea. So finally, he gets to a point where he says that Telugu is having a different source from Sanskritam, which is a source common to Telugu and Tamil and Karnataka, which is Kannada. So basically, all the southern Indian languages have one common ancestor. Even though it is close to Sanskritam, it is not Sanskritam, but it is something else. What is that something else? He doesn't mention. On what basis he arrived at this conclusion? He doesn't mention. None of these are mentioned. Basically, the idea is, like I said, to break Telugu from Sanskritam and create a separate, distinct identity for the entire southern Indian languages and cut it off from Sanskritam. But they failed miserably. This idea did not fly, and people did not buy this idea that Telugu and Sanskritam are not related to each other. I'll explain you in a very easy way, and then you'll understand it a lot better. This is a shlokam from a scripture called Pancharatra Samhita, quite popular in the Tamil Vaishnavite tradition. This scripture is written in Tamil script but in Sanskritam language. This is very common in Tamil, Telugu and Kannada linguistic traditions, that Sanskritam is written using the localized script, which is Tamil script or Telugu script or Kannada script. And here is how the slokam goes. Jnananandamayam devam nirmala spatikakrutim adharam sarvavidyanam hayagrivam upasmahe. It is basically a salutation or a prayer towards Hayagriva, an avatar of Vishnu, who is considered as the primordial guru in the Vaishnava traditions. Now this is very interesting. Take a look at this. If I break down this entire slokam into Sanskritam words, just word after word, and then try to have equivalent Telugu words, which are normal language, which we use in Andhra and Telangana as of now. This is how the words are. I've given in English how to pronounce that specific Sanskritam word and also the specific Telugu word. Just pause it and read for yourself. So the Sanskritam words, jnana, is in Telugu, its equivalent word is jnanam. Same way, second word, anandamayam, anandamayamaina. Third, devam, daivamaina. Nirmala, nirmalamaina. Spatika, spatikamu. Akritim, akritilo unna. Adharam, adharamai. Sarva, sakala. So it goes on as you can read. Both in Sanskritam and its equivalent Telugu words, the pronunciation is given in English. So, for this Sanskritam slokam, any Telugu speaking person who has reasonable knowledge of Telugu, whose native is Telugu basically, can just understand the Sanskritam slokam without any translation, because word to word it's exactly the same as we use it in Telugu. Most of the Telugu speaking people can understand Sanskritam very easily because that's how tightly interlinked, or rather derived straight from Sanskritam. Telugu is derived straight from Sanskritam. So this is the reason, no matter how hard the British tried to break away Telugu from Sanskritam, they failed. If we try to remove all the Sanskritam influence, its words and vocabulary from Telugu, there is nothing like Telugu. It is a direct derivation from Sanskritam. And that is the reason British failed to break Telugu from Sanskritam. So coming back to our anchor point, the timeline. 1849, Telugu grammar study by A.D. Campbell, separation of Telugu from Sanskritam attempted but failed. After Francis' failed attempt to snap Telugu from Sanskritam, then came a British missionary, Robert Caldwell. He is posted in Bharat to spread Christianity. That is his main purpose. He is also a linguistic scholar. In the year 1856, Robert Caldwell published a book called A Comparative Grammar of the Dravidian or South Indian Family of Languages. He is the first person to use the word Dravidian in a politico-religious and linguistic sense. As you can read here, the extract where I pulled out what's the rationale that he gave to come to that conclusion of the word Dravidian. He relied on William Jones' Manusmriti to carve out a meaning that all the people towards the southern part of India are called as Dravidians. This is absolutely incorrect. The word Dravida has a different sense and different meaning, but for the moment, let us stick to.
So the Manusmriti is the story after the deluge, after the flood. And Manu is the one that discovers the tip of South India, which is the first landmass that comes up after the flood. And so they say Manu is the ancestor of everybody in India. And South India was the first to come up, and then the rest of the land masses came up out of the flood. So, or whatever, the waters receded or whatever. So, Dravida, that means that first piece of land. That's what he's referring to in the Manusmriti. That is the first piece of land, the tip that comes out from the water, the southernmost point of India. That's what in my understanding, that's what is referred to as O Dravida in the Manusmriti that's translated.
To what Robert Caldwell is trying to do here. In the first paragraph, if you pause and read it, I'll just paraphrase what's written in the first paragraph. Basically, he is using the word Dravida as a synonym to the Tamil identity. This is the first time ever the word Dravida is attributed to Tamil. And towards the end of this page, if you see, the word Dravida could possibly exempt Andhras or Telugu people. Andhra here, I'm
All right,
referring
I'm
to the
out,
United
guys.
Andhra Pradesh.
A lot going on in true Orthodox world, so I don't know, something's up. Later.
Take care.
Yep.
Easy.
Last decade, which is now Andhra and Telangana both. Because the main objective here is to break these languages, the southern Indian languages, from Sanskritam. And they failed with Telugu already. So having Telugu still under this logical group and trying to break it away from Sanskritam is a very difficult task, and they failed when Francis tried, that we have seen a couple of minutes ago. So now the focus is completely shifted on to the Tamil, saying that Tamil is aka Dravida, has a distinct identity from Sanskritam. Yes, I do admit that Tamil has a very distinct identity. It has a great linguistic tradition, history, heritage, all that is fine. But there is no reason whatsoever to pit Tamil against Sanskritam and say that Tamil should oppose Sanskritam. These are not my words. These are the words written by Robert Caldwell, the Christian missionary who came to Bharat primarily to spread Christianity and also doing research on Sanskritam, our Vedic traditions, Tamil, Telugu, so on and so forth. So here are a few important excerpts from this book written by Robert Caldwell. I just pasted here. Read from the second block. In Tamil, on the contrary, few Brahmins have written anything worthy of preservation. Basically, what they're saying is, in Tamil, the Brahmins, they did not make any linguistic contributions in building the language. And Tamil, as a language, is developed by the natives. Flip to the narrative of the Telugu side. In Telugu, they said that the Telugu language has essentially been cultivated by Brahmins. But there, the narrative failed. So here, the narrative is changed, saying that the Brahmins did not do anything for the preservation or cultivation of this language, Tamil. The last block is the most atrocious one, page number 47. Tamil can readily dispense with greater part or the whole of its Sanskrit, and by dispensing it, it rises to a purer and more refined style. This is the final deadly blow in the north-south divide that we are having today. There are a couple of very important points here to note. Let me go one by one. Firstly, while this is happening in the south, where Robert Caldwell is publishing this narrative that Tamil is more purer if it sheds away Sanskritam. While this narrative is being peddled in the south, towards the north, Max Muller is translating the Vedas into English. The fact that Sanskritam is a very sophisticated language and it is the stronghold of the religious fabric of Bharat is very well known to the British by then. And here we have a Christian missionary who is writing this kind of literature, pitting Tamil against Sanskritam to break it away so that the job of the Christian missionaries in the southern part of India can be relieved from the strong support that Sanskritam is giving to the culture of the southern part of Bharat. Don't take this for my word. The reason I'm putting forward all these references is truth should come out. Let me give you a weird example. Just imagine a Shankaracharya or a Pitadipati of one of the four Pithas that we have in Bharat. If one of them writes a book on reconciliation of the four Gospels, Mark, Matthew, Luke, and John of the New Testament, and puts forward a theory which is absolutely incorrect, but just to put forward the Hindu ideas, such thing is done. Would anyone trust it? Absolutely no. Then how come a Christian missionary, Robert Caldwell, is publishing this kind of a fake narrative just to frame that with a clear intention to break southern Indian languages away from Sanskritam? And this is taken as the gospel truth. This is the reason why people, I'm not saying everybody, but a significant cross-section of people in Tamil Nadu and especially the politicians, they hate Hindi not because of Hindi, but the primary hatred towards Sanskritam is given by our colonial masters. And unfortunately, a wide section of people in Tamil Nadu bought this theory. And that is the reason why Sanskritam is opposed, and that naturally passed on to Hindi. Now, this is the truth. Whether you believe it or not, it doesn't matter. I gave all the references. So for interested people, you can do your own reading and research. And for people who oppose saying that, no, I'm some sort of a BJP or whatever right-wing propaganda that I'm doing with this channel or this video, hang on, darling. I have something in the store for you. March 30, 2023. That's exactly a year ago. The Vatican issued a formal apology for justifying colonialism through its doctrine of discovery. From the late 1400s, in Indian context, until 1947, whatever is done with the blessings of the church. Now, if you don't know what is doctrine of discovery, please educate yourself. It is a very important artifact that shaped up the world the way it is today. And people like Robert Caldwell were sent to the different parts of the world to spread Christianity. And that's exactly what Robert Caldwell did by using this nasty trick of pitting Tamil against Sanskritam, thus creating the Dravidian ideology, the anti-Brahmanical movement, so on and so forth. So coming back to our anchor point of the timeline, 1856, Tamil and Sanskrit split by Robert Caldwell, the Dravidian identity made against Sanskritam. Cut to year 1916 and beyond that. There is a grand old man called E.V. Ramaswamy, aka Periyar, and he is the father of the Dravidian movement in the south, in the land of Tamil Nadu. I just want to explain about him with one example, one irrefutable example. He wrote a book on Ramayanam. Just pause and read this introduction of that book. Ramayanam and Bharatam are the foremost imaginary epics of the manifold romances manipulated by the Aryans. Now he is calling Ramayanam and Mahabharatam as imaginary epics. I have no problem. To each their own. If you believe them to be imaginary epics, so be it. I have no problem with that. My problem is with the word Aryan. So basically, he is attributing Ramayanam and Mahabharatam to the imaginative works by the Aryans. Basically, he is the proponent of Aryan Dravidian divisive theory. And move to the next sentence. They are designed, Ramayanam and Mahabharatam are designed to lure the Dravidas into their snare, to wipe off their sense of self-respect, to blunt their discretionary faculty, and to destroy their humanity. He's saying that Ramayanam and Mahabharatam are the epics written by the North Indian people to subjugate and oppress the South Indian people. In two words, if I have to summarize, mission accomplished. Centuries of hard work of the British started bearing fruit. Indians started hating their own culture. Indians started hating their own fellow Indians. And this man, EVR, aka Periyar, is at the top of the pyramid. I suggest you to pause and read the full cover page here of the introduction to get a hang of what this man is all about.
That's all. I think that covers the Aryan invasion. You know, it's a big thing, psyop, few hundred years in the making.
Dang.
One of Gautama's usual names was Sakamuni, or sage of the Shakyas. This and the evidence of the early texts suggests that he was born into the Shakya clan, a Scythian or Aryan community that was on the periphery, both geographically and culturally, of the eastern Indian subcontinent in the 5th century BC.
Isn't this something like what Machine was saying?
Yeah, this is where the Ashkenazis come from. Huh? I think so. Or it's theorized. Right?
Why is he saying that the Shakyas are them, though? How is that established? Shakya is a clan in India. You know, and he's saying it's the Scythian people.
Yeah, that would be a good way to falsify his theory there. If they're already a tribe.
Pretty wild, actually.
Yeah. Because I think the Scythians were nomadic. Yeah, it says there they're nomadic. Yeah, so.
Yeah, and Gautama Buddha, his father was a king. He was said to be king. He's not a nomad. He came from royalty, from the Shakya clan.
Yeah, so there's already a couple holes there.
BC, according to Dr. Christopher Beckwith, a distinguished professor in the Department of Central Eurasian Studies at Indiana University.
We were ready to go out and explore the sites of Bamiyan, a very famous city. In fact, and an area, the whole valley, the Golden Valley of Bamiyan, is noted for an entire mountain range that was used by the Buddhists as a sacred place in centuries past. And that whole series of mountains there has Buddhist caves in it. Religious priests came here, carved the caves, and when the Muslims came along, many of the caves were destroyed. In fact, the caves were used as residences, and the tar from the fire covered many of the paintings inside, and that sort of saved those paintings. They've been able to remove the tar deposits from the fires of the last few centuries, and they have found Buddhist paintings, some of them of great beauty and color, inside the caves. A tremendous Buddhist religious complex in this Bamiyan Valley. Here is the large Buddha. The large Buddha is 175 feet high, probably the biggest in all of the world. And here's what remains of it. The face was cut away many centuries ago when the Muslims took over this area. But there are Hudlin David at the bottom there to give you an idea of size. And you're looking up 175 feet. And above its head, above the head of this statue, we could see very unusual paintings. We were told it might be possible to go up there and see the paintings at close range.
To reach the head of the Buddha, you first climb up a little slope, which takes you halfway to your goal. Then you enter a series of caves they have discovered, which lead right to the head of the statue. And we'd like you to join us as we climb through the winding passages of the cliff, passing on the way Buddhist paintings which cover many of the walls and ceilings.
And this is done with our portable battery lights. As we climb up and up, we're going to be up 175 feet through these caves as we head for the top of the Buddha.
We see the red beard and red hair. It's a shame.
Yo, it was clearly black hair.
I didn't see any red.
Me neither.
Is it the lighting or something? Like, not much. It's not great lighting for the camera.
Or it's an abject lie.
Or that.
Because the tar looked like tar, the color of tar, which is black. So, you know.
Yeah, and that's like it's like yeah, he's gold. The statue's gold, so he had gold skin clearly. What the fuck are you talking about, dude?
Sad trombone.
That these figures have all been defaced by people of other faiths at some time in the past. But it's still, it's very easy to see what they looked like, and we can tell who they were. He's got the red beard, red hair parted in the middle. This daughter has blonde hair.
I think I could see red
and
that
long
time.
nose, and an Indian caste mark, which we call a tika. So
That's nothing to do with caste. He called it an Indian caste mark. That's nothing to do with caste.
And also, it's common for, like I have red hairs. I think it's just forms of albinism. I mean, they could be traced. I mean, so there's gonna be black people with red hair. There's gonna be people with red hair. I mean.
You like how he says Muslims?
But there's also like he wasn't showing, like sometimes he says stuff and like he's interpreting what it is, the man, and he's telling you what to see. But then other times they're not even focused on the painting. They're just focused on someone's face. So how much of it is what they say, and then, what is it really, is what I'm wondering.
he's a local person, Tocharian, but wearing elements of costume. They're Sasanian.
I thought you said Tartarian for a second.
Has an Indian caste mark, so we see it's a combination of various traits.
Well, we climbed down again, all the way down this way, and had one last look at that magnificent big Buddha, 175 feet high, carved in these cliffs 1,500 years ago. We'll continue in just a few moments.
Almost 2,000 years ago, the world's largest statues of the Buddha were carved into the side of a mountain cliff. Deciding they were offensive to Islam, in 2001, Muslims destroyed them.
Face palm.
Yo, that brother was ready to rock and roll. You know what I'm saying?
That's like enforcing stereotypes. Like, let's just play this guy right up front, and yeah, this is how the Muslims are,
Yeah, but man, I was gonna say, holy smokes on those statues! What the fuck? I've never seen that before. All right, that is marvelous. And, good lord, and could you imagine some type of people building something like that? Good fucking lord, my
Some
God,
crazy stuff.
some crazy shit. I've never seen that before. This is some marvelous statues.
But what is this? A clip to show who destroyed them, or what?
They had the
A lot
jihad
of that
units.
was lost to Napoleon. It's not so recent.
Yeah, I mean, how are they still there if they destroyed them?
Right.
Oh, what the fuck? Like, looks like they didn't do a very good job destroying them. Maybe they chipped them.
They were the lackluster guys, I suppose.
Yeah, it looks like they chipped them. Right. I mean, maybe they busted one of their legs off or something like that. But yeah, it seemed like
Or
they're still
probably
there.
a better word would be defaced.
Yeah, it doesn't look like an old picture either. So, I mean, yeah, so looks like they're still there, whilst being destroyed, apparently.
It says Taliban, right? On the top right.
Yeah, it does. Yeah. Yeah, it looks like it says Taliban on the top. So yeah, the Taliban destroyed these statues. I mean, but they're still there. And how are the Taliban going to destroy giant statues when they're a bunch of fucking opium growing? You know what I mean? Goat herders. I mean, I don't even understand. But yeah.
I guess they didn't have any C4 or anything.
Yeah, I mean,
and they're wasting it on that,
Yeah, right. Yeah, like they don't have, yeah, like they're not in mortal conflict. I mean, that they're gonna go blow up some statues. What the fuck?
Well, there you go. I guess.
Yo, I don't.
What the heck, yo? What the heck?
The monkey squealing that really tipped it off. Yeah, but
Right, and then they're playing it as the bomb goes off, as if that's their whole ritual that they're doing. You know, whatever, bro.
by the way, who's
First an Indiana Jones Temple of Doom, I'll tell you that.
yeah, by the way, when they installed these ISIS people, right, and these Taliban people in these countries, they did destroy a lot of the artifacts, and you have to wonder why did they do that, right? So
They
these
they always seem to do that. They always seem to
Yeah.
destroy a lot of shit.
Yeah, like
you know?
it's almost like they're a cleanup crew for like some historians
Yeah,
or
the
some shit
janitors
that
or
are about-
something.
yeah, janitors for the fucking Jews and the Saudi Arabians and all these people. Hilarious, right? Because it's like they're paid, they're totally funded. They have American weapons and weapons that are American weapons given to them from Saudi Arabia. You know what I mean? So I mean, it's just fascinating, right? Like how they, why they're the cleanup crew, right?
I feel
For
like
the
I've heard that
Freemasons.
scream before.
yeah. Yeah. The fuck is this?
Hey, that's pretty sick. Hey, machine. Next time you do a beat, use that part. Use that
Sample
part.
this shit. Yeah.
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 I like that. It's pretty sick. What are they saying?
Nothing. Mostly nothing. But it's like they've taken, sometimes a lip doesn't sync up. So it's like some woman
Well,
screamed
that's
and then they dubbed it.
that's the weird thing is like, why aren't they screaming Allahu Akbar?
Right, or something in Arabic.
They're literally gutturally screaming like monkeys. Like, why aren't they saying
That'd
Allahu
be too
Akbar? Like,
cliche, right?
yeah, like, what
So
the fuck?
so machine, on the whole like destruction of stuff, are you saying that like it's not really Islamic culture to like just go and destroy like other religions, temples and stuff like that, just for the sheer purpose of destroying idols and stuff? Because like that's the way they paint it for sure. And
That's how it's
I never
painted
gotten
in
that impression.
Christianity as well.
Well, not only that, they have like draw Muhammad contests. So a bunch of Muslims will send them a bunch of death notes so that they can go and surveil them.
Right. Yeah. So it's like, and again, like I think this is where I try to like make the point that people think that every time there's a swastika or every time there's someone promoting Mean Mr. Mustache, that it's like, well, that's just some person who has hate in their heart and whatever. And it's like a lot of times is like real mixed with fake, mixed with theatrics, mixed with it's a lot of different things going on at once, and people just and it definitely I noticed like the whole thing with like the Islam thing, like they have all these ex contractors that say that the government's really bad, but them towel heads are worse, and so it's like it's like they do this weird like push and pull, and you know what I mean. It's like it's very sophisticated to say the least.
But look at ultimately what he's saying is that the Muslims destroyed. Right. So in other words, the people who put the Taliban there, right, which are the white people, right, right, that they're not responsible for destroying these monuments, right, because the Afghani people governing themselves, they allowed them to remain there, right. So the fascinating aspect of it is here. Give me 1 second. Sorry. Yeah, but the fascinating aspect is that at this point, now they're he's not claiming that so otherwise, Muslims are the ones who destroyed, Hinduism and Buddhism, and white people are the ones who created it, right? So it's funny how that works, right? But yeah, so he got off scot free in that whole analysis, right? But yeah. And by the way, I'm gonna go talk to my wife here, so you guys could play that video that I was in soon, and I'll be back soon.
Yeah.
Blessings.
Cool.
The Afghan government's ultimate aim is to one day rebuild them.
While it is unlikely that the current Taliban government of Afghanistan will ever rebuild the giant Buddha of Bamiyan, which in Farsi translates as the place of shining light, a wealthy Chinese couple, Jansen Hu and Leon Yu, temporarily brought the statues back to life with 3D projections, which for a brief moment in time reignited the splendor of the giant statues, which were a beacon of enlightenment to people of all races, religions, and nationalities that took inspiration from the ancient Aryan monuments, which militants sought to erase from history. Unfortunately, militant Muslims continue to erase history by raping and forcefully impregnating Yazidi girls in places like Syria to, quote, smash their blonde bloodline. The Yazidis self-identify as Aryan, and the phenotype of blonde hair and blue eyes.
So hold on a second. So I follow this model on Instagram. She's been in big advertisements for Samsung, and like I feel bad for her because she's like basically walking around nude at like these major events now and stuff, but she's Yazidi and she has like this really beautiful like black curly hair and her eyes are like blue, and she kind of has and she's like supposedly like trying to fight for like Kurdish people, saying that they're like Yazidi and they're trying to like destroy their religion and all this stuff. And so like I just say that like I've kind of seen a little bit of this about, and it's interesting because like she's very unique looking. She's like, she doesn't look European, she doesn't look Arab, she doesn't look, she's like, it's a very unique look. And so he's saying that like Muslims are trying to get rid of Yazidi people, so like on purpose, like, and I just don't like how he's saying.
Are you saying Essene, like the Jewish Essene? Essene? Are you saying that? No.
Me? I mean, what
Are you
what?
saying or us? It's another. What do you say? Can you spell out the ethnicity?
Oh, it's Yazidi. Y. It's not. It's not a.
Yazidi.
It's Yazidi.
Got it.
It's an ancient religion / people, and so that's what he's talking about. So I just want to mention that I've never heard of this particular part of it. What he's saying. So, because like, and again, this goes back to the Ptolemaics and what you call it, Alexander the Great. They try to say like the theory that they're pushing out there as far as Alexander the Great and Ptolemaic and all that. And again, maybe it's true, maybe it's not. It's like they say that some of these people just basically blended in with the with the people that already lived there and had this like Eurasian secret empire after the fall of Alexander the Great. And then Rome eventually kind of took that over eventually, and then that collapsed as well. So it seems very conflated. But
in this article, they're saying they claim that they're Aryan. Right there at the bottom, it says a minority group is originally Aryan and has retained a fairer complexion, blonde hair, and blue eyes by only marrying within the community.
Yeah, see, and I don't know if this is true or not, but again, but I've seen some people who are actually Muslim, and I think they're from like Yemen, and they have like blue eyes and blonde hair. So I don't know exactly what's going on. I'm just It's kind of interesting to me.
Yeah, but the ephemeral Aryan, or the elusive, the never materializing, this Aryan concept, ever nebulous.
Well, it's kind of like Jewish. Like, what is a Jew? They have Ashkenazi. They have, all these different versions of Jew. Like, to the point where like even Jews don't know what a Jew is. Like, a lot of Jews think that Ashkenazis are not even really Jews. So again, I'm not making any claims, but it seems like Aryan is like the white version of like a Jew. And again, me and Pill Eater have talked about this, and kind of the thing is like, I kind of agree with Machine. Hopefully he'll hear what I'm saying and can respond later, but I just want to say it now because it's a good place to bring it up. Like, I think what's interesting is like he said, I don't think we can really totally defeat the amount of propaganda. I mean, we're talking about at least 500 years of propaganda that we're fighting against, and really hard.
That's with respect to this Aryan concept alone.
Right. And so my point is like, if Pill Eater is making up his own Asian Aryanism or Eurasianism or whatever, people will say, well, that's based on lies or bullshit. And that may be true. But my argument would be is like, well, if you can't really fight against it directly, you're going to have to like figure out some way to like use the propaganda for your own purpose, essentially. Because, and I think that's kind of what I'm saying for like the stuff you brought up about India and stuff like that, because like, do you think that most Indians would listen to what your belief on that is? Or are they going to say, well, I need a job at this tech company and I don't give a fuck? Like, which one do you think is more likely,
Well, my goal is not to convince. It's not. And I don't feel like patriotic in that sense either, to any country, to be honest. So
well, but my point is like you would like for people to have the awareness. And yeah, good catch, Reddington. I follow the nude model. No, she's in Samsung commercials, but like I saw her recent post, and she's like going to these like weird like I guess award ceremonies, like how they have like whatever the European version of like a music thing or something. I don't know what it was, but she's wearing like all Gucci and it's like see-through. And I was like, when I first started following her, she's like some poor girl from like France or England, and now she's like obviously she's changed a lot in the past 4 or 5 years from like.
But is she a CD? She's from this group?
I'm pretty sure she is, yeah. I can't remember her name, but if I find, I'll send it to you guys. But
they were also glamorized with that National Geographic cover, right?
Well, that's
the lady.
Afghani, but she had green eyes and red hair or something. So yeah, or something like that. So yeah, but that's Afghanistan. So, but that's the thing is like northern Afghanistan has like blonde hair, blue eyes, and green eyes, and same thing in Kazakhstan. Like I've met
not blonde hair. I haven't seen so much blonde hair. Maybe it's light brown is what I've seen.
Well, look at this kid. Look at this kid right here. This is I think that they say that some of these people in like a particular part of like I can't remember the name of it. But there's some particular part of like Pakistan or Afghanistan or somewhere in that general region where there's like blonde people essentially. So apparently, unless it's totally made up, there is some truth in that. So
yeah, and a lot of the film stars have this look too. If you look at Bollywood, and it doesn't look like the general population at all.
Yeah, well, no offense. I've never watched Bollywood because the music is so annoying. I remember in Bangkok, I was sitting in.
I'm not partial to Bollywood at all. I don't think that.
No, I know. I'm just saying, like, I was sitting at.
Sir.
Huh?
How dare you, sir?
Yeah, well, I was sitting in this restaurant.
Yeah, Israelis are probably more offended by that than I am.
well, I was sitting in this restaurant and they were playing this Bollywood stuff, and I was trying to like eat this Indian food, and I just remember being like,
restaurant. I don't know how you're fared after that.
It was just so annoying. Like it was actually like a really fancy Indian restaurant. It was like
Yeah,
super.
but they had these big TVs blasting on every wall.
Yeah, and it was like so weird. Like the music was like overwhelming. I was like, it just sounded like screeching or something. It's not like the music you make. It was like very like annoying. Like
Yeah,
annoying.
it's horrible. It's horrible, and they don't sing any of their own songs. I mean, I doubt they do in Hollywood musicals, but there's like a playback industry, and yeah, the music is like purposely. I think it dumbs down, the populace. That's my 2 cents on the matter, but
It's like a satanic spell or something.
absolutely, and it's like, oh, first you tell all these people they're brown dogs and don't allow them to practice or sing or dance, and then you appropriate it and put it on the screen, to tell them how to practice their own culture.
Well, I've definitely noticed that, and this is something me and Pillar have talked about quite a lot recently, is like, I truly believe that they are trying to institute a form of caste system currently. And so, like, before it was racial, now it's like class. So they're using like this weird communistic kind of like ideal to bring in a certain caste system, but they're trying to say like, we're getting rid of class, but ultimately it's going to be based on like technology, IQ, genetics to some degree. But and this is why I argue, like, I don't necessarily know if they're trying to help Whitey, or they're just trying to like use Whitey as like a shield, like a red shield, perhaps an Esau shield, and then do all these crimes, and then eventually sacrifice Whitey and say, well, now we're all transhumanists. Oops, like I don't know exactly what's going on, but that's what I'm trying to figure out. Is like, what exactly is the goal of all this stuff? So, welcome back, Unseen and
What's
Red.
up?
But yeah, we're talking about Yazidi and Yazidi. Have you ever heard of the Yazidi religion, by the way?
No, I haven't. What is
Oh
it?
shit, you guys got to look it up. It's extremely fascinating religion that is I think it's maybe a missing component of not only Christianity, but like if you look back at the timeline of like the Persians and all this stuff, like it's a very strange religion that they've definitely like suppressed the knowledge of in the West for sure. So, but we can continue watching the video, and if you guys want.
Yazidis self-identify as Aryan, and the phenotype of blonde hair and blue eyes is only present in 1 to 2% of the world's population, making them part of an endangered minority demographic whose ethnicity has been overtly targeted and whose ancient history is being erased and
Sorry, hold
replaced.
up. I want to
Stop
right there. I just want to say this sounds very similar to like this kind of weird, like, Jewish thing. And again, like I think that there's some truth in what this guy's saying right here, as far as like there does seem to be like this thing of like,
Bro, people look like this in Israel. I'm serious though.
Yeah, I mean, some of them do. Some of them look
Because so many come to India and Mexico.
Sure, but what I'm saying, like a lot of the IDF soldiers I think look very brown and stuff. So that's the kind of weird thing, is like some of them look
as dark skinned as someone like me.
Yeah, well, no, but some of them are like Ashkenazi, and they're like whiter than I am, and they have like red hair and green eyes, and then
in Israel?
Yeah, absolutely, so whiter than me for sure.
That's whiter. Yeah. I believe that completely. Yeah.
Sephardics are like dark, or I don't know what they are, but some of them look like Somalian, and like I don't know what the hell. Like, so, and like I noticed, and I know that there was some controversy, like some of the people in Israel didn't want to bring the darker skinned ones into Israel. But then, and again, this is, I mean, I don't want to get into it because this is like probably stuff that might get me in trouble. But like, I personally think that Israel as a nation and as a land is not as important as people think it is. That I know that sounds like very controversial, but actually, I don't think that I think they're willing to sacrifice Israel for political ends personally. And so I think that them bringing in all these browner Jews, quote unquote, is part of the thing where they're like, well, let's bring all these people in. We'll make it like a bigger nation than it actually is. And we'll use, this for this end. But I don't think it's necessarily like the end all be all. Like I can definitely see where they're willing to sacrifice Israel as a nation in order for some larger political or religious goals. Now, I do agree with Unseen when he said and also Machine when they're saying that like they are going to try to build this temple, they are going to try to do all this. Like I definitely think that's in the cards, but I don't think
So
that.
where will be Israel? Who knows? Doesn't matter.
Well,
If the people that they think matter make it there, does it really matter where it's at geographically?
Well, what I think that there's a group of people who call themselves Jews that Ukraine is the real Israel personally, and I think that that's what this guy is feeding into, the Robert Zephyr. But I just want to put all that out on the table.
The third picture on the top, like the middle picture, I saw an Israeli child that looked exactly like that in Mexico in English class.
Yeah, I mean, I've been around some of the Jews. They
the
look
one below her too.
They look more blonde. They look more white than me, and I'm supposedly like Anglo-Saxon and stuff. So I mean, like, I don't know. I mean, that's why I'm saying I don't understand. I mean, it's pretty. It gets pretty weird, So I don't know.
Yeah, I think we all just come from the same place, really. We're just kind of scattered out.
Africa and monkeys. I'm just kidding.
I don't know. I think it was like I really believe it was once a part of the earth, and now it's not. And that sounds weird, but from what I understand from reading the patristics, that seems to be the case.
You mean like we came from dirt and we'll return to dirt kind of thing?
Well, that paradise was connected to the earth, and then once man rebelled, we were just kind of thrown out of there. And
so you're saying it's almost like interdimensional, and I know that sounds like scientific, but
right, it's kind of like that. It's kind of like that, where this paradise is a whole
beyond
other
the
realm.
places. I mean, how much of the earth are we even allowed to know? Like, how much is there?
Also, time and space and all this too, and I think that this is kind of the trick that Kabbalah does, is it tries to separate it out and stuff like this, and kind of like ritualize it. But again, this is why I bring up animism, because the Orthodox people I've talked to, animism is a part of Orthodoxy, where like everything is connected back to God, including the dirt and inorganic stuff, and like ground is sacred, and or it can be like defiled.
Take off your shoes. This is sacred ground. That's what he told Moses when he was, the burning bush. But my point is that man was in a different state of consciousness and just completely different. Like you couldn't drown or be set on fire. You're in a state of incorruption. So before the fall and after the fall, thorns and thistles, like things have changed. Even the animals, so they no longer respect man as like a higher thing. Now it's everything's decaying and moving in a different direction. So man can no longer be in communion with God in paradise. So whatever we are in now is just not that. It's like
we're in the fallen
disconnected
state
from that. Yeah,
we're in the fallen state until we get reconnected, and nobody is going to know how or when that's possible or how that's going to be done, essentially.
Well, there is people, not to like be contrary to what you're saying, but like Saint Anthony.
Isn't it individual?
Yes, like Saint Anthony the Great, he reached a point of theosis on Earth where it's almost like a return to this original state, or even a higher state than Adam and Eve were in.
Sure,
and
but what I mean,
possible, but it's a very rare thing because it takes asceticism and
virtue, like extreme virtue, essentially.
Yeah, like I mean, this guy was unbelievable,
But my point is, like, as far as general creation here, like, we can't predict when all of mankind is going to try to like attain theosis, but but and eventually Jesus will come back and build his kingdom essentially. But I'm saying, but yeah, I agree with you. Obviously I agree with what you're saying there. And Pill Eater, welcome. If you don't mind, Anna, could you just back up a few seconds and let him see this part? Because I don't know if Pill Eater is aware of this kind of Aryan stuff, but I want him to have some sort of introductory to this, because this is the Robert Sepher guy, and I just want him to get like a little bit of a taste of like what this guy's saying, because it's very interesting,
which militants sought to erase from history. Unfortunately, militant Muslims continue to erase history by raping and forcefully impregnating Yazidi girls in places like Syria to, quote, smash their blonde bloodline. The Yazidis self-identify as Aryan, and the phenotype of blonde hair and blue eyes is only present in 1 to 2% of the world's population, making them part of an endangered minority demographic whose ethnicity has been overtly targeted and whose ancient history is being erased and replaced.
The Yazidis are haunted by what happened to them. It is happening still, an attempt to destroy them as a people. They speak of mass killings and forced conversions. Perhaps most traumatic is the fate of their women and girls. Some 3,500 are still missing. A few escaped here. The day the so-called Islamic State arrived is remembered by 18-year-old Hanan.
There were 20 of them, with long beards and weapons. They said, "You're coming to Mosul." We refused. They hit us and dragged us to their cars. Some of us tried to commit suicide, so they took away anything we might use to kill ourselves. They said, "Yazidis are infidels. Now you will live as Muslims." They took many girls for sex. We did not know what happened to them later. They told us, "Forget the life you knew."
Happy and excited fighters in a video apparently from the Islamic State. Today is the slave market, God willing, says one. This may look like some kind of terrible joke, but prices for Yazidi women are discussed in detail. The fighter laughs and says, it costs more for a girl with blue eyes.
There was one 11-year-old girl. They beat her a lot. They gave her to one fighter and then to another one from Mosul. We heard that she killed herself later in Mosul.
The Yazidis say Islamic State sought to erase their culture, their religion, and their bloodline. People seem stunned. Some women returned pregnant. They don't talk about that here. There is shame and grief. There's nothing embarrassed or furtive about the Islamic State's use of captured women as sex slaves. In fact, it's even issued official guidance on the practice. Christians, Jews, and Yazidi women can all be captured, it says. It says a fighter can sleep with a virgin as soon as he's taken.
Stop for 1 second, sorry. Yeah, and so, and really quick, Machine, I'm pretty sure that it's not explicit in the Quran that you can do, that you can just go and like, do this, I'm pretty sure, right? So well, he might still be busy, but I just
I'm still on the phone, but I heard you call on me. The punishment for rape is stoning, right? So that's a fact, human right. And if they're really trying to preserve their bloodline so much, why don't they just move to a different country, human right? Like you know what I mean? I'm just not getting, why their bloodline needs to be preserved, or just
this
these,
obsession with bloodline is like, what the fuck is going on?
Yeah, and the ISIS is from they're funded by different countries, right? So they're a multicultural force, not original to those countries of origin. They're like a task force put together from different countries, right? And a lot of them put together through Saudi Arabian people, and they're funded by a lot of Western countries, right? So ISIS is not original to these places, right?
So they're like sending in. So basically, what I'm saying is like somebody's sending in ISIS as like
Right.
Saudi
This
paramilitary.
is old news probably at this point, but they kill more Muslims than anyone else.
Right. Well, and my point is also that like this is political, not religious for the most part, is what I'm trying to really,
Well, and then the child is doing like a hand sign, dude. That's why I backed up. Like that child is heavily photographed, always with one eye covered with the hair, flashing a hand sign. And this picture is supposed to paint them as a family, yet they look nothing alike. Mom and the baby, maybe, but if this is supposed to be a family, where's her blonde hair and blue eyes? Isn't she part of the bloodline? Don't they not intermarry?
Yeah, I don't know. That's why I'm saying it's like I've heard of Yazidi people, and again, like I said, there is like some sort of movement about some Kurdish / Yazidi people and stuff. So like I know that there's some sort of real thing about it, but like definitely it seems that it's kind of used in a very particular political, ancient Aryan kind of narrative or something. So I don't know.
Yeah, I think there's a slant here. I don't know, but what I do think is yeah. I mean, I don't agree with whatever's going on where these these Muslim dudes are doing this. That doesn't seem right.
Yeah, but my point is like I don't think it's like they're not the way they're saying is like they're saying because they're Muslim they're doing this, and I think that's kind
No,
of
I
like
don't
saying
think that's the case. I think it's just evil ass men, dude.
no. But what I'm saying is like if like when quote unquote Christian men who are in the U.S. military go and blow up a bunch of people in Afghanistan or get in the middle of some sort of like different clans fighting or whatever, nobody says like, well, that's just because they're Christian. Or, you know what I mean? Like, and I don't know. I mean, maybe some people do. I don't know. I'm just saying it's like, it's
Yeah, I
kind
get it. That's a part of the slant there. Yeah, for sure.
yeah, thing like it's like definitely they're mixing politics and religion and kind of commingling the two
And
together.
ethnicity.
And
And racism, essentially racism.
right. And again, it's just interesting because like I don't think that Islam has a concept of race, quote unquote, as far as I know. So I think that's kind of an interesting thing. Like even in Christianity, like we don't really look at race as a thing. Really, it's not really a thing in Christianity, as far as I know. But
Right. Well, I mean, they tried that with the Judaizers. They tried to make it like that. Like it's the Gentiles gotta go get circumcised or something to be a Christian. And it's like no, that's why they called Acts 15. This trying to take God for yourself and like push everybody else away.
yeah, let's watch some more.
About the Islamic State's use of captured women as sex slaves. In fact, it's even issued official guidance on the practice. Christians, Jews, and Yazidi women can all be captured, it says. It says a fighter can sleep with a virgin as soon as he's taken possession of her. As if that isn't bad enough, the document also says a fighter can sleep with a prepubescent girl if he so chooses. Women can be bought, sold, traded as gifts. They can be disposed of as property if a fighter dies.
It's fucked up.
You asked if the Quran prescribes that, and Machine answered no, and then he gave the consequence, right? But what does prescribe it is the Talmud. That's where these instructions are given explicitly. And there's even more, like how to rape and all that is written down.
It is a depraved and depressing document. These are the victims of slavery in the 21st century.
So with the additional steps I ordered last month, we're speeding up training of ISIL forces, including volunteers from Sunni tribes in Anbar province.
That said, one needs only to look to China for a forgotten or forbidden history, with its many 4,000-year-old red and blonde-haired Aryan mummies, as well as dozens of massive pyramids, rivaling in size those found in Egypt, whose ancient pharaohs were also primarily blonde.
So now blonde and red hair, blue eyes are all Aryan traits, right?
So what he's saying is we was pharaohs.
Yeah, but he is now uniting all people on basis of race, like basis of race and color. And to Machine's point, he said multiple times, like there's different gradients of people in the same landmass or the same country, same geographic location. So, but then, this guy is like, this is like pretty woke stuff, right? Like, imagine if it was like black. If you just flipped everything that he said, instead of Aryan, you just said black.
Well, that's what I think it's a response to. It's like basically you have like the we was kings on one side, and now you have like the we was pharaohs on this side, and then you have like Christianity in the middle, and like Islam in the middle, and then you have like Taoism and Hinduism in the middle of all this. Then you have like occult Buddhism and stuff like that feeding into their own, version of.
Well, they're trying to separate religion and race, but then at the same time use it as a combination when it serves the purpose.
Yeah, it's everything seems very political. And again, like I think that there's some truth in what he's saying. I mean, obviously, like, okay, there were blonde people in China, and there were.
What does that mean? Like, can we explore that instead of immediately lumping them into this Aryan?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I mean, the thing that he's saying, imagine if there was a militaristic group that existed within an Islamic country. They came in, they started killing the Muslims, right? And they said we're going to induct some of the women into being sex slaves, right? And basically, and this was in a country that had Islamic laws, right? So basically, the punishment for these people would be that they would be stoned, right, for capturing women and committing adultery with them, right? So so the fact is that I don't even know what he's getting at, that some group can just declare themselves a caliphate, right, and go into other Muslim countries and just start creating sex slaves. Start inducting women into sex slave operations, right?
Well,
so
this is kind of
it
like
doesn't even make any sense.
This is like a common thing, though, where these sects pop out of the main religion, and people sort of use that, because Christianity has the same issue with Protestantism. These sects pop out, and they take some of the Islamic teachings and they cloak themselves as being a part of Islam, but they're really not, and they just use it for nefarious purposes.
Well, and even like in the Crusades, I think there's an argument to be said that where, there's like even Christians killing other Christians and stuff like that. It's like, is that?
Yeah.
Whoa, but I actually saw once in an old church, I saw a painting of an embrace between a Christian monk who had been captured in Europe, and then a Muslim, like he was a Mughal, an emperor, right? A king. And in the crusade, he captured the monk, and in fact they spent like some 2 weeks discussing religion, essentially, and
on
God.
a boat. Yeah, I've heard of it.
Right, and they didn't want to fight, but it was like an oblige, like, what are you gonna do? Like, oh, here we are. And Yeah, anyway, so there's so much nuance. I don't think every individual Christian and Muslim wanted to go to war with each other, because I lived with individual Christians and Muslims, and that's the community I grew up in. Is
And a lot,
Christian
and
going to Catholic school.
well, and a lot of it sounds like Fabian socialism. I mean, to me, it's like you have like these people putting on like false flag operations all over the place and saying, well,
Right.
take advantage of this dumb low IQ person and send him out to war. I mean, that's what I think. Like, if you watch the, I was thinking about what's that movie, Full Metal Jacket today, of like, you know, it's like you get these dumb guys from the South, you put them in a uniform and you say, we're going to defend America against the communists over in Vietnam. And again, I get all the arguments for and against it, but it's just like, when you get down to it, it's like basically you're just, you're going to go defend your religion or state or whatever. And these guys, most of the time,
What about that movie Manchurian Candidate, where they didn't even go to war? They just went to get tortured, like into MK Ultra. You think that happened too?
well, yeah, Machine was talking about that with like Guantanamo Bay the other day. And I think that's,
Right.
yeah. Well, and I think that we've all been MK Ultra to some degree. It's just the different degrees. So
Yeah, but I'm saying, like, one thing is, okay, you went to war and you lived out the fantasy of having sex with the whore, like in Full Metal Jacket. But the other part is, maybe that is like, that is that isn't what really for a lot of gents. I don't know. I mean, men come back broken from that experience. I know a lot of men, after older men, gentlemen from that time period, who went to war.
yeah, I have people in my family who literally had to pick up their soldiers' body parts and try to figure out who was what and put them in a casket and send them back. So I mean, yeah, it's like pretty insane, that you think about.
Yeah, and like supposedly some of these experiments, they simulate shit like that, like they tort, like, it's like you're not, like you could be on a set somewhere or in a controlled environment, and would you even know?
I highly recommend shit, his name, the guy who wrote Clockwork Orange.
Kubrick.
Huh?
Kubrick.
No, the guy who wrote the book.
Stephen King. Stephen King.
No, he didn't write that one. I can't remember his name, but the guy who wrote Clockwork Orange also wrote a book called The Wanting Seed, and I highly recommend that book. I've mentioned it many times, but it's literally about sending men off.
It's Anthony Burgess.
Yeah. Yes, Burgess. Yeah, if you read his book, that book in particular, it's literally about sending men off to war, and it's totally fake, and that actually it's just both sides exterminating men they don't want, that are inconvenient, after basically, like, yeah, I mean, it's a very sick book, let's just put it that way. But yeah, it's basically about sending men to war.
Because they come back and terrorize their wives and children, right?
Well, basically, I mean, it's a very complicated story, but basically this guy's a history teacher, and then there's like a revolution, and essentially they're like, we don't really need people who know history. We're like, let's just go send you out to like go die, on a battlefield for no. And then he finds out, like, they tell you basically, if you go back, if you cross the line back across your own lines, we'll shoot you. But then when you go out into the middle of the field, it's both sides killing their own men. Not really the two men killing each other. It's not the different two sides killing each other. It's both sides agreeing to kill off these men because they're not wanted back home, essentially. So it's like
non-essential.
It's like a ritualistic killing of men who are inconvenient to the regime, essentially. So yeah, but yeah, go ahead.
No, the non-essential that we were all termed in 2020.
We was plebs.
Go to hell. Go F yourself is the message I got.
Well, it's actually pretty pretty interesting. That book's really old. It's like 50, 60 years old. And he's talking about.
No, I tried to find it free, but it was AI. That's the only reason I didn't listen to it. I guess I'll go ask at the library.
Yeah, if you can find a copy, it's worth it, because it's basically about a woke society that we have now, where they promote transgenderism and gayness and no kids, and then the revolution, and the same people are in charge, but they've all of a sudden become straight and want to promote children at the end of this war that they have. So they have this war, kill off a bunch of people, then they're like, oh, now we want a bunch of people to come back and have kids and stuff. So it's pretty strange book in a way, because it's like basically predicted a woke society that decides to kill off a bunch of people. So yeah, it's pretty interesting.
All right. Yeah, I think you once mentioned it as a better Brave New World or something like that.
I've never read Brave New World, but I think if you combine those three books, Brave New World, 1984, and this one, you get a pretty. And I'm
Two
sure
of which I've read. I look forward to this. I hope I can. I love audiobooks because then I can do my work, and just listen. But yeah, I may have to just buy it.
Yeah, I think it's worth a read, because it's one of these books that not many people have read, but I've read, so it's interesting, because I think it kind of fills in some gaps of like, because I think he was kind of like Orwell. He did some I think he did some sort of foreign service for the British government, so I think he wrote about basically some of the British opinions of other people's, essentially, or something like that. I got to look into his history.
How about the Prisoner series the BBC put out? That was a trip. I couldn't even watch all of it. I felt like I was being mocked. Have you heard of that one?
No.
It's a 7 or 8-part series, and it's free. It's out there on YouTube, and it's this guy who he used to work in intelligence, or he like hands in his resignation and says, "You can't buy me. I will be free." That's the opening credits, and that's the opening credits, and then they drug him. And they move him to a prison, which is actually a constructed, like a Truman Show-esque city. It's a city or a town or township. And everybody there is a prisoner, essentially. So they're all trying to leverage information against each other to be able to get out. Yeah.
That's like when you tried the show, but it got struck, right?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Yeah, I did. But that's the kind of, yeah, I mean, that's really much closer to the truth, I think. That's really what's going on. This kind of stuff where human intel and really like human maybe awareness, like awareness of what's going on, seems to be what is wanting to be stamped out. Like whoever knew people that were aware were so valuable enough to be killed while being deemed non-essential.
And redheaded.
The Chinese government in the last few years have released these pictures. There's hundreds of pyramids in China. And the Chinese government actually got the farmers to farm on top of the pyramids so that they wouldn't be so apparent by satellite. And the reason why, so here's the poor farmer that got the job.
How is it like you have to bulldoze in several amounts of land?
That's a lot of dirt.
Yeah, like what do you? It's even the pyramids in the Maya that they say most of them are under the forest. It's not it's like centuries of soil buildup to where trees can can grow, and those are tropical trees, so their roots are not as deep as the temperate climate or cold climate trees. I have a deep taproot. So it just sounds like made up. It sounds made up. Like if that's how it's showing up on a satellite image, that should be a few centuries of soil buildup or a considerable amount of soil trucked in and then like compacted and then grass trucked in and then placed over. I mean, that just sounds made up. Like this is the thing. Like I bet this is some presenter in that circuit, you know, and they just like start out with these ridiculous ass claims. And then over here, they put few different pyramids and you don't know if any of them are in China. They could be anywhere. One of them looks like a mound. Anyway, I'm gonna be silent.
The reason why they were doing that is because they didn't want the Western world to know about these pyramids. Why? Because the legends that comes with these pyramids is that the sun gods built them and that the sun gods were blue-eyed, blonde-haired people. As far as the Chinese government looked at this, blonde-haired, blue-eyed people had to be Europeans. And the last thing they wanted was European people being responsible for some of the most ancient knowledge of the Chinese tradition. So they didn't want those pyramids to be known by the West. They did.
Hair is one of the first things to decompose, by the way. So the fact that they have the hair intact, even when people are mummified, the hair doesn't survive mostly. And I've seen a few mummies in real, like whatever, at a museum. I don't know. They could be fake, but the hair doesn't survive. Neither does the skin. So how are you guessing, like, what is going on here? Were these like specially preserved? And then some of them, even the clothing is intact, and fibers go in 10 years. With mold like that, it's going to be gone in 2 years. I lost a whole bunch of clothes to mold in just 2 years. Like what? No, mine were gone in 6 months, and I thought I had them well protected. But like natural fibers like silk are the first to go. That's why they require heavy care.
So it's like faking gay or.
Well, I mean, how believable is it? Like, are we allowed to use our common sense? Are we allowed to question these things? Like.
Just depends on what agenda is being pushed.
Right, because they want to show their blonde hair or red hair, so they're showing the hair, right, with the body, with the corpse or whatever. But if this really is an ancient being, you're telling me 5,000 years ago, and then the hair is still intact with the braid?
Yeah, it seems kind of fishy.
Did find the mummies of these.
They just had good hair, guys. Come on now.
That one looks like a wax doll, to be honest. Like, you're telling me the eyebrow and the eye and stuff, the eyelashes are preserved? Come on. Lips is there. It looks like a little lipstick. Look at that. That's crazy. But no wrinkle. I mean, what is this?
Blonde hair, blue eyed people in the high desert of China. Over 500 mummies were found.
It'd have to be like zero
All
moisture,
very tall.
right?
Absolutely.
there's some form of embalming process going on there. I mean, I don't know
Yeah,
what.
but that's way too much. Like the skin and all that is there. 5,000 years old?
Well, if it's locked in something that is airtight, right? I don't know though. I mean, I don't know the ins and outs of that. I do know, like in the case of saints, some of them are incorrupt and they haven't been embalmed. That's pretty wild if you look at that. It's
Yeah, but this
unbelievable.
is a farm worker they're showing, or some
Yeah, you're
normal
right.
guy.
Farm worker wearing purple.
But it doesn't look like any kind of special attire, right? It looks like an everyday Chinaman. I mean, I don't know. Doesn't look like a royal. And the other woman before, they were just draped in same simple clothes.
Absolutely not Asian people.
Following footage is from a Chinese temple in Bangkok, Thailand, outside of the reach of the communist Chinese regime. What do you notice about how the deities are depicted?
This guy's wild. He hit the close up on the blue eyes.
Yeah.
Oh, dude. It's so stupid. It's actually absurd. So that's what I think.
Wait, what now?
I
think that's
agree.
just
This is
absurd.
this is as bad as like the one where he showed the Taliban.
They have blue eyes, dude.
Esoteric Buddhism is the mystical interpretation and practice of the belief system founded by Buddha 2,500 years ago, known by several names, but usually characterized by a personal relationship with the divine, or in some cases a spirit guide, higher self, or a deity who leads one to enlightenment. An initiate must first study with a master who shares writings, teachings, and knowledge not widely known and often referred to as secret. The student masters various meditation techniques and studies the Tantra, generally understood to mean woven together, often depicted as a male and female deity in sexual union, and involves a sacred act of orgasmic bliss to bypass the ego and achieve enlightenment by transcending dualistic perceptions as expressed in tantric texts. Sometimes shown as a hexagram, the symbolic joining of two opposing triangles. The sacred union is not meant to be a tool for hedonistic pleasures, but involves the combined discipline of male semen retention coupled with female climax, resulting in an amplification and circulation of chi or prana and spiritual liberation. In
There's
Buddhism, the
orthodoxy talk
masculine
about this
form is
stuff too.
active and represents compassion. The female
They
form
claim
is
to be.
passive and represents wisdom. When united, they symbolize the union necessary to overcome the veils of Maya, the
Can you
false
pause for
duality.
1 second?
While not present in Thai art,
Unseen, can you
in
talk about
Buddhist
that for a
temples
second?
of India, Nepal, and Tibet, the representation of
So there's a lot of like world Orthodox elders out there who kind of teach these they take from these older traditions like this here and teach about like semen retention and telepathy, and they say that it's like Orthodox teachings, but it's really not, and there's a lot of Russian guys too that did that. I have a list of names written somewhere where these guys have taught this stuff. But yeah, it's syncretism. They're blending other religions with Orthodoxy and kind of selling people on this. And what the way I understand it, it's kind of heading towards like a one world religion of Antichrist or something. That's all I know about it.
Of the male and female in sexual embrace are components of perfect enlightenment. Taoist, sex was not just about pleasing a man. The woman also had to be stimulated and pleased in order for there to be an energetic exchange and amplification. According to Sunu, a female advisor to the Yellow Emperor, if sex were performed in this manner, the woman would create more jing, the Chinese word for essence, and the man could more easily absorb the jing to increase his own qi, or life force. According to Ruan Fang Fu, a Chinese physician and author, renowned for his extensive research into the relationship between Chinese culture and sexuality, many of the ancient texts were dedicated explanations of how a man could use sex to extend his own life, increase vitality, courage, creativity, and spiritual integrity, but only through the absorption of the woman's vital energies. Some Taoists came to call the act of sex the battle of stealing and strengthening. Fang described this battle as, quote, "The ideal was for a man to defeat the enemy in the sexual battle by keeping himself under complete control so as not to emit semen, while
I
at
have
the
more
same
on this
time
right here.
exciting the woman until she reached orgasm and shed her yin essence, which was..."
Okay, so this is coming from the Moscow Patriarchate, and it's one of their theologians called Berdiev's. Okay, so what he says here is that it's the occult gibberish which this Orthodox catechist suggests to his readers. All stars are pulsating. The all-world liturgy is in progress. It is celebrated by the Pantocrator. Guard your lotus. Cleanse yourself daily by vegetarian food. Churches are the secondary sources of salvation, a copula with a cross and an ideal conductor of energy, and a means of cleansing oneself through energy. Churches provide the most effective means of pumping out the polluted energies, supplying the people and the environment with pure cosmic energies. The time has come. You must be in Shambhala. This place is called Andrew's Desert. Marina will go with you. Her lotus-bearing chakra is irreversibly affected. Cosmos becomes priest in Boris' arrival in Andrew's Desert. A great deal has been revealed to you tonight. You have become convinced in the possibility of direct contact with heavenly bodies. In 3 hours' time, the correction of the planet Earth will take place. This is the beginning of Armageddon. Under these conditions, especially responsibility rests with the Church of Christ and all those who glorify Christ under another name. Tell the Patriarch Alexis of Moscow and all Russia that the time of the Pantocrator's arrival to the earth is near. And this is coming from a person they claim is Orthodox, so that's pretty crazy.
That's crazy.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just as crazy as this, like, why suddenly he's brought like sex into the matter? I thought this was about Aryan race.
Well, see, I mean, I'll just say this, like, I think that there is some sort of argument for this, like, in a Taoist sense of, like, stuff, but, like, I don't agree that them trying to say that this is, like, some sort of magical practice that humans should be, like, consciously engaging in to have worldly things or whatever. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, what I'm saying is, like, I think this is stuff that shouldn't really be talked about, even, like,
It's sex magic, dude. Like,
yeah, exactly. Like what I'm saying is, like, it is referring to, like, things that are probably true in a sense, but definitely we should not say, well, you ought to combine with a woman because it'll make you strong and undefeatable and you'll get rid of her yin, and you know what I mean? Like, even if that's true, you should not be engaging in sex for that purpose, right? Like,
I don't know if that Lao Tzu ever intended any of that to be taught. You know what I mean? I think that's like a development of Taoism over
This
time.
is
maybe.
sex magic.
yeah, exactly.
This is like the garden of good and evil. This is Gnosticism. This is sex magic. This is because even they say that the tantric texts are saying this, which no, it's not. Like, tantra is like not sexual.
Yeah, this stuff is later practices, 100%.
This is, say it again. You cut out for a second. What'd you say?
It's later practices. Yeah.
Right. Exactly. And again, like,
Yeah.
and I just want to make this clear, like, what I'm saying is, like, it is true in a sense, but again, they're trying to ritualize it and make it into sex magic. And again, it's like it's almost like it's like almost defiling the sacred nature of this kind of stuff by externalizing it out into a general population that is not anywhere near able to process, like, this kind of stuff. Like, the general population should not be thinking about shit like this. You know what I mean? Like, this is just not. People
Well,
are
it's
not.
taking something good and turning it into something really evil, you know, because there's a sacramental aspect to that, you know what I mean? Like, why God created us that way. But it's taking an evil turn and using the original teaching to sort of
Perversion.
justify absurdities.
Yeah, it's perversion all the way.
Yeah, and what's funny is that videos like this are heavily promoted. You know, I can't tell you how many little Darling and the Final Girl and all these postmodernist Satanist whores that are being promoted by the algorithm. You know what I mean? But the fact is that, you know, you can't find a comparable philosopher that's Islam or Orthodox Christian or any of those religions, or even the type of video that Annapurna provided about her religious background. You would really have to dig to find that guy. And right, like that guy's not like up front for the dialogues about Hinduism and stuff like that. So the real shit is not being promoted. And they're promoting this stuff. You know, Robert Sepher talking about Hinduism as an expert. Right? So, you know, why is this being promoted by the algorithm?
It's kind of like the Alan Watts situation, where you got like kind of an armchair theologian or something that's like
so-called.
Yeah, you know, this guy is reading, you know, like skimming through a text and then playing the role, you know, and getting what he can out of it, but you're not getting someone who's really involved with the philosophy of these early Chinese traditions and stuff.
Right. He's an actor, a showman. He's not a real philosopher.
Absolutely.
He's too mushy. It's like what I've seen. Like, it's like, what is this guy talking about?
Pseudo, yeah.
It's to get college-age young women to swoon, and it worked on me. You know, until it didn't.
Ruh-roh.
Until I heard some absurd things, and I was like, 1 second, I have to check that.
Good.
then absorbed by the man. Madame Helena Blavatsky, founder of the Theosophical Society, played a significant role in popularizing Buddhist ideas in the West. She was among the first Westerners to convert to Buddhism in Sri Lanka, which helped spread Buddhist practices and ideas in America and Europe. Blavatsky claimed to have spent time in
Yeah, a secondary source type thing here again.
Long. It's bothering me, the coat. Sorry, go ahead, Unseen.
No, you go. That's cool.
No, you said secondary what? Sorry?
Oh, I was saying it's another secondary source type situation. Like,
Yeah, I mean, this is crazy. He's promoting, Blavatsky as an expert on anthropology. A known charlatan.
And Buddhism. Bringing Buddhism to the
Yeah,
West.
so I mean, I can't believe that this is put up front. You know what I mean? As quote unquote, world history or occult teaching or anything like that. I mean, right? I just think that is, even from the perspective of the occult, it's low level shit. All right. So, the fact is that the stuff that they're selling these people, is like the fucking riffraff of the occult, and then who's fighting against it online is quote unquote Judeo Christians, and none of them can be actually tied to a program in Islamic or Christian learning, right? So it's just fascinating, right? I think all these debates that happen online between these quote unquote Judeo Christians and these quote unquote occultists, right, are just fake psyops online, and they don't have any bearing on real intellectual debates, right?
Yeah.
For sure.
Hey, y'all know like people pay membership and stuff to Jack Talcott, right?
That's that's at least sensible, all right? Because like Jack Talcott's there every day, and he's more reliable than these people are. Just to be honest, right? Like he's more upfront about what he's providing than these people.
At least you get your money's worth. In other words,
I don't know
Yeah,
though.
exactly.
Like, I did catch this from Jack that he's kind of looking for a utopia on Earth, and I think that's a little
100%.
naive.
Yeah,
I think
he's
that's a
not
little naive, just from
yeah,
my
he's not hiding
perspective.
that.
It's
Yeah.
a cleverly crafted personality, but yeah, that's how he's supposed to come across.
Which I think that utopia is going to be the reign of Antichrist. That's my belief on it.
I agree.
Yeah.
But that's
Well,
what
see,
that's what they say about Meshiach. I don't have to make up anything. It's just read what is said.
well, see. Here's what you don't get, Goy. That's good because then Jesus will come back after that. So we should just hasten it up. We need to speed up the process here. Obviously, I mean, don't you?
it's all part of the plan.
Well, yeah, I think from the Christian perspective, we won the moment Christ was crucified. It's like it's over. It's done. Now it's just waiting and trying to get the message out, doing your part.
in Tibet, studying with adepts, which she described as custodians of a secret doctrine that predated and influenced Buddhism. She viewed Aryan Buddhism as part of a guardian.
So Buddhist temple, right? So that's Hanuman right there. What is a Hindu deity doing at a Buddhist temple then? And that's a modern temple. That doesn't, so.
Is that like a giant bong or just like a
No,
giant
it's a mace. Mace? Like 1 second, let me ask my husband.
A bong.
I mean, it could look like a mace, yeah.
A club?
No.
Yeah, they have.
Rudra is a name in Sanskrit.
I
in
mean,
English.
does he like pwn
No.
some enemies or something?
Yeah. Thailand has that statue everywhere. Like
It is a
everywhere.
mace.
That
Mace
statue.
is the correct translation.
They say it's like a demon. They call it a demon, or like they say they told me it's like a giant. They call it a giant, is what they call it. So I don't know what it represents,
He's
but they
not
say
a
it's like
demon, though. Hanuman is a friend of Rama in the Ramayana. He's the leader of his race in that.
It's kind of like Superman or something in the
Yeah,
tradition.
you've seen that?
Yeah.
But I mean, Superman would be a vulgar way. Because he's representation of the power of celibacy. Or,
Yeah, Goku is a popular representation of Hanuman.
Mm.
You know, Goku from Dragon Ball Z.
Yes, sir. I didn't know that part of that.
That makes a lot of sense. Yeah.
I don't know why y'all saying it makes. My husband said it makes sense too. What's up? Why does it make sense? I guess I didn't watch enough, huh, y'all?
He's got a tail, like a monkey tail.
Yeah, he's a really good. Yeah, he's a really good friend, and he's a protector of the righteous, and he loves the competition.
So exactly the same.
Yep.
There's even a story as a baby, Hanuman thought the sun was a mango, and he tried to eat it. So he can grow and shrink at will, so he can grow and fly. And then he had to be stopped. Essentially, please, no, don't do that. Don't eat the sun. But there's a lot of Thai depictions of that, of him like with the sun in his mouth. I see as well. It's just as an innocent child, So it's yeah. There's beautiful stories about Hanuman, but no, he's not a demon. He's a protector.
Esoteric wisdom allegedly passed down since the time of Atlantis, promoting the idea that Buddhism, especially in its original form, contained teachings from an ancient unified wisdom tradition, which has been symbolically encoded into the mystery teachings throughout the world, including Kabbalah. According to Blavatsky, quote, "The mysteries of the Jews were identical to those of the pagan Greeks, who took them from the Egyptians, who borrowed them in their turn from the Chaldeans, who got them from the Aryans, the Atlanteans, and so on."
So Aryans are descended from Atlantis. That's the mythology.
Crazy shit.
He outright admits it, right? Pretty much everything he said, he just admitted what we were saying.
I mean, I think there's truth that, the occult practices have kind of passed down throughout the centuries through mystery religions and mystery cults and stuff, and they've taken from each other. So there's truth to
Right,
that,
but
it's
he's
adding
saying
to a myth or something.
rearranges it and then passes it as its own.
Yeah, it's definitely just taking it.
But I think he sees that as a good thing.
Yeah, he's using it. It's like I wonder if this guy's like a Freemason or something himself. That's what it sounds like.
The Aryan race it's a concept. It's
weird.
Wouldn't be surprised.
I know, right?
Like, right next to the next image.
By the way, I highly recommend David Livingstone and his work on the occult. A lot of these guys straight up jack David Livingstone's work. But Jan Irvin and all those people, they just steal, David Livingstone. He's a Muslim. Yeah, he's a Muslim from Canada.
And where do you think he got,
David
where do you
Livingstone
think,
converted, right? Then
where do you think he got his ideas from about this stuff?
Well, you know, if you read his books are full of thousands of citations. So you know, I mean, he read extensively on
You have my
books on
attention.
conspiracy. Yeah.
I have at least one book, but I don't think it's covering this kind of topic.
Did I send you that one? Transhumanism?
No, it's Black Terror, White Soldiers.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I have that one too. Yeah, those are the two ones I have. Transhumanism, Black Terror, White Soldiers. Excellent books. Huh?
I'll have to download the other one.
Yeah, I've
It's a
read those on the
Kabbalistic
Machine
concept,
Live.
despite the
big
fact
time.
that it's
Oh no, I was just saying I read those on the Machine Lives before. Yeah, but yeah.
perceived as white supremacist. It's basically rooted in Scottish Rite Freemasonry. That seems to be what the underlying core is. So Scottish Rite Freemasonry, the basis of its ideology is this concept of the Asian Kabbalah. So it's the idea that the Kabbalah didn't originate amongst the Jews. It originated before them, long before them, amongst the Aryans.
Yeah, I said that
And the
1,000
Aryans
times
lived
on my show.
Atlantis.
The whole thing about Oriental Kabbalah, you know, I've definitely quoted that on my show from David Livingstone.
Where they interbred with the sons of God of the Bible, or ancient aliens, as they're known popularly right now, extraterrestrials. And they interbred with them and created a race, a superior race known as the Aryans. And to them, they taught the so-called ancient wisdom. When this is supposed to have taken place at the time of Genesis, the time of the flood. So the sinking of Atlantis is supposed to be the flood. The Aryans escape, land in the mountains of Asia, and from there they spread to various parts of the world, and they spread their ancient wisdom. One of the most important ones is, and this is what Blavatsky explained, is that the Aryans was responsible for the spread of Bon shamanism, which is, she says in her language, is that it's the only true inheritance of the ancient Aryan tradition of magic, and that Bon shamanism then feeds into Tibetan Buddhism, very mystical branch of Buddhism, sorry, and so that's the nature of that connection. When you look at the
Buddhism,
right up until modern times, you look at the history of the Kabbalah. It's based on the belief that the sons of God, or the Anunnaki, the Anakim, were offspring of the sons of God and human beings, and so that this superior race, they're called in the Zohar. They're called, in fact, in the Bible, they're called the mixed multitude, and it's the Zohar that associates them with the sons of God, and so this mixed multitude is the Aryan race. So as paradoxical as it might seem, the whole concept of the Aryan race is actually a Kabbalistic myth of Jewish, occult Jewish supremacy. And so,
yeah, see, like, unbelievable.
So why is he promoting it? What the fuck? Like,
right.
It's like Livingstone just exposed it, dude. Like, what are you doing?
it's the belief that they are semi-divine because they are offspring of the fallen angels.
And on the Christian side, these would be the i.e. sons of God, the descendants of these i.e. spirits and humans, right?
Yeah. And
Okay.
more than that, basically the
That's
fundamental
where they're conflating it, dude. That's what I'm telling you. Like, that's a misinterpretation.
Yeah, that was
The
a fun
church
image,
fathers
wasn't it?
do not teach that.
It's a Jesus on a, you know what?
Yeah, you got to put that next to the Muslims blowing up the Buddha statues.
Unbelievable, bro. But yeah, man,
Neural
that's
snippet.
crazy.
No, what now?
I was just saying, clip it.
Yeah, this looks sick too with the Kabbalistic tree of life imposed on top of it. Don't know if they did that on purpose, but
No, it's
it's great.
transitioning.
Yeah, that's a great
But
transition.
that
But
is
that is pretty convenient.
no, the Kabbalists actually have something about that. Like they have something called Aleph separates Mem from Shin, and that's supposedly what, when the sages pass on into the next world, the Kabbalists, they'll see this in everything, and it's like this secret formula that connects everything in reality. It's like air passes through water or something. I don't remember, but yeah.
Say that again. Aleph does what?
Aleph separates Mem from Shin.
Mem from Shin. This seems like letters, you
The
know.
Babylonian stuff. Sorry.
Yeah, you
What?
know, Aleph is a letter. It's the A basically, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
In Arabic, so that's interesting.
Yeah, I'll send you some on that. What they actually teach, because I went through like a study on it with this guy. He's like 32nd degree, and he breaks it all down in a couple books. But I have a couple of his books in digital copy, you know, and I mean, I just think it's pretty much bullshit. Like it developed in the 13th century, you know, so I think they just kind of steal ideas from other places. It's just Jewish Gnostic mysticism. So, and they try to backtrack it and say it's older than it really is, and I don't think so. But yeah, he says that Christ sort of taught this. Aleph separates Mem and Shin, and the apostles taught it, and then he breaks down the Book of Revelations like into it's like a Kabbalistic text that is encoded, you know.
These, i.e., spirits and humans, right?
Yeah, and
Okay.
more than that, it's basically the fundamental Kabbalistic belief is that the sons of God created a race of beings a race of superior humans.
The descendants of Shem are believed to be that ancient Aryan race which inhabited Central East Asia. I'm sorry, in Central Asia, east of the Caspian Sea and north of the Hindu Kush Mountains, perhaps what is now Turkestan. They are also called Indo-Europeans and Indo-Germanic race.
Yeah, it's funny
Humans.
because in Livingstone's book, he basically demonstrates how, you know, the Scythians can be traced to the sons of Ashkenaz, which are not the sons of Shem, but they're the sons of Gomer. So this seems like a falsified genealogy anyway. So
Agree.
By preserving the ancient wisdom.
I want to mention something really weird, if you don't mind, because I was thinking about that fucking movie. What's it called? Full Metal Jacket. And so, like, he said, he goes up to that guy and he says, "What's your name?" He said, Leonard Lawrence. And he said, "I don't like the name Lawrence. Only fags and sailors are called Lawrence. For now on, you're Private Pile, Gomer Pile." So Gomer Pile, Gomer. And I know that sounds like a stretch, but like I know Stanley Kubrick is like one of these guys, and also I can't remember who wrote Full Metal Jacket originally, but I don't know. I'm just saying it's like it's kind of weird. Like these little hints that they sometimes put in, like what would be the significance of trying to disguise a descendancy from Gomer? Can you think of any reason why they might want to hide that, perhaps?
Well, yeah, it's obviously to hide who, because see, the sons of Shem are the Shemites, right? So they're the Jews, right? So that's why they're trying to say Shem, right?
Well,
Yeah.
would that have any implications that might be interesting?
Yeah, of course. I mean, who the Jews are? Yeah.
So I'm saying, like, what, like in layman's terms, for someone like me who doesn't know about that kind of stuff, what would you say the significance would be?
Well, they're trying to falsify who the Jews are, right? And they're trying to say that Gog and Magog is the Jews, and Gog and Magog are coming from the Caspian Sea, right? So
Ukraine, essentially.
yeah. So you see, they're pointing out Ukraine, and they're saying, "Hey, look, the sons of Shem come from there," but it's actually the sons of Gomer.
Yeah, that's interesting. That's kind of what it just seems like Ukraine is the real Israel in a lot of ways, for sure. So that's interesting.
Well, and then at the beginning, he claimed the Scythians are the Aryans.
Oh, okay. So I figured out what the. Okay, so Shin is fire. Okay, Aleph is air, and Mem is water, and Mem Sophit is the word earth. So it's like there's these elementals in the Hebrew letters or the Aramaic letters, and in Kabbalah they sort of break down the structure of reality through words, if that makes sense. Like there's a pattern within the words they're saying, and it's like, okay, so air separates like fire separates air from water or something, and water separates air from fire. Like there's this type of idea there. I don't know.
Deconstruction of reality through language.
Right.
But
The
then
air separates the light from
also
liquids and
the
solids.
syllables that you're saying are matched up with elements.
Yes. So like a sword being sheathed, and a sword kind of is in fire or something, like is made through fire. And there's like they're connecting reality to words in some way. Like there's a hidden connection between words and reality.
That sounds like something I've heard a lot of ortho Christians kind of say, of like, well, isn't math real or something like that? Or, like, isn't math truth? And I mean, it seems kind of weird. Like, I've always found that kind of odd. It's like language and math equal, quote unquote, truth. And then we're just discovering it. So that therefore, therefore it's like, quote unquote, evidence of God or something like that. Like math is evidence.
Yeah, that it exists independent of the mind.
Right.
That's given into a Kabbalistic idea that God's energies are in created things or something.
Yes. Yes.
Wow, great point there.
Yeah, I think that that this will be. I would love to see some people ask for a debate on the Crucible over this. I'm sure it would be a very interesting debate topic.
Yeah, they're gonna run for the next year. They're gonna run.
Get it on
It
the
is what it is.
raging tomato.
Yeah,
No,
they're gonna
you
be
gotta
running.
catch them when they're in a dry spell. They'll do it. When they don't have any content and they're despo, just get them.
Yeah, I
They'll
mean
do it.
they'll have a controlled humiliation campaign for me and unseen warfare, but they won't get to any real issues.
So there's a heresy called name worshiping, where they say the name of God is God Himself, right? And so basically, what they're trying to get at is that the name of God is the energy of God, um, which it's not. A name can't be an energy, and an energy can't be a name. You know, it's a created thing. But it's a
One is an
kabbalistic idea.
interpretation and the other is the original. So like to equate like you're saying, like to equate math with the truth when math is simply an interpretation of the truth, and language with the truth when language is simply an interpretation of the truth, that's a falsehood. Like you
Right.
can't, yeah, it's like a copy of a copy being called the original.
Yeah, or this idea, like, to put it in the terms of Ghazali, that nature's laws cut off God's hands from creation. I mean that there's these things that exist alongside of God, like math and logic, and that that these are like natural laws, and they're just as divine as God, and that God creates through these things because they're primordial, right? In essence, right? So this gets into dangerous territory.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah, it's like you're saying math and logic are like divine.
It's like fingerprints there, of God, but it's not God Himself,
Exactly.
And
But I
that's
think
where the
it's a
blurring
way
comes in.
it's a way to separate the image from the real thing and then worship the image only.
Yeah, you know what's weird is like I'll say something really funny and kind of weird in a way. It's like those like pictures. I don't know if anybody else ever saw these, but when I was a kid growing up in the South, a lot of people had these like paintings of they had these like weird paintings of like Jesus, and it's like Jesus. It's like you walking on the sand by yourself, and then there's like footprints of Jesus next to you. I always
Yeah.
thought that was kind of a weird like thing, like you're looking for physical evidence or something that God is with you. It's like very strange in my opinion. And so like that's kind of what this whole argumentation seems to lead to. It's like, oh, I need evidence that there's a God, therefore, or and like math and all these things, like give me the evidence that I should be faithful, when it's like totally inverted in my opinion. It's like, no, the faith comes first, and then all the evidence is in the faith, not anywhere
Yeah.
else.
Right.
So.
Absolutely.
So I just wanted to say that I wanted to ask, actually, clarify with Machine that I understood what he was saying. That the Zephyr guy, or the guy making the videos, claiming that the Scythians or Aryans, those Iranian nomads or whatever, and then now it's coming down to the Aryans are the son of Shem, but the Scythians are not really the son of Shem; they're the son of Gomer. That's what I understood from what he said. So even by that logic, it doesn't check out to where they don't get to be the sons of Shem.
Yeah.
Got it.
That's correct. Yeah. It's looking to me like they're falsifying some history, and that could be because, like I said, they're selling people the scraps of occultism. So they're selling people, they're real Freemasons trying to sell people false occultism to lead them away from religion, while they get to keep the real occult practice.
Right. They'd want people kind of having this atheistic idea, because if they have no worldview, they're easier to mold. So it's like a screening process where the lower level of the pyramid scheme, they're keeping those, like they're
Right.
kind of siphoning money out of that to keep their true beliefs on the top. And yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, because it's not just enough to dispel religion or to promote occultism, but you have to promote, a weird form of occultism that sort of half criticizes occult. That's what they're trying to do. I mean, right? So it's like this, So I see that a lot. I see that on a lot of these channels and mediums. I mean, that you know,
You'll have
in
these
other,
lower
yeah,
level Masons sort of saying, well, Lucifer isn't really Lucifer, and Albert Pike really
yeah,
didn't
right,
mean
yeah,
that, or
yeah,
whatever. Like,
yeah, exactly, right, and right, and like like they got to the bottom of it, and right.
Albert Pike was a proponent of since. Albert Pike.
yo.
Let the records show or whatever.
It's so weird.
But are you talking about like what is it, like the Lucifer and Jesus? Like, it's like there's some kind of inversion there that they put out, like the low level Masons?
Yeah, they basically will take these instances where Lucifer's brought up in Albert Pike's writings, and they'll say, well, he doesn't really mean the Lucifer of the Bible. He's just talking about an enlightener.
Right.
It's just a concept, it's an idea, and it's not an entity. It's not really the devil, but you look at the writings of Pike, and he's very obviously boldly stating, like, the Masons' chief goal is to be a Luciferian. So
Because they're Gnostics, right, at their core.
yeah, like the god Adonai is evil, and Lucifer's the bringer of knowledge, and we all got it messed up, So they just kind of flip it on its head. Like, they don't deny God exists; they believe he exists. They just believe he's an evil god. And Lucifer is this good guy.
Was a proponent of Aryan theories. He later became a member of the Theosophical Society, which of course was headed by
So it's funny who they had there.
most recent.
They had Maria Ostrich from the Thule Society, right? They had
Wearing a sari and a thika on her head.
no, that was actually Savitri Devi,
Oh, that's Savitri Devi.
yeah, the lady who worships Kali Ma. Yeah, and she's
But she's not Indian, is she?
well, she thought small mustache man, as as Neuro calls him,
Alright.
is basically an avatar of Vishnu.
Oh God.
So I think she said that. So yeah, and then obviously Albert Pike.
A member of the Theosophical Society, which of course was headed by Blavatsky, who was the most recent proponent or elaborator of the Aryan myth, the mythology that the Aryans are survivors of Atlantis, who are originally descendants of the sons of God.
So they're bringing Steiner into the mix too now? To support Aryanism, huh?
Yeah, I think Steiner and Blavatsky and these guys, they founded Theosophy. So,
I hear something. Masonry, secrecy is indispensable in a Mason or whatever degree. Morals and Dogma, 4th degree, page 109. I do hereon most solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will always ever conceal, never reveal any of my arts, part of the points of the secret arts of any mystery of the ancient Masonry, which I have received, I'm about to receive, or hereafter be instructed. And there's an oath binding myself under no less a penalty that having my body severed in twain, my bowels taken out and burned to the ashes scattered to the four winds of the heavens. But yeah, so the upper level ones are taking oaths not to reveal anything. Lower level ones are in the dark. Yeah.
Right, but we're supposed to trust everything it says in that book there. Right? Come on now.
Yeah, true.
Anunnaki, who had preserved the ancient wisdom, quote unquote, Kabbalah since that time.
And this went through, of course, through Judah, the tribe of Judah, and through the various prophets and so forth, right?
Well, this is where it gets strange because this is where you have a simultaneously contradicting history, right? Like, really, what happened is that when the lost tribes get scattered, they get scattered to the land of the Medes and all the way into Central Asia, and that's where supposedly they intermarry with the Scythians, and that's where they become the lost tribes, become the Turks. They eventually migrate to Europe, where they become Scandinavians and Scots.
Sure, and then you had the Picts and the Celts and so forth.
The Scandinavian descendants of Odin and the Vikings and the
That's so weird that he would quote this part.
Orkney, which is where the Sinclairs come from, and that's where you get this
he quoted this part, but not where he said the Scythians came from, because I have it written in the book. That's not he doesn't say that the sons of Shem. So I'm just confused. Like, it's like he's gatekeeping David Livingstone. This is very interesting.
heritage of Scottish Rite Freemasonry. The Aryans, these Aryans or whatever, the descendants of the Anakim become the Canaanites.
Sure, and of course we know the Canaanites are very industrious, right? They would bring business and trading all around the world through their boats and so forth.
Phoenicians, yeah.
Phoenicians, correct.
Yeah, I got some on this here.
Some portion of the Jews likely fabricated these stories to claim this, some kind of unique descent from gods or entities, but simultaneously you have the lost tribes who are among the Scythians that are considered really the descendants or the Aryans, the source of the Aryan people. So you have the simultaneous history, which is weird. Why basically you've got
look at that right there, just contradiction right there. He just contradict like. How does this? It just says they're sons of Ashkenaz right here. So I'm so confused now. So how are they the sons of Shem?
Leo Taxel writes, Masonry is Gnosticism beyond a shadow of a doubt. This is most clear. It is not surprising, then, that the ancient Gnostics worshipped Cain and the ancient serpent. So today's contemporary Masons, whether they realize it or not, worship Satan. This is not surprising. Let the Masons come and prove us wrong. They worship Satan, and Christ reveals this to us. According to Leo Taxel, the Gnostics, along with today's Masons, recognize at the beginning of good Lucifer, the devil, and as the beginning of evil Sabaoth. Therefore, the God of the Old Testament is the bad God. He introduced evil by creating matter. The devil Lucifer is a good spirit and the good God. Wow. That's what these freaks believe, dude. I can't even believe that.
Right, but to Machine's point as well, like he's saying something that is the opposite of what is written here. Right? He's saying that they're the descendants of Shem, but it's written here, descendants of Ashkenaz.
Right, like which one is it, right? Because the sons of Ashkenaz are not sons of Shem, so I think they're falsifying who carries this quote unquote bloodline.
Yeah, as the scripture says, it's like circumcision isn't of the like a flesh, it's of the heart, and it's the followers of Christ that are the true Israel. So they're just missing the point. They think it's a bloodline. It's not the blood so much as the spirit, We're talking about God, we're talking about spiritual things, and they want to push it into a physical realm. That's why they were looking for like a rebel leader.
Yeah, they're looking for a bloodline to be mixed up with the land, and that's all. That's the ways of Baal. As I covered, right? Is that you know, the fertility rites mixed up with the soil. You know, that's a, you know, that is the combination for, you know, paganism. Right? You know, true paganism, right? Not the kind that, you know, they try to put on, you know, the Vikings or the Hindus or the Africans or something like that. Right?
You know, it's a Jewish esoteric mythology which produced the Aryan race, while also that produced the Aryan race. So you have this dual path of, you know, this like legitimate Jewish descent, simultaneously this competing, opposing Aryan descent, but they seem to feed the
Be
same
like
mythology.
brothers or cousins, right? And then they're both masters of the horse, you know, and they live cousins, right?
That's a Ukraine flag, right? Above the seal.
Yeah, I think so.
And then they're both masters of the horse, you know, and they literally conquered the world on the horse.
My name is Robert Sepher. I'm an anthropologist. My published work is available on Amazon and through all other major book outlets. If you'd like to support my work, you
So
can do that through
it's
Patreon or
Swedish
various
flag.
links.
Yeah, that was the Swedish flag.
This dude is like wants to be a rock star.
Thank you for that
I
machine.
mean, look at him.
He's such a pretentious little prick, isn't he? Like, who cares that you're drinking a bubble tea? Like, get over it.
Available in the description section. You can also click on the thanks tab below the video to leave a donation as part of a comment, or if you'd like to ask a question, and I will try my best to reply in a timely manner. I also appreciate any constructive feedback I get, suggestions on a future video topic, or if you just like to share your thoughts with the community. Please remember to subscribe, hit the notification bell, and check back often. Stay safe, and I hope to see you again soon.
Oh my God, Nero is not here. But that was a video he wanted to do.
Probably with the family, I'm sure.
Yeah, let me see.
We was Swedish Jews.
We was plebs, man.
Yeah, so it's I don't know. It's a very interesting situation. I mean, I think you guys dissected that very well, and
What happened there at the end, huh? With him flexing and shit. What does he do that in? Probably does that in every video.
I mean, yeah, but it's weird. It's interesting that he was playing that. He's playing like a Jewish version of painted black, like is like painted a black sun or what? I mean, it's like okay, yeah. Like the Twitter is like literally like black suns and like you know, Hitler is a good guy, and like it's really bizarre. Like Twitter has become like a very strange like extremely propagandistic platform. Like, and I mean, it always has been, but it's like a very particular type of propaganda for sure.
Yeah, I mean, it can't be ignored. The type of strains, and right, and especially the alt-right type of things, where they had the January 6th event, and they had them banned off of Twitter, and then as soon as Kanye West started his campaign, to go DEFCON 3 on the Jays, right? Then they brought all these people back on Twitter. You know what I mean? And that's when they had the meeting with I think it was Nick Fuentes, Kanye West, and Trump,
And
right?
Trump, yeah.
Yep, exactly. Yep, and
So
also, yeah, also it's interesting. I want to mention it because I meant to send you this earlier. Reza Georgiani and the American Colossus little group that he has, he sent out this little thing saying, "Oh, Trump got back to us saying that he's going to start building more monuments to American heroes and heroines." So it's like, okay, so does that mean that we're going to get a Prometheus statue on the West Coast now? So very very interesting optics, I guess you'd say. Like they want to build a Promethean statue for America, and then they have the what's the other what is Lady Liberty supposed to represent? I forgot.
She's a tranny.
It's supposed to be DK, the god of justice. That's the, was it Greek or Roman? I forget.
Well, I think she's supposed to be like Lucifer, the light bearer, or something. I don't know.
Isn't she Olympia? She's Olympia, right? Give me your tired, what does it say? Like your huddled masses. Yeah, I'm not sure, but let me look this up. I'm just speculating.
But yeah, I don't have a lot left. If you guys want to continue, I'm fine with it. But I don't have a lot left to. I just I have to do some stuff, so I'm going to be a little distracted. So.
I'm good to end this stream. I mean, it's up to you and y'all, of course.
Well,
but I was wrong about the Statue of Liberty. Just saying.
Yeah. Well, I definitely would like to play some of the other thing that Machine did today, but I just don't have the I don't have the ability to like manage it and play the video and stuff like that. So, because I'm going to be outside, so if you guys want to play it, you definitely
Just put the link in the chat.
Okay.
Yeah, let me see if I could do that here. I have the link right here. Because yeah, I mean, good Lord. I mean, 3 hours with this. Definitely shocking. You know what I mean? what he says. But yeah, if you don't, if you guys don't finish looking at it, maybe we could look at it later too. Because it is a long conversation.
If you want, you can. Machine and Neuro can let you share the screen like you did with me.
Yeah, definitely send it. Wait, let's see. Yeah, Machine has it in the back. If you want to play Anna, that's fine. Or if he wants to play, I don't care either way. I'll share the screen so I can, because my hands are not gonna be free. So.
It's up, Neuro.
Oh, is this your share or my share? I guess it's yours, huh, Anna?
Oh, it's mine. What, Neuro?
Yeah, so
Let him share instead.
no, it's okay. It's okay. You can do it if you want, but just go to the part where I come into the conversation.
Yeah, sorry, I wasn't sure which. So yeah, go to like
your class.
A little closer to halfway. Yep, a little bit more. Yep. It's like another 15 minutes up or something, or it's 5 minutes up or something like that. Go back a little bit closer to. Go back a little bit, I think.
Yeah, there it goes. Yeah, that's fine.
Boys in one school, the girls in another one. Maybe and then I'm wondering if you're in B school, and all of a sudden you could not. I mean that this is just for the subjects, obviously, but for these kids with B school, bachelor school, and all this, those bachelor schools, in order to get into A school, they would have to actually change campus, wouldn't they?
By the way,
Yeah,
just to
but it
set
would
this
be
up,
local, I suppose. Yeah.
because essentially what Claire is saying is that kids whose parents aren't married get sent to different schools than kids whose parents are married.
Where?
She's proposing this everywhere. So she's saying that kids get sent to schools based on their family situation, right? And that this will basically fix the family situation, because the kids that are in B schools instead of A schools will be incentivized to fix their family situation and have their
That's
kids end up
not
in
the
A schools.
kid's responsibility.
But yeah, it's a very interesting proposal that she says that basically they should consider how people get treated in society based on the merits of their family situation, right? So it's
I would
fascinating.
imagine that would have the exact opposite effect.
Well, you can take it up with her, but it's funny that the white lady's not buying it, right? She's calling them bastard schools, so it's funny. But yeah, so that's what's going on. But yeah.
Basically.
The idea is that they would be local schools.
Okay, but can't anyone see it's immoral to give children a lesser level of education just because their parents were adulterers? Doesn't that why are you punishing the children for this?
I'm trying to make the point that they would have the same access to educational resources.
Okay, why would you okay, and then everyone's gonna point at them and be like, your parents are
No, but
adulterers.
they'd be the majority now, because most people have unmarried parents.
Okay,
so they'd
you're
be the
punishing
majority.
the children. You're punishing the children for what the parents did.
Where does she get that
But it
I
wouldn't
think
be
they're teaching
getting
them
a
the real
substandard
world.
education.
It's a little odd. It's a little weird when you start thinking about socially. I'm wondering if you have a bunch of B kids. I'm trying to think, what was that movie I want? Okay, remember the movies To Sir with Love? Remember that old movie?
No.
It has.
Y'all know that movie? If you wanted the moon, I would. Y'all know that? Never mind.
Don't really watch movies anymore.
To Sir. It's a black and white. But it's a weird movie about like how these girls are obsessed with their male teacher. It's really odd. And then they sing this ode to him as a farewell. And like especially is of what if you wanted the moon, I would fly across the sky and get the moon for you. These young girls are singing to a grown man.
That's kind of sus.
Yeah, it's sus as fuck. Let's see why she brought it up. I don't know what she's gonna say.
Sir with Love. Remember that old movie?
No.
It had Sidney Poitier, and he was teaching these. I think they were working class kids. He was teaching working class kids, and he was trying to teach the girls to be ladies. And we're gonna make a salad today. I mean, he was trying to help them, and of course, it's this woke stuff that was about, it was basically about prejudice and stuff. This movie, but anyway, and about coming, this one student coming to, her becoming to adulthood. It was kind of a cute movie. People liked it, but if you have kids and you've decided they're going to be in the B school, okay, how are they going to see the difference of the kids who were not from families, whose families were from married families? I went to school. Most of the kids were married, but there were a few. You could see the difference. How are they going to see the difference? That's what I'm wondering.
What in terms of the quality of the education provided? Is that what you're asking me?
No, the difference of the quality of the education. If I'm in a school and every single kid, let's say I go to school, I'm a kid, I go to school, all the kids are bastards in my class. How am I even going to notice that the married kids actually have a better situation than I do? How am I going to notice that?
Because socially, they're supposed to be better off than you, and also you can compare their, marks.
But you're not seeing them, Claire. You're not seeing them. You're separated from. That's what you guys do in England. You separate the classes pretty much. What I'm saying is, if the classes are separated.
Did you shower?
Uh-oh.
Go ahead. Sorry, that was me.
No, that's okay. No, I just meant, we all know yes. Yeah. Anyway, what I was trying to say is you won't see, okay, like in America, we can see this. You can see, the rich kids got things. If you're in a school and you have these different types of kids, you can see that, but you do end up with a more dummied down education that you probably would have got, right? So, I mean, I'm seeing pluses and minuses here, but I'm wondering how, for example, in England, you have the kids and they're all at a working class school. How are these kids even learning there's a difference in how to live and how to
These women
move up?
sound a little
You guys
dumb,
seem so
Tony.
closed off in your classes to me.
What is the basis for this debate? This is like debating over like spilt milk, I feel like. What is the point? Like they all sound dumb. I can't wait. Machine, when are you gonna talk?
Well, it's really this dude. I mean, Vincent Bruno goes off. He's a very well-known critic of religion, right? And I'm actually a fan of some of his work on the Noahide laws and all this stuff. He tries to expose the Noahide laws and Zionism and all this type of stuff. He's been on Adam Green, but his sort of promotion of secular views and all that type of stuff, it verges on very extreme.
Right. So what he's using this like kind of stupid talking points of the females probably to destroy religion, I think.
Well, he advocates that, children, right, should not have religion imposed on them by their parents, and the kids that do should have their children taken away from CPS because they're spiritually torturing their children. So I asked him what is the definition that he would like to use for this idea of quote unquote spiritual abuse.
Spiritual torture.
Spiritual torture, spiritual
When
abuse.
you're a secular thinker.
Yeah, so I couldn't I had to really, I mean he's a slippery guy. Right? But yeah.
Well,
we don't know.
Closed off too, but we just had such a huge middle class, right? We used to
Yeah,
have such-
which you're losing because
Right, yes,
your
yes.
government doesn't care. But
Right.
but okay, I suppose obviously we don't know that one kid in has a different family life to another kid. But I guess the assumption is that the rich kid is better off because he has access to tuition or holidays, and the having two sets of grandparents, giving them treats, more cousins to play with, blah blah blah. But that is a given. I mean, that's why you want to encourage people to marry and have children and have the benefit of the extended family and supporting.
How in the B school? Okay, if you're in the A school, those kids also see they have parents and stuff. Now you have the kids in the B school, and they're they all dad's gone. I don't know if my dad's the guy. I'm not sure if my dad's this guy over here. Or we've got photos of a couple of guys that might be my dad. I mean, okay, you got to in the B school. How do you convince these kids to not be just like how they were being brought up at home? How are you going to convince them?
But by the fact that they are in B school and A school is over there, where if they had been fortunate, they would be in, because it's just this idea of a status.
I'm trying to say.
What is this lady
Okay, but there's
smoking?
no.
She's hardcore.
Right, like school is the only insulated institution in which children engage with society, right? That's the only way they're exposed to anything is via school. What a freaking moot argument.
Does she even take into account that kids, meet each other outside of school? And
No, we don't meet each other outside school as kids. We go direct from the womb, splat, and we're born into the school system. We don't come out of it until we're 18.
By the way, this lady facilitated this conversation with Vincent Bruno. I'm really, really happy about this conversation, because he's a huge dude, and I didn't know he had views like this, so I was very excited to talk to him, regardless of the fact that it went very, very badly, but she's also sending my stuff to Duvid, Rebbe Duvid.
Is he has a big following, right? Or no?
Yeah, he has a huge following. All right. So I mean, I noticed he just liked my YouTube posts and like all that type of stuff. So it's interesting that, we'll get a lot of interesting collaborations with this lady, because she's been around for a while, and her ideas are, radical, but I think they spark interesting discussions for sure. She's able to get a bunch of different types of people together.
of course.
Yeah, like she said today, she said that she collects opposites. So, right, for sure. She's a very fascinating lady. Right, she's an Asian lady from Britain. And she's like part of a lot of alt-right movements in the past. But yeah, she's a fascinating lady.
What about the vision of how they're being brought up to accept the vision? These people not just looking at, those rich kids got it better. I mean, anyone knows that. Oh yeah, the rich kids got it better. Everybody knows that. They also know the rich kids have pretty good access to drugs because those kids have a higher spending amount. We also know that.
So I guess it'd be role models and fathers in the home that B schoolers are lacking.
Well, how are you going to get role models in their homes? How are you going
Well,
to
I guess you have, maybe extra.
An extra class. That's what I'm asking. You're going to give them an extra class, right? You're going to give them some sort of social class.
Or just sort of more, improving stories about, people who marry before having children and the outcomes for those who don't, that sort of thing.
So you could create a reading curriculum where the stories in the book is actually a lot of.
Well, it might be just the kind of pep talk that the principal gives, catering especially for B schoolers.
Well, Claire, if they're not getting anything less than the A schoolers, then they might not care. If they're getting the same education, same lunch, same playground time, same this, same that, then maybe they won't give a shit.
Okay, I mean, I know you don't want to do anything about that, but okay, I get it.
Claire,
you don't want it to be acknowledged that there's anything wrong about being a bastard.
No, Claire. Just because I don't want to separate children based on what their parents did doesn't mean that I don't care.
I mean,
don't
there
want
has to be some kind of moral judgment.
Oh, okay. Well, go after the parents. If I would be okay. If,
I will treating them as sex offenders.
Okay, well, that's enough. That's enough. Don't go after the kids.
Listen,
have to go after the kids.
I was trying to do a nice lead in here about I am actually talking about this seriously, even though I'm starting to laugh right now. What I'm saying is you have curriculum, you have math and that stuff, you have art, but you also have curriculum in music, right, Claire? Somebody sang 12 Days of Christmas with Stephen or something. You were talking about that, and you're saying, what's your favorite Christmas carol? Carol, what is it? Well, I mean, I can't sing. Truth is, I haven't sang in over 50 years. I got terrorized in elementary school and never tried to sing the rest of my life. Okay, I don't know.
Yeah, this part is weird because she goes into a song.
If I'm developing a curriculum and I'm trying to teach a bunch of
in the UK,
it's
Sorry, I meant to click pause. Sorry about that.
The question is, if like, okay, I'm gay, so I was raised in an anti-gay household, and I was told that I wasn't told personally that because I didn't come out as gay, but I was gay. So let's say I was openly gay. Let's just say I was an openly gay 11-year-old.
Yeah, I think you skipped part of the combo, and you got to go back like 10 minutes.
School, in a Muslim country and stuff, and they decided I don't agree with that. But I was telling Claire the other
something Cara Durham High. How we love and praise, respect you, my school so dear.
Okay, so now I'm asking. Here I am in bastard school. Yeah, the kids are in bastard school. It's got 50 bastards in the class on the front.
No, it's just funny. She sings Christmas carols for bastards.
You're gonna have your.
What is the point that she's trying to make?
It's just, I don't know, but it's just funny. Like, I wanted to clip it for my show because it's pretty funny what she says. But yeah.
School assembly. Are you gonna have them all stand there and sing a song that goes like? I'm sorry, I can't stop laughing.
Yeah.
Are you going to program about that? In other words, why not a curriculum that uses music to start programming these kids? Like,
yeah.
Okay, listen.
Yeah, why not?
Let me see.
Our parents. Oh, go ahead. I was about to sing one. Go ahead.
This is a chorus. It's a prototype of a song for a bastard school, for the entire school. We are bastards, one and all, but we don't have to pass on this faith. We will create a great society.
This is some wild shit, yo.
I would imagine that would just compound the problem because that would spread widely, that whether viral or whatever. But then all the bastards would be, made fun of by those who, I guess, well, anybody, but especially those of the other school. Well, that kind of song.
We will marry before we procreate. Now, every time they go out in society, as they're growing up and they leave, they're going to hear this Christmas carol and they're going to remember the words of these songs at least for 2 months out of the year. Right?
That's a brilliant idea, Carol.
All right. Now, here's another.
God, this is horrible.
Machine, what do you think?
Gay guy seems to get
try
it.
to think of this as prototype and the idea of learning music to promote. Now, here you have the boys one, but I can't sing. I can't make my voice low enough for a boy. But you want to pick a song that's low enough, right? Because if they have their voice change, they can still sing the song, right? Right?
Mm-hmm.
So we got. Hark the herald angels sing, I shall grow to be a man. I will keep.
Oh, you might be offending some Christians soon.
Create a bastard land. I shall work. I shall toil. I shall not be a girl defile. I shall not on couch sit with loaded.
This is like some Tim Burton shit, man.
hand.
What's her deal, man?
It's fucking weird.
You're just going with it, It's like, come on. You haven't sang in 50 years, but you're like out here belting out this Christmas carol.
I shall not in drunken states cruise girls or boys across our land. As a man, I shall to grow to be a true society, a true man in society. I mean, what can I do?
Great. You must give me the words.
Here's another one. Okay, here's another. These are several times. I'm not saying they have to be adopted, but I'm saying we can look at music curriculum. And then I'm saying, now for
What
girls,
a great way. What a great way of making the point and a fun way.
yeah, and the girls have higher voices. So let me try to think here. I wish I could sing. I can't. I said,
well, you can carry the tune enough.
Yeah, okay. Do you hear what I hear? Do you hear what I hear? A man.
You sat through this 2 times now for
I
me.
shall be before I have children. Before I have children. Do you stop this? I'm trying to be serious. Do you hear what I hear? Do you hear what I hear? I don't have to lift my skirt. I can live in dignity. I can.
I think this is going to be a recurring clip on my show.
Okay, so I don't know. That's what I was thinking. Oh, I forgot the rest of the song for the other ones. Let's see.
Great one, because then it gives people identity and and makes them know it's something to be ashamed of and something that that's a problem that can be solved.
But I like the idea of bringing, like, these are choruses, but I'm liking the idea of, if you have some of these songs, but in the song itself, it is also creating the vision of the married parents with their children. Like, it creates a vision saying that I don't have to pass on this faith. I mean, I think they could come up with I don't know. Okay. Anyway, this is my idea, but I'm trying to picture it in real life. I mean, I still remember some of the bad little songs we had on the playground when I was a kid. I still remember some of them. There was a really bad one. There was one that was bad. I don't want to sing it. I don't want to say it because,
Right.
But I still remember, like, they were kind of making fun of stuff, but Why not sing? Why not stand up and sing? And why not bring that heritage of music, of the culture in? And why not be these Christmas songs that people hear every year outside everywhere? You're going to go to the store, they're going to hear the Christmas song, and they're going to remember the words to that song when they get out of high school, because that's a serious time. You get out of high school. What are you going to do now? You're going to run around and play, I don't want to humpa. I mean, you're going to do that when you get out of high school right away, as soon as the parents aren't watching. I don't know. That's kind of
Do you know any school songs, Machine?
Yeah.
No, but I know in Pakistan, we went to school and we did have to sing songs, patriotic songs, and if you didn't listen to the teacher would be allowed to hit you, even as kids, right? So, it was fascinating that they had public schools. The teachers were allowed to hit you. If you went home and told your parents that the teacher hit you, they would not care. They would say, well, that's your fault. So the fact is that they had a different sort of trust system in the society and in the schools. But I think public schools are a dangerous idea. The fact that kids allow that parents would allow their kids to go to a place where they don't know the people who teach there, right? I think old folks homes, public schools, and also hospitals. I think the doctors should have to come to the house, to visit people, when they're sick, and those types of things. These sort of public institutions that sort of are, take care of families and all that sort of thing, that are, a bridge between the state and the private individual, and their family. I think that is a, not dignified position. Right?
Well, I don't agree that they should be able to hit kids. I don't agree with that. I was telling Claire the other day. I had a great grandmother. A teacher hit her son in school, and she beat him up with a horsewhip in a field. Tell him, don't hit him. She did a number on him. This was going way back in time. I'm kind of old, I was telling Claire about this. But my husband went to a school, in a Muslim country and stuff, and they decided his mother called the school and complained about him. So
yeah, it's because even in the Muslim countries, they're infested with this idea of universal education that they borrowed from the West. So they're all already, fucked up in the head, because the fact is that this idea of universal education, it came from people like Jan Comenius, people like Thomas Jefferson, and they meant it as a sort of socialist project within society, to influence people to follow these ideas of civic virtues, democratic virtues and principles. And the fact that that people are being educated to this instead of, working with their father, right? Because before that, you'd work with your father, right? So, I think they should bring that back. The kids should, be trained with their parents to work in the family business. Right?
Well, anyway, what happened? I was going to tell the story about my husband. His mother got mad at him about something, called the school and complained, right? So they took him down to the principal's office, hung him up in a falak, and beat the bottom of his feet until he couldn't walk, and he got to crawl home. And his mother hid for 3 days. Right? That's what the school did to him. I don't agree with doing this kind of stuff to kids, but I do agree with getting troublemakers out of a classroom. Okay, and then they should be isolated and forced to excel, not just dumped in a classroom with a bunch of other troublemakers where they're going to just be making more and more trouble. Right? But I think it's a good idea. A lot of this is a good idea, Claire, and then people need to work on it and come up with a good curriculum.
Yeah, and I think what Claire is saying is true also in that way, because where did the troublemaking kids come from except from parents with bad family situations, all right? So the fact is that there needs to be social stigma attached to a status being linked to family relations again, instead of just economic status. right? Because that's all they have now. I mean, is that the education system is based on how much you can pay for the education, right? So,
yeah, but you believe in taking children and separating based on whether their parents are married or not.
No, because I don't believe in public schools, right? So,
well, what about in the
before
Muslim private? Okay, let's say that we could do this in private Muslim schools. Would you separate children whose parents were involved in something indecent?
Well, if it's a private school, then if it's a private school, then they agree to it, right? So that would be a different situation.
Already. You think those parents let their kids go play at somebody's house whose parents aren't married? They already do that at
they definitely do that. Yeah,
they do that. They do that. And it
okay, well, that shows that you don't.
Look, I'm not saying. Look, I'm not. The point is, this discussion has to become real. We need to really talk about if you're going to do this. What kind of a curriculum would it be? How can it keep from creating instead a stagnant class society where you can't move up or down anymore? This is kind of the objection I have about England is you can tell the classes are so hard to move in and out of compared to America. But America, the big class was the middle class. You understand? How can you?
Yo, I think she watched too much of that show Downton Abbey. Because it's not like that in England anymore. I don't know what England she's referring to.
You do this and not create something like a permanent underclass of bastards, in other words. How could you possibly do this? Because bastard school needs more than whatever the A school is getting. They need more to pull them out. And if they're separated, they're not seeing the examples of kids that are not behaving like that. But then the kids who know how to behave, do they have to be around kids acting like that? They're getting dragged down. So we have public school in California with the big circus state of America. Kids are maybe behaving okay. They go to public school and all of a sudden they're calling CPS on their parents. It's a circus. It's so bad.
CPS? Child Protection Service.
That is another horrible thing that's going on is that the kids and the teachers are allowed to call CPS on the parents, right?
Well, they should be because there's reasons CPS got invented. Like people think, what do you think that some nefarious evil person was like? Let's set up child protective services to get children out of the house. No, children were being beaten and starved to death. So that's why we formed child protective services.
Right, but there's absolutely cases of child trafficking rings being linked to the child protective services.
Oh, you know what? That's like most child protective service workers are not child sex traffickers.
I know, but there has been cases of it. So
okay, and parents do it to their own children too. There's cases where parents molest their own children.
Yeah, of course.
Look, if somebody thinks someone's being molested, yeah, you're gonna call them. But
the law, I'm saying
kids are using the law to overpower the parents before they're adults.
Yeah, I don't know if you heard about this. Sister Carol and the brother Bruno. But the thing is that they actually invented laws in some of the states that the kids and the teachers can call CPS on their parents if they're not if the kids want to get transgender reassignment. Take hormones. So do you agree with something like that?
I believe that it's the question is if like, okay, I'm gay. So I was raised in an anti-gay household and I was told that I wasn't told personally that because I didn't come out as gay, but I was gay. So let's say I was openly gay. Let's just say I was
He used the word gay like 15 times there, but I still don't get the link between being gay and using hormones. Like, what does being gay have to do with like lethal hormone therapy?
Right, like he didn't say he was connecting the two either. He just sort of jumped to that. He does that a lot, right? So it's kind of weird.
An openly gay 11-year-old, which happens. And I was, and my parents were telling me I was going to hell and all this other kind of stuff. Should I be able to get out of that house? Yes, I should be able to get. I was raised in a very a spiritually abusive household, and I do believe in spiritual abuse. I believe children have religious rights. I believe that even Muslims, I'm very much against Islam. I want Islam wiped out. If my child at 9 years old said, I don't want to eat pork anymore because I'm a Muslim, I don't believe I have the right
He's on
to
the wrong
force my
panel.
religion on my children. If they want to be Muslims, that's their, I believe children have spiritual rights. My spiritual rights were taken away from me as a child. I was not allowed to engage in my own spiritual practices. I was not allowed to learn or have any of my own spirituality. I was told I was evil. I was devil possessed, demon possessed, because I had my own spiritual feelings. And the same thing with
I'm definitely sympathetic to you, but the fact is that my brother is in a similar position, right? And my parents said all the same stuff to him that your parents may have said to you. But now they have a good relationship with each other.
No, I don't. I don't, and
Right.
I don't care. And no, I don't. I wouldn't do it to my child. Look, if my child came to me, I hate Islam. If my child at 8 or 9 years old said, I have a strong conviction that Islam is right and that what you're teaching me is wrong and destructive, and it was like hurting them, I think that I wouldn't take their Quran away from them and force them to eat pork. No, I wouldn't do that to them. A Muslim would do that to their polytheistic child, though. They would take, if they found that they had any polytheistic pagan books, they would be taken away. If they had any diet, let's say they wanted to be vegetarian for religious purposes, they would not be allowed to be vegetarian. They would be forced to eat animals. Anything,
I
any
don't know
spirit.
anybody that I don't know about force feeding kids. I don't know. Anyone.
No, okay.
Yeah, I
so,
mean,
would you agree? What would you say? Okay, I'm a polytheist. What would you say if my daughter came to me and said, I want to be Muslim, and I said, no, you can't read the Quran and you have to eat pork every night? What would you think?
Well, the fact is that there's societies, right, that for hundreds of years, right, they were Muslim, and so they taught their kids to be Muslim, right? And
you're not answering the question. You don't want to answer the question.
No, he's getting to it. Let him get to it.
Yeah, I'm getting to it. So this idea of universal rights, right? Like, where did that come from, right? So hundreds of years, right? So you were born a Confucian, right? You were born a Mayan, right? You were born into a tradition of your ancestors, right? And you followed that for hundreds of years.
Which you could rebel from. People rebelled.
Sure. They were outcasted from the society when they did that.
Yeah, but you can rebel. It's not like you have no choice or free will. You can rebel from that.
Right. But they were outcasted from the society when they did that.
But it's still, just because there's consequences doesn't mean you don't have free will.
No, of course. There's people who did it, and it brought change throughout societies over time. I agree with that. But the fact is that, this idea of universal rights was invented, at a certain point in time in history, right? So it didn't. So it's not just that, they had this idea since the beginning of time of societies where people said, well, we could raise our kids, and our kids at 11 years old, they'll decide what religion and what sexual orientation they want to be. And this is a relatively new idea, right? Is it not?
It's new. It's new, but it's better. It's a better idea than.
I guess.
Okay, but you didn't answer my question.
Okay.
You didn't answer my question. What if my 11-year-old daughter came to me and said, I want to be a Muslim? And I said, no, Quran, and you got to eat pork. And let's say I did it purposely to her. I said, no, you're going to eat pork every night. What if I did that to her?
She's going to come and say,
nobody eats pork
to a
every night,
non-Muslim
though.
parent. You mean come and say, I'm going to be Muslim now, and they say, no, you're going to eat pork.
Yeah, so do I have the right to do that to my daughter?
I knew somebody. Let me finish. I knew somebody who. I'm sorry. I'm a blabber now. Anyway,
okay. Blessings.
I knew somebody who was brought up Mormon. She was brought up Mormon, and she decided to get into Islam. And her father said, well, as long as you're in this house, you're going to have to go to, the Mormon, you're going to have to go to the Mormon church service because you have younger brothers and sisters. You're going to have to go. He told her that. He says, this house, we're Mormons. You're going to have to go. You're going to have to show that example to your kids. but she ended up eventually leaving and lived as a Muslim and got married and still is, and they all get along.
Okay, but don't you think it's abuse?
The idea that you're going to shove pork in somebody's mouth. I mean, this is a little bit weird, but
why? No, what? Okay, wait, whoa. Let's say
Listen.
there was no religion. Let's say there was no religion involved, and I just said tonight we're eating what I cooked. That's it. You're eating what I cooked. Nobody would have a problem with that. But I'm asking if my daughter had converted to Islam, and I said, no, you're going to eat pork every night, or when I make pork, you're going to eat it. Is that correct?
Well, we don't. It's not common anymore. It's not common in the West to force someone to eat food like that anymore. Bruno.
No. You don't want to answer the question. You don't want to answer the question. No, you're not. You're just saying, oh, that doesn't happen.
The answer is that it's absolutely wrong. But the fact is that way of life that you're talking about would absolutely have to be imposed in the same way that the Islamic way of life is imposed.
Not imposed. No, I'm talking about.
Oh yes, it would have to be regulated by laws and CPS.
No.
As you said, it would have to be regulated by CPS and
no,
government regulatory.
No, I'm talking about. You're missing. No, you're not getting it. I'm saying I'm a polytheist, and my daughter at 8, 9 years old says, I want to be a Muslim. If I took her Quran away, refused to let her read it, and on nights where I serve pork, I made her eat it, is that okay?
How old is she?
Let's say she's 9.
She's 9 and decided to be a Muslim?
Yeah, I was 9 and decided to be a polytheist and got in trouble for it.
Who
so,
are you talking
yeah.
to?
A 9-year-olds become Muslims. It happens.
No. Listen to what I'm saying here. What's going on? The problem is
you're not answering the question.
It's not okay to force feed someone. Period. Okay.
No, parents can tell their children to eat what they made for dinner.
You can't force feed somebody. I don't agree with force feeding.
Okay, so then I say, well, if you're not going to eat what I cooked, you don't get dinner tonight.
Well, yeah. I mean, if they're going to refuse to eat, they refuse to eat.
Okay, yeah, so what you've demonstrated is that parents can control their kids. They absolutely.
Okay, how about this? Fine, you're playing games with it. So let's say let's say I took her Quran away and I said she wasn't allowed to read it. What about that?
Right, you would win, right?
So you say that that's moral for me to take my daughter's Quran away from her and tell her she's not allowed to learn about Islam anymore? That's moral.
Well, what if your daughter said that she wants to go meet up with the 18-year-old man?
No, I said why? Excuse me, that's a totally different subject. I'm asking you.
Well, no, it's the same subject.
No, it's not. One is it's religion.
They get to choose who they want to be with.
This is not choosing. This is her personal.
How much control do you think parents should have over their kids?
I don't think a parent, if your child is converted to a new religion, I don't think you have the right to, number one, take away their books, number two, not allow them to practice.
So you think that kids should be able to have their own books?
Religious books? Yeah.
So where do they acquire these books from?
They could acquire it at a library.
So exactly, you're getting public institutions involved with the family, is what I'm pointing out.
Okay, so you think that in America, no young children should be allowed to become Islam if they want to?
I don't think that.
Okay, so then is it right or wrong to take away your child's Quran?
I think that's up to the discretion of the parents.
Okay, no, but it's up to the discretion of the parents. So you would be totally fine if you're a Muslim man, right? Are you Muslim?
Sure.
Okay, you would be totally fine if you found out that I had an 11-year-old daughter who said she wanted to, number one, be Muslim, number two, read the Quran, number three, wear a hijab, number four, not eat pork. And I took her Quran away, refused to allow her to wear a hijab, made her eat pork, or made her go to home without dinner if I was cooking pork. Would you just think I was a...
This cooking thing's gotten kind of ridiculous.
Okay, forget the cooking. Okay, hijab. She wants to wear hijab. She wants to wear hijab, and I tell her she's not allowed to.
Here's the fact: is that if Muslims want to follow Muslim rules and non-Muslim rules are imposed on them, then they're judged by what rules they can follow.
No,
so it wouldn't matter.
Okay,
in other words,
it doesn't matter.
To her being Muslim or not.
So if my
not even affect her.
So if my daughter says I feel naked without a hijab, and I say too bad, that's okay.
Yeah, I think parents should have discretion over their kids for safety reasons, yes.
So even when it comes to the one true religion, these children should suffer until they're going to hell.
Yeah, because where are they going to acquire books from without their parents' permission?
So
They're going to go to the
I'm
library
from the
and acquire the
library.
book.
Yeah,
I think that
I
that's
acquired.
wrong.
That's
Yeah,
how
I
I
think that
became
that's wrong.
pagan. I
Yeah,
acquired
I
books
don't
on
agree.
paganism.
Yeah, I
Oh,
don't agree that
Okay.
kids should go to the
Okay, well then
library
let it
and
go. It
find
has
books
to go
that.
both ways. It has to go both ways. If you're not going to allow your children to become pagans, then we don't have to allow our children to become Muslims. It's going to go both ways.
Well, no.
I think he thought it was like a gotcha moment, but you didn't fall for his bait. So he just like went ahead and made his point, I guess. Like, because you're not saying pagans should convert to Islam.
It's straw man arguments because
And then
like
he switched too. He said he was a polytheist and then he called himself a pagan.
but like no one's gonna let their child starve. That's a straw man argument.
No,
talking
any
to these
parents can
kids?
impose whatever they want on their kids,
a
right?
minute.
Yeah, it'll go both ways. Okay, well
Just
then.
a minute.
Right,
It is
it
not
does.
okay to start to try to have children change the religion that their parents have in their house. That is not okay to undermine parental authority like that. Some adult talking to a kid about whether they should or not believe in God is not their business.
Yeah, it's not their business. Yeah.
No adult. I did this on myself. No adult came to me and said, "Hey, here's a book on paganism." No, I went to the library and took it out myself.
Okay.
And who gave you the book? The librarian, right?
Oh, come on. Yeah, she gives books to everybody. It wasn't like she was.
Yeah, she gives books to everybody. She
wasn't
gives
scheming.
books and advice to everybody.
This wasn't
Yeah.
a scheme. So you think this librarian was like, let me give Christian children pagan books? Do you really think she was sitting around doing that?
Is it possible?
Well, Vincent, but in my junior
How do you
high-
know she wasn't a Christian? You think every librarian's a pagan?
Vincent,
That's slippery slope.
listen, in my junior high, which I guess we're talking about older kids, we had a teacher that was totally indoctrinating his students to become communists. They had to read the Iron Heel. They had to read Karl Marx, and he was really trying to turn them into communists. Was that okay?
No, but wait, we're talking about adults. I'm talking about a child on their
junior
own.
high is not an adult. Not in this society.
No. You are talking about adults coming in and preaching to children. I am talking about a child of their own conviction, of their own doing, decides to become Muslim, and they are humiliated for it. They are told they're going to hell for it. They are not allowed to wear a hijab. They are not allowed to have a Quran. They are not allowed to. They are told to either eat pork or starve. So, in your world, this is all okay.
Right. Like, in what world are kids?
It's not okay to force feed somebody. I've already
Okay,
said
but it is okay to take away their holy books, which they believe are important to them.
I think.
Right. Where are they getting the holy books
you
from?
have
From the library with a library card.
Right. So they need a library card. They need to go to the library.
Which their parents
right?
gave them. Their parents got the library card for them.
So their parents allowed them to go to the library and get the
well,
books. So
because I was allowed
yourself.
so now parents shouldn't allow their children to go to libraries. Is this where it's going now?
No, you're saying they did allow them to get the books.
No, but now are you saying that we should just not have libraries because somebody might check out a book the parent doesn't like? Should we not have libraries?
Unnecessary.
I mean, the point, the fact is,
inflammatory.
well, the fact is that the parents monitor, when their kids go to the library and what books they get.
Okay. So then, what if I said, okay, wait. What if I said this? What if I said, you know what? Parents might not want their children checking out the Quran, so it needs to be in the adult section, away from where children can get their hands on it. What if I said that?
That would be up to the city and the parents in the city, right?
So you're gonna persecute your own religion for your ideals, okay?
Vincent.
No,
when I was
my religion's not based on public and private laws, right? It's based on parents being able to control what their kids learn about, right?
Okay,
So,
including Islam.
yes.
Okay, well then, if you
if you don't have a baseline where you say parents are allowed to teach their kids whatever they want, Islam absolutely cannot.
No, well, I
flourish.
don't believe that.
No, yeah,
I don't believe that. So you believe so I'm allowed to So my Muslim daughter, whom I now am punishing, I'm allowed to tell her she's going to hell. I can tell my daughter she's going to hell because she's Muslim. I'm
Sure,
allowed to
sure. You're a
Okay.
parent. You're under the discretion of your kids.
No,
Kids
that's child
cannot
abuse.
control their own
That's child abuse.
learning and tutelage. That's why parents tell them what to eat, how to sleep. They educate them where to go to school. Parents control most aspects of their kids'
Yeah,
lives.
well,
for that
we
reason.
don't want parents having that much control. Yeah, I understand you need parental rights. You need to discipline
Right,
your children.
right. But the fact is that how do you stop parents from imposing whatever they want on their kids, other than with things like CPS and libraries and stuff, right?
Well, yeah, that's why we have them. That's why I promote CPS and libraries.
Right, and that's why I don't promote them.
Yeah, I know. Well, this is the society that Muslims are bringing us. No libraries, no child protective services.
Right. Yeah. Because those child protective. Look at the girl who got sent to the Diddy party through the child protective services. Right.
You know how
There's a
many
video of
parents
that.
abuse us? These are rare cases. Very rarely does a child go into CPS and wind up at a Diddy party. You're more likely to be abused by your parents than by a CPS worker. You need CPS. Yes, this is.
Yeah, I don't know if that's true. I don't know if that's true. I don't know if that's true at all. That seems totally false.
Muslims want to take away CPS and life.
You know, all the children in the world came from families, right?
What does that have to do with anything?
So what do you mean? All like the parents are more likely to abuse their kids? Yeah, of course.
Yes,
like,
they are.
Yeah, but that's a non-essential point.
It is. Your CPS exists because people were abusing their children.
Like parents have more access to kids throughout history than CPS does. So obviously that would be a factor.
Okay, well, we need because there were such horrific abuses going on in the homes. We needed CPS. You cannot function in a healthy, modern way without CPS.
Modernism.
Yeah, that seems like a very bold statement.
Yeah, CPS. Okay. Well,
healthy,
you know what?
Healthy and modern.
Okay, well, I would love to move to a Muslim country and be a polytheist and let everyone in the community know that I was telling my child it's going to hell because it wanted to read the Quran. I was going to see how well I would be treated in that society.
Well, no, you're acting as if you're living in a society where parents get to choose what their, that a parent can impose whatever they want.
That would be considered child abuse in a Muslim society. If I told my child they were going to hell for reading the Quran, that would not be considered kosher.
Right, but the problem is
you're allowed to do it in your country, but
so
we can't
in your
do it in
so in your
ours.
society where your parents
said your
kids,
society,
that
no,
they get to
Muslim-
be whatever they want. How are they not imposing that on their kids?
Say that again. In my society where kids can be
In your
whatever-
society where the parents raise their kids to say they get to be whatever they want, how are they not imposing that on their kids?
I'm allowing my child to choose their religion.
Right, you're allowing them as a key word, right? So you're the one
Yeah.
imposing it on them.
As they say, based.
I'm not imposing. I'm allowing them to have the free choice.
Right, it's because of your tutelage that you're telling them that all religions are the same. You
No,
can
I
choose
didn't say
whatever
that. I
religion you
never
want.
said that. I never said that they were all the same. All I said is that these are different
Yeah, but
religions.
it's clear.
Here's mine.
It's clear that you're biased. You're going to educate your kids with your bias against Islam, aren't you?
I would, but if they became
Okay, so why wouldn't you legislate? No, hold on, Vincent. Hold on. You just contradicted yourself. Why would you?
I'm allowed to give my children my
Why
opinion.
would you influence your kids to be biased in one way against Islam? Let them figure it out on their own.
Okay, so now I'm not allowed to give my children my opinion, but allow them to do what they want. My father gave me his opinion.
Well, I'm allowed to give my kids my opinion too. Why isn't everybody allowed to give my kids their opinion?
There's a difference between giving your opinion and forcing it on the child. Those are two different things.
Sure.
There's two different things. Your argument is very weak. That's saying, oh, just because you gave your opinion, you're controlling your child.
No, but you said you allowed them to be. You didn't say you just gave them your opinion.
An opinion.
I
what are you talking about opinion?
Allowed. Okay.
You allowed them. You taught them. Yes. What's wrong
I
with
didn't
that?
teach them Islam. I didn't teach them Islam.
Right. You taught them. You said you will inform your kids with a strong bias against Islam. What's wrong with you teaching your kids whatever you want to teach them?
Okay, that's different than telling them they can't practice Islam. That's a
So
different.
you agree that I should be
no,
able to.
I don't agree with what you're
from...
saying. No, I don't agree with what you're saying.
Why not?
Giving my opinion
I should be able to influence my kids with my bias as you are.
I didn't say you couldn't, but I'm saying that you couldn't stop them from practicing polytheism if they wanted to.
Well, it depends what kind of society you live in, right?
Well,
You just said that,
in
right?
our society that which we are not going to allow to be taken over by you. Yes, in a society like where we don't. I want to live in a society where if a child wants to be a polytheist or a Muslim.
Do you think that the kids can call CPS on their parents if they don't allow them to get sex hormones? Do you believe that?
That's a different story.
Do you believe that? Answer the question.
Wait.
Answer the question. Now you answer a question. Answer a simple question.
Sex
What do you
hormones?
believe?
Well, I don't know about sex hormones, but we're talking about religion. We're not talking about mutilating your body. We're talking about a spiritual
That was
conviction.
the original.
By the way, I just want to let
wasn't
you
it?
know, Vincent, I'm very much aware of your work, and I'm a huge fan of your work. This is the Machine Lives. Blessings to you, sir.
Okay. Well, I don't know what work. I do lots of different kinds of
I'm
work.
talking about the Noahide laws. I saw you on Adam Green. Blessings, sir.
Oh yeah. Thank you very much. But the look, it was done to me. I don't want it done to anyone else. I was a polytheist child. Nobody forced polytheism down my throat. And when it was found out that I was a polytheist, I was treated horrendously. I do not want that happening to anyone else. Muslim or Christian or Jewish.
Of course, I'm sympathetic to that point, but I'm also sympathetic to the point that no outside institution should be allowed to influence your kids to teach them whatever you want to teach them, right?
No, not anything. Anything, or you must have limits. I mean, they're not allowed to teach them to kill people. Obviously, there's limits to what you're allowed to teach your children. Everyone has limits on what we allow people to teach.
Vincent, do we have the right to teach kids that this artificial womb stuff maybe isn't the best way to bring humans into the world?
Yes, but I'm saying everyone has limits on what you are allowed. Even the most strict Muslim society has a form of CPS. There's a certain degree of things that you cannot teach your children and cannot do to your children. Every society has this. Every Muslim societies too. You think children don't get taken away in Muslim societies?
Right, but you think that's a good thing?
No, in certain circumstances, children should be taken away. Yes.
So then, Islamic society's right for that, you think?
What? I'm just saying that everyone has limits on what every society has limits on what you can teach children.
I agree with that.
Well, and so it's just, where does that limit end? Like, do you have a short fuse or a long fuse of what can be taught and not taught? Like, but everyone has their limit. Every society, even Muslim societies, have a break-off point where it's just, no, you cannot do that with your children. So it's just a matter of degrees.
Yeah, but he's equating society or a community sort of vigilance and self-correction with the public state or state-imposed institution. That's not the same thing.
Exactly.
And yes, this is what I want people to hear this. A Muslim America would be no child protective services, no libraries, this kind of stuff.
I don't know why you think there'd be no libraries.
He said there would be no libraries. He said there would be no libraries.
I never said that. I never said that.
No, you said that in your society there would be no CPS or libraries.
Nope, I never said that. Rewind the tape. I said kids are allowed by their parents to rent the books they get from the library. That doesn't mean there shouldn't be libraries. I never said that. So you need to listen more carefully.
You did say that. I did hear. You're changing your story now.
He's lying.
That's it. You're reading a little bit.
No, I asked him directly if we would have no CPS or libraries, and he said yes.
Well, that's different from my opinion to what society's laws are, and what's
Okay, that's
imposed on
your
society.
your private opinion is that there would be no
There should be
CPS
no
and
public. There should be no public institutions. Yes, that's my
okay, no
opinion.
no public
My
education.
yeah. My platform is called The Machine Lives. We advocate for a low tech society, sir. All right, so that is our platform. Yes.
Well, Islam will help you with that because wherever Islam goes,
Sure.
technology collapses.
Exactly. Bingo.
Yeah, thank you. Listen, Carol.
Yeah, bingo.
Okay,
Your
yeah.
technological society that's transforming kids into transgender, and taking them away from their kids. Yes, we will stop that. The onslaught of the medical tyranny in the home. Yes, we will stop that.
Okay. Wake up, America! Listen to this man.
And the kids getting
Yes,
jabbed.
listen to him.
I'm like winning 100%.
So dramatic, like,
It's almost like he's making the arguments for you.
right? Yeah, it's like he's getting tired of Machine not taking the bait, so he's just like, no, this is it. This is what he said. Oh my god, what a drama queen!
So now you're anti-vaccine too.
100%.
All vaccines. Do you think all vaccines should be gotten rid of? Hello?
Well, I don't want to shut down Claire's channel, but you get the picture. I already answered the question. Right?
Okay, so no vaccines, no schools, no hospitals, no libraries, and this is all going to be facilitated by Islam. Okay.
Sure, that's my opinion. Yeah, sure.
Okay. Well, listen up and be forewarned. Forewarned is forearmed.
Yeah, be forewarned about the library and the CPS taking your kids away and giving them sex hormones.
Okay, we're not talking about sex hormones. That's a totally different subject.
Well, it's just interesting you couldn't answer the question.
I did answer your question. I said it was a different matter in that
No, you didn't. No, you didn't.
I said I don't necessarily believe that young children should take sex hormones. I did say that.
Yeah, but the question
okay,
is...
I answered your question. I did answer it.
The question is about CPS and the parents and the entire procedure.
I said that I don't think children should be taking sex hormones. I said that. I answered your question. It's answered.
So you believe that parents should be allowed to restrict their kids to do that?
Of course, I do believe in some level of parental rights. Yes.
Of course. Okay, so that's good. So do I.
Okay, but not like absolute psychotic levels. No.
Yeah, I believe that the state should not encroach into the family. I believe the health of the state is based on the health of the family. If you have good families, you have a good state.
Well, and some families are not healthy, and so you need to intervene.
Well, we're not going to tear down all the families because some of them are unhealthy, right? Right, Bruno? Right, Vincent?
Well, no, but there needs to be intervention into families that are not healthy.
Okay,
there needs to be
so
intervention.
Now you want to intervene in my family life if I tell my 9-year-old kid, I don't want you reading pagan books, right?
If it's become their religious conviction, and I do believe in children's spiritual rights. I do, because it was taken away from me, and I know what that did. And
so
yes, I do believe in children.
Y'all, it seems like this guy is a plant because it's like the same kind of thing that like the transgender stuff started on. The same kind of like, oh, well, my situation was so horrible, and so therefore I believe that there should be further allowance of state into the family in terms of the hormones and so on. And so, I mean, like, how many sob stories are out there online? And
this guy actually says that there's different levels of abuse, and spiritual abuse is close to sexual abuse. He literally says that. And I'm like, what the fuck? I'm like, so yeah, that's when I started to think, like, maybe this dude is like a plant. Because like you're saying,
5 years down the line, we'll be hearing about CPS taking
spiritual abuse. Yeah.
Abuse.
Yeah,
Right. Based on that firsthand account of one Vincent Bruno.
children's spiritual rights. Yes, I do. Kill me.
Kill you?
Yeah, what are you going to do? Like, oh my God, Vincent Bruno believes in children's spiritual rights. What an evil. How do we stop this curse?
You
Stop.
always do this, like you flip out and then you
Stop. What's wrong with children's spiritual rights? What's wrong with that?
They should be their parents' moral standards until
No.
the kid is old enough to live
No,
independently.
no. If you have a spiritual,
its parents.
If you have a spiritual conviction, you cannot spiritually rape children.
Nobody's
the way I was
raping
I was
anyone. It's sort of like
spiritually
if you
raped.
want to live with
I was
mum and dad,
I was spiritually raped, and no child should have to go
What
through
does
what I
that
went through.
mean?
That means that I was shut away from the other children. I was not allowed to play with the other children. I was told that I was demon possessed. I was told that I was not going to make it into paradise. I was told 100 million things that this was going to happen. I wasn't allowed to be around other people. I had to hide because all the adults were scared because I was demon possessed. You don't do that to children.
Well, Jehovah's
Right, you
Witnesses
don't.
do.
Well, you're not exactly, and they should have their children taken away from them.
Oh God.
But don't
They
you
should have
think parents should have some rights over their
Not
children?
spiritually, not spiritually.
What
Some
does it
rights,
mean
yes.
spiritually? But
If
children
your
have all
child,
weird ideas.
if my child came to me and said, I'm going to be a Muslim, let me wear a hijab and read the Quran, I think it should be illegal for me to take their Quran away from them.
So it just creates
legal or
the
not,
loophole
if you're a parent.
for parental rights to be crumbled, basically.
It's just a ridiculous proposition. Kids having parents is way more important than them having their own books. This is retarded.
Yeah, or right to practice some kind of religion, because then what? The parents had to give the offering for said religion. You know, where are you gonna get the tithing? It's just it's much more arbitrary than even a transgender. Like it's like a much more arbitrary and easy to manipulate premise to take away someone's child if you look at it objectively.
It also gives blank check to CPS to pretty much take anybody's child.
Yeah, which child is not spiritually abused, you know?
You know, every child rebels against their parents, so I guess that means the state has to raise them,
Correct.
which they do anyway.
Right.
Parent who hates
Wait a
Muslims,
minute.
you
Wait a
probably
minute.
threaten them.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. You think it's illegal for a parent to
take away their child's Quran, yes.
take away their child's Quran and to tell them they can't wear a hijab, right?
Yes.
But it's okay for CPS to come in the house and tell that Muslim kid, you don't need to read the Quran and you don't have to wear that hijab.
Where's the CPS coming in and doing that?
Welcome to California.
Where can you show me a single case where CPS went into a house because someone was raising their child Muslim?
Raping their child Muslim?
Raising.
Oh, Vincent, we had quite a problem in California of the Muslim parents not getting their kids back from CPS.
Well, what were they doing to their children?
I don't know.
Were they just raising them Muslim, or were they abusing them in some way spiritually?
Well, I think some of them hit them because they were from countries where they think it's okay.
Okay, well that's different. I'm talking. Can you show me a single case where someone called up and said, "Excuse me, my neighbors are Muslims. The children need to get out right now." And CPS came and just took the children out because the parents were Muslims. Can you show me one instance where that happened?
By the way, he just did exchange the word raising for raping. I don't know if you guys noticed that, but yeah, he actually did, like, after she clarified it. So it's really weird.
Oh God, yeah.
So I'm like, what the fuck? So yeah.
Or is it that spiritual grape?
Yeah, it's a spiritual grape, but yeah, it's just weird.
Keeps moving the goalpost.
Yeah.
I know of some. I know of one.
Oh, really? For Muslims. So CPS went and said, "You're raising your children Muslim, therefore you lose your children." That's what CPS said.
Vincent, you're talking so fast, I can't even hear every word you're saying. What did you just say?
Are you saying that
Chill,
CPS is
Winston.
going around removing children from houses because the parents are Muslim?
They're removing kids from Muslim houses because the kids are complaining about their parents at school.
So, and what are the parents? Is it because they're Muslim or because they're abusing the children?
They want to dress like these other kids. They don't want to wear their scarves. They're going to change their clothes at school. It's poor me. I'm with these Muslim parents. I don't like it. I want to have a boyfriend. They think this isn't a correct way to bring somebody up. So all of a sudden you get CPS at your door. What about that, Vincent?
Well, if you're forcing your children to be Muslim, then yes. Yes. Okay, I don't believe in forcing. If your child has told you, I do not want to be a Muslim and I want no association with it, then you don't have the right to force it on them. No, I don't think so.
Vincent. People either live in their parents' home or they don't.
No, well, parents don't have absolute rights. They don't have absolute rights.
You don't let anyone finish. Okay? You have to understand parental authority. If you're living in somebody else's house under their dime, you have to follow their rules. Just like if I go live in my
not all of them, not every single last one.
Listen.
Not every rule do you have to follow. Not every rule.
Listen, if I go in my dad's house, right, as a Muslim, and my dad says you can't pray here, right? Do you know what I have to do as a Muslim?
You're an adult in his house, and you can leave. You're an adult. So talk like you're a child, not an adult. Don't give me I'm an adult. Give me I'm a child. And I can't escape the house, and I want to pray to Allah, but I can't leave, and my father won't let me pray.
Your dad won't let you pray. Okay,
Yeah.
so technically, in Islam, if you want to lay your salat, you have to have permission of the landowner. Okay, so I had a situation where actually I was praying down the street in a vacant lot for a while. Okay, so that was me. I was an adult, but I didn't have my dad's permission to pray in the house. So I went and prayed down. I actually never asked him, but I didn't want to get into some big fight about why I wasn't Catholic and all this. So I prayed in a lot. Now you're saying the 9-year-old girl, she's been told she can't pray. You're trying to tell me somebody can't pray if they're alone somewhere?
Okay, or read the Quran or whatever her spiritual practice is. If you are robbing her of her spiritual practice, then you are abusing her.
I don't think so, Vincent. I think you're not getting the full picture here.
No, especially if you're telling them, especially if you're spiritually threatening them with hellfire no, you don't do that.
You just don't like religion. Okay, but if that's their parents.
I am religious. What do you mean I don't like religion?
Listen, that's the parents' opinion. You said parents can say their opinion. If the parents' opinion is the kid's going to go to hell for that, I mean, that's kind of a rough way to talk to a kid, but I don't agree with this type of approach necessarily, but you're born in a household living on somebody else's dime. You're going to have to conform to the rules of the people.
Oh, really? Who asked them to have you? That's it. Like, I just dumped you out of my cunt, so therefore you have to listen to every single last fucking thing I say.
If somebody comes and stays in my house, they can't tear part of a wall down.
Moving the goalpost again.
No, well, you're talking about unreasonable things. You're talking about things that don't have to do with personal conviction. Tearing your parents' wall down has nothing to do with what God you pray to.
Personal conviction does not end if somebody doesn't got you permission. Okay? So if, let's say that doesn't change somebody's personal conviction. If somebody's telling you can't have that conviction, it's not going to change just because someone tells you.
Okay, but what if it's a practice? I wanted to engage in pagan practice as a child. I didn't want to.
Like what? Give me an example.
Well, maybe I wanted an idol. What if I wanted an idol in my bedroom?
You can't go get what it's going to look like. Is it going to look like a doll?
So now I have to hide it. So I have to hide it now.
Welcome to the real world.
Yo, but where is he getting the money to buy that stuff as a child? It has to come from the parent, right? So then is it illegal if the parent doesn't finance their endeavor? Like, I don't think it's right that parents get sent to get their children removed just because, like, they're saying you can't dress like this and you can't have a boyfriend and stuff. When is that? Since when is it a universal right to have a boyfriend? I don't fucking know.
I think he's using that word right a little too liberally.
Yeah, it gets pretty like this is just the surface of how insane he actually gets with it. He
Oh
gets
God,
very crazy with it. Yeah.
he's just like dissociating from reality.
This is literally like 1% of like how bad it is. Like he gets into some like he later says that a 3-year-old can have his own spiritual creed. A 3-year-old.
That's kind of
That's insane. That's insane. That's not gonna happen unless
It's ridiculous. Yeah.
indoctrinates him.
I
Yeah, and he got
forget, but
offended. You know, he got offended for me saying that's ridiculous.
that's kind of like Martin Luther with the issue of infant baptism, where he's like, well, how's it go? It's like how do you know that the child doesn't believe? It's like the child is like what, 1 or 2? There's no belief yet. It's like there's no reason to be baptizing a baby when the baby doesn't even believe yet.
Who
That's
said
not the
that?
point, though.
Who said
I'm butchering the
MLK?
stuff, but no,
No,
Martin
Martin
Luther.
Luther.
Oh, the original.
The issue with that is there's holy fathers from the beginning that and the Bible says it is like baptize the whole household. You know, it's not
I
really.
see it as a responsibility of the parent to put the spiritual protection on the child. And in my experience, children are higher believers than anyone. In fact, they figure out the pure essence of the religion and they start to really practice. And a lot of problem occurs because the adults aren't holding themselves to that same standard around. And then there comes a cognitive dissonance. But children are some of the most attuned individuals I've seen to God.
Absolutely, like you see like any kids kind of in church, they're really engaged with it. And I remember being a kid in church and like a Baptist church and just really enjoying the experience there and wanting to hear about the Bible. I think like we get kind of caught up as adults on everything that's going on, and that's why we're supposed to have childlike faith, you know. So
I might be misremembering it, but it that got triggered because he said that why can't a 3-year-old have a creed? 3-year-olds don't have creeds. They don't develop a philosophy like that young.
oh,
They
it's
might
almost
have
like too OCD though. You know what I mean? It's like, well,
Yeah, a whole creed. Like, does a child even know what a creed is? No, they're just taking what the mom and dad or
that.
whoever the
Yeah,
immediate
that's my
caregiver
point
is.
basically.
Yeah, they don't know the concept of a creed.
Yeah, but I agree that the babies are spiritually pure. All right, so yeah.
At the same time, but they don't know nothing about organized religions or creed or, at the
Right.
same time. Yeah.
Right. They're almost better for it. The
Correct.
fact is that
They're free.
yeah, in Islam we say that the babies can see the angels. Right?
And it's the same in Hinduism. That they can see God and that sometimes like God is showing them a special flower. Because you see that babies' eyes are unfocused, right? They're not really focused on
Right.
it, and they're really, really small.
yeah, I think they definitely are more closely attuned to maybe the spiritual realm, you know.
Yeah.
Some way.
Yeah. But like he pretty much undermines his whole point by saying, well, nobody asked me to be born. Well, nobody asked to be born, so like what's your point? That kind of undermines your whole thing.
Yeah.
It's like he's all over the place.
Vincent.
No, so you think that Muslim children should have to hide their Quran. So you think that they should have Qurans, but they have to hide it.
I don't think I think they need to understand, first of all, that they're living in a family. They have to follow the rules of the family by the fact that they are not adults, are not self-supporting, and not functioning as adults in society.
Okay,
They need
well, I
to
don't.
listen. They need to learn to follow this authority. So the abuse that people need to call up for is like if somebody's trying to have sex with that kid in the house, or they're actually starving them to death, or this kind of stuff. Not over whether or not the parent believes the child should be able to read this book. There are some books. I know people, not me, but I do know some Christians who wouldn't let their kids read Harry Potter.
Hey, but this is totally besides the point, because my exposure to pornographic material happened, oddly enough, through comic books. Like I didn't even, like I had gotten an X-Men comic book, and there was like pornographic material in the middle pages, you know? So like, yes, you can restrict, like these people, like, are they based in reality, the Vincent guy? Because it's like, oh, you're restricting them from books. Like, it sounds like a Hollywood movie, you know, like this child, like Matilda or somebody being restricted from the library and all that. But
Well, he's being inflammatory because of apparently of his negative experiences he's had from being a child. I mean,
or he's
that's
trying to
obvious, but
he's trying to primp that, right? Like that's his,
he's letting that get the better of him, so he's all over the place.
or maybe it's on purpose. I don't know.
Or he's a plant, you know,
It
whichever.
seems like it seems like a front. Like this is my tragic story. Therefore, you know.
Yeah, I'm going to use it. You know, I'm going to use it to justify this
And
extreme.
like, it's kind of weird because like earlier he's like, "Oh, I wish Islam should be eliminated." It's like, well, you're on a panel with 3 Muslims, so what are you doing? I mean, kudos to you if you can converse with people that are totally, you know, abject or diametrically opposed to your views. So I don't know.
At least in my own situation, I think like it's good to do that. So you don't get caught in like an echo chamber, you know, where you're just
exactly.
But he's trying to do it for clickbait, like for views, because it's like those, you know, like a Charlie Kirk or whatever. These guys that go out to the college campus and they like these woke mofo's walk up to him and they're like, "I'm a blah 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 LGBTQIA plus individual. What does your view say about that?" You know, that's what this sounds like. Like this is on a soapbox somewhere, just like spouting this stuff, and then you know they get a bunch of views on either side.
Plus cosine square root.
That's kind of like the worst part of modern media is that everybody's kind of trying to just get as much attention as possible from screaming into
For
the void.
any reason, right? Like no matter what.
There's not a lot of integrity in any of the fields. It's like whatever gets someone to look, you know, to cause drama, to get people to talk. It sucks.
For sure.
Okay. This
I remember
Harry Potter's not a religion.
Yeah,
Harry Potter's not a religion.
Yeah, I remember when I was a kid, you know, and my parents told me what to do, you know, and they said, you know, you can't do this and that and this thing, and you can't go to the mosque at this time, and you shouldn't keep a beard and all that stuff, and you're becoming, a little bit too Islamic. And my parents are Muslim, right? And they were concerned that I was becoming too radical, right, in terms of my Islamic approach, right? So, I remember telling them that, Abraham, he thought that his parents worship idols, and he smashed the idols that his parents worshipped.
Yeah, well, that's just not what, children shouldn't be smashing their parents' idols. Parents
No, of
shouldn't be
course
smashing
not.
their children's
Of
idols.
course not. Of course not. But
Nobody should be smashing anyone's idol.
I'm just showing you that not every Muslim household is as you picture it, right? But yeah, you already know.
Well, no, there's general trends inside monotheistic households. Yes, there's general trends. Of course, are there Mormons who drink tons of alcohol and get fucked in their ass? Yeah, there are. But is that the general? If you enter in a Mormon household, is that generally what you come across? No.
What the fuck?
Mormons who monotheistic households. Yes, there's general trends. Of course, are there Mormons who drink tons of alcohol and get fucked in their ass? Yeah, there are. But is that the general? If you enter in a Mormon household, is that generally what you come across? No.
What?
It's starting to go out, I think. I don't think we're going to have any sense to make out of this from now on.
There's been a few Freudian slips or something, dude. What are you doing?
What did you notice? Because all I heard was something about Mormons getting plastered.
Yeah, that, and there's just little things that he says that are just odd,
Oddly specific.
Yeah, dude.
What does that mean? He's insinuating they're having sex with each other, in that show or something?
Well, as far as I know, there's a lot of weird shit with the Mormons. They're kind of like a
culty,
soaking or whatever the fuck it's called, dude. I don't know. So weird.
Yep.
Oh.
Yeah, I get it.
There's generalities. I mean, yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, I know there's Muslims who are gay and who snort coke and all this other kind of stuff.
We're speaking in grave generalities, and
okay,
Muslims
but
are most people.
I get it. I get it, but most
group.
Muslims, Islam is not about being gay or snorting coke.
Of course, it isn't. Yeah.
Okay, well, but there's.
Vincent, let's say there's a Muslim family. Let me ask you this example. And you're saying, they need to be able to practice whatever religion they want. And part of that religion is they're going to use wine as a sacrament in the house. Why does a Muslim parent have to facilitate that?
The wine as a sacrament in the house? Well, they wouldn't be allowed to drink the wine.
But that's used in some religions. So I'm saying is, why can't a Muslim say?
Well, nobody's drinking it. Wait, so what's wrong with not drinking it? You're not drinking it, so what's the problem?
Not me. I'm talking about the kid.
The ritual.
The kid's not drinking.
You literally take the wine. What is this guy smoking?
Kid drinking alcohol?
They could. The kid could be becoming Jewish, and let's say you're in a Muslim household. The kid, instead of becoming pagan, decides to become Jewish. They're going to bring alcohol into the house. So
what Jewish ritual demands alcohol? What Jewish ritual demands alcohol?
Shabbat dinner.
It doesn't demand alcohol. It doesn't demand it. There's no demand in the Bible for alcohol at Shabbat dinner.
Vincent.
There's no demand. Give me a religion where it demands children drink alcohol. I want one religion.
Vincent, at the synagogue, there was a couple that wasn't 21 yet. Okay, so they couldn't buy alcohol. They were married. They were Christians. They were young. They were married. They got married at 18 or something and converted to Judaism. They had to do their Shabbat dinner with grape juice because they weren't old enough to buy the wine. Okay? So now here's the state.
I'm looking up if wine is mandatory at Shabbat dinner right now. Wine is not required for a Shabbat dinner. But it's a common practice. Okay, so you're giving me something that they don't even have to do. You're not even giving me a real world
I'm giving you a real world one. This kid wants to practice Shabbat exactly the way Chabad does. They want to have wine at their Shabbat dinner. The parents say you can't bring the alcohol in the house.
It's not necessary. It's not even a necessary practice.
No, I don't want to listen to this. This is Shabbat dinner is a big wine thing. Okay. So the kid wants to do that. So I can limit the kids' venture into this religion in some ways, right? I can tell my kid, no, you can't bring it in here. The kid says, but I believe I must have this wine. Okay, so that's the kid's spirituality. That's what the kid believes about the religion. We have freedom of religion in the United States, right?
Okay, but children aren't allowed to drink wine. It's a moot point because it's illegal for children. Okay,
it's a legal thing. So the state can limit the kids' religious practice.
Well, no child of any religion is allowed to be served alcohol by anyone but their parents.
Vincent.
No child in any religion is allowed to drink alcohol as part of that religious practice unless it was given to them by their parents. So it's a moot point. We're talking about
decided that, right?
Well, because alcohol has negative side effects.
It doesn't have a negative side effect if you don't drink enough to get drunk and you're not drinking a whole bunch. No, I don't think it does.
Well, okay, well, it's just you're bringing up a point. Your child would not be able to get alcohol from anyone except their parents.
Oh, so they get alcohol from all kinds of places, Vincent.
Well, they're not supposed to be drinking unless they have parental permission.
They're not supposed to be drinking at all.
Okay, well, no, come on. I mean, if parental permission, if you want to give your child a glass of wine at dinner, like a third of a glass of wine or whatever, and they're 12, and you want them to acclimatize them to wine, that's not illegal. It is not illegal for a parent to serve their 12-year-old child wine.
Vincent, in America, we have freedom of religion, right?
Not for children.
Let me finish. You got to listen to this argument here. You have freedom of religion. But what about the freedom of religion of the people in the house who's paying for everything? Why does it?
You know what? If you wanted slaves, don't have children. If you want slaves, buy slaves. Don't have children. Children aren't your slaves. I don't throw it on the children. I pay for everything, so it's all my rules. That's disgusting. I wouldn't do that to my child. I pay for everything, so it's all me. You know what? Is that why I had you? So I can control everything that you do? Is that why I had you? If I wanted a slave, why didn't I just go?
Listen, a 10-year-old is not an adult.
They have spiritual rights, though.
They're not an adult.
They have spiritual rights, though. Children have rights.
That the kids are going to dictate what is allowed or not allowed in the house is undermining parental authority.
Well, some parental authority does need to be undermined.
The kid doesn't get to decide. We have a society right now where the kids are deciding what they're wearing. They're deciding everything, and their parents have no say. This is wrong because these other people are not going to support that kid or help that kid into the future.
A lot of parents don't help their children into the future. You act like every parent helps. Well, a lot of them don't. Well, you did good for you, but a lot of parents don't.
I would not allow someone to come in and build a pagan altar inside my house. If I'm going to be pagan now, I'm going to put the pagan altar up, Mom, and I'm going to do this. Now, my personal view is if you can read a book, you can read the book, but not porn. Okay, that's my personal view. And I never told my kids they couldn't read a book, but they certainly never had access to porn. All right. So I don't know what to say about this. I don't know about.
My position is that parental rights need to be controlled a little bit. It's not like 100%
controlled by who? The state?
Yes. Somebody has
parental rights. Okay. The state telling parents what they can or can't do with their own kids is undermining parents' parental authority.
Good. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Good. I'm
not seeing these kids being better off when they've undermined their parental authority. Not the majority.
I do. I would have been better off if I had been removed from my house.
One person.
Okay, do you think that I'm the only one who experienced this? Do you think I'm the only person in the world that thinks like this?
You think most kids came from such abused houses that you came from, that they're all like this? No.
I think a lot. Enough did. It was enough. It was enough of them. It doesn't need to be every single last one. Enough of them. It's like,
that doesn't mean you destroy the structure of the family.
Good to see the statistics.
Yes, you do.
Because you got a few that were
not a few. It's not a few. Don't say few. It's way more than a few.
You're saying everything's abuse now.
Well, because yes, humans are abusive and humans are evil, and so they do evil things to their children. Yes.
Well, I don't think the state is better than the parents.
Well, I do.
I don't have a problem. I don't see a problem with somebody's Catholic. They're bringing their kids up Catholic. Kid grows up, and then they decide they're not going to be Catholic. I don't see anything wrong with that.
Okay, well, if they are spiritually rebelling as a teenager, then spiritual rebellion is different than, Mommy, I want to snort coke. They're not asking to snort coke. They're asking to have their own relationship with God.
How is anybody going to interfere with somebody's own relationship with God?
Well, what if I need an idol in my practice? If I wanted an idol in my practice, I should be able to have an idol in my practice.
Why not an idol? You're going to have to grow up and hide it.
Nope, that's not how it works. That's not how it works. Children shouldn't have to hide Quran. So you think children should have to hide their Qurans, hide their Bibles, hide their Torahs, hide whatever other monotheistic paraphernalia that they have? They should have to hide it.
I think you have to look at this entire picture. Parents have a right to have some rules.
Some.
All the parents do, unless they're criminals or something. The parents have a right to have their rules in their home, their standards of behavior.
Not in every domain. It's not absolute. No, you don't have an absolute right. No, you don't.
They
not
do
absolute.
have a right because they do.
Absolute right or some? You mean they have some rights, but not absolute rights?
I said unless they're criminals or actually.
Okay, so some rights, but not absolute rights. Some rights, but not absolute rights.
I think they should have more rights than what you think they should have.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
but
there are like, to be fair, there are some absolute rights. Like, for example,
no, you don't have absolute rights. No,
for example, a parent is responsible for his kid's livelihood and his health and all that type of stuff. A good parent, we would expect that their kids, are healthy and taken care of and all that type of stuff, right? So they have duties towards their kids, right? And that constitutes some level of control, absolute control, right?
These children never asked you to have them. It's like they never asked you to have them, and you're like, well, I'm paying for
right,
it.
Of
Well,
course, of course. The kids never asked you to feed them.
Yeah,
either.
so they didn't ask to be. They didn't ask to be your slave. So you cannot make your children are not your spiritual slaves. Spirituality,
right, but
they're not your spiritual slaves.
But until kids are 6 or 7, right, they can't even get food for themselves. They have to be fed, right, sat down, right, and the fact is that most of their behavior is going to be controlled by their parents, right? Absolutely.
I agree that most of it, but there's certain limits to what.
So at what age does that end?
It depends on what the thing. I think a child's spiritual rights begin as soon as they can formulate a creed. If they can formulate.
Right. So what age would you say that a child can sufficiently formulate a creed?
If they're able to say, I've read a little bit about Islam and I know the 5
right,
pillars.
But I asked for an age because this is going to be
whatever age they can demonstrate a coherent creed, whatever age that is.
So 3, 5, 7.
If they can make a coherent creed, I guess.
So if a 3-year-old kid can make a coherent creed for a religion, then their parents should not be able to impose any religion on them, and CPS should be able to intervene.
If they're that advanced, I mean, you would have to be an advanced 3-year-old.
That is ridiculous. That's ridiculous, sir.
If they can make
ridiculous.
How did they even?
That's not only impractical; it's ridiculous.
Not ridiculous.
A 3-year-old, you just said, can formulate their own creed.
I know a Muslim who knew that he didn't believe in the Trinity at 5. He was raised Christian, but at 5 years old, he knew.
That's anecdotal. That's anecdotal.
Okay, but he was Muslim, and
that is anecdotal evidence, sir. We cannot accept that.
Why it happens?
That's anecdotal evidence that some kid was 5 years old and he rejected it. Come on, we're talking about something that's going to be imposed by the state. So we need a specific age that kids can formulate a creed. This is the statement that you're referring to. For it to be practicable.
As soon as they are able to formulate a creed that another adult can understand, then yes, I would say that if they make that creed, then the parents cannot harm the child they cannot take retribution on the child. They cannot punish the child for having that creed. If you punish your 3-year-old because they say, I don't believe in the Trinity, then yes, the child should be taken away. What are you going to do? Spank the baby because it said, I don't believe in the Trinity?
What if you just tell them that the Trinity is ridiculous?
No, I'm talking about a Christian family.
Well, answer the question. What if you just tell them that? What if you just say, no, kid, the Trinity is ridiculous, and you tell them it's
that's
ridiculous?
Your opinion. If you start punishing them, or psychologically and mentally and emotionally abusing them because they don't believe in the Trinity, then take the child out of the house.
Well, at what level is you questioning their opinions, a 3-year-old's opinion on the Trinity, considered psychological abuse?
You could tell them, well, I don't believe in the Trinity, or here's reasons why I don't believe in the Trinity. If you spank the child for not believing in the Trinity, then yes.
So physical harm.
And mental and emotional. If you tell it's going to hell, if you scare it, if you tell it demons are going to rape it. So if I told my 3-year-old child that demons would rape it in the night because it didn't believe in the Trinity, I shouldn't have it taken away from me?
it's just a little ridiculous.
No, it's not ridiculous. If it can form, if you punish your child for
No,
expressing a
it's really
creed.
bizarro. It's really bizarro to think that a 3-year-old can formulate their own
Excuse me,
religious creed.
I'm not saying that this would ever happen. I think you're being ridiculous by thinking a 3-year-old could even do that.
No, I mean, I'm not
You're
the one
ridiculous.
formulating
Okay,
the
you're the
scenario.
one who's ridiculous. You're
Brought up the
ridiculous for
3-year-old.
thinking that this would ever even happen, that a 3-year-old would be able to express
I asked you
a
what
deep-seated
age.
creed.
I
Yeah,
asked you what
I
age.
said at the age that they were able to articulate it, and obviously a 3-year-old would not be able to articulate that.
Let me intervene.
So not
He
3,
asked-
higher than 3.
No, I said whatever age they can articulate it.
And I asked you 3, and you said that's a perfectly fine age.
If they were able to articulate it, then yes.
So yes.
I said yes if they can articulate it only.
CPS has legal guidelines they have to use. Okay, they're going to have to. They will use age because it's too subjective.
It doesn't just have to be age. If you can articulate a creed, what's so subjective about articulating a creed?
They have to have guidelines they go by, and
Yes, and the guideline would be the child has articulated its creed.
Vincent, it would be subjective to say for
More
someone
state
to say
control.
the kid has articulated a good argument or a bad argument. That's a subjective. Why? Just because a kid can't.
So what if the child can recite the 5 pillars of Islam and said these are my?
Listen, you're not listening to me. Just because a kid can articulate a creed or can't doesn't change the fact where the child is spiritually. You're basically saying that a child can have a spiritual freedom as long as she can articulate or he articulate the creed. But if they're really bad at doing it, then yeah, it's okay.
But no, either it's a coherent creed or it's not.
According to who?
Well, if all they can say is "Mama, Allah," that's not a creed. If they're just saying the word Allah, that's not a creed.
Who says it's not?
How is saying the word Allah a creed?
It's a freedom of religion.
How is it a creed? That's yours, right?
Allah, that's it. Allah is my creed.
If they were able to
Law doesn't
demonstrate.
work that way, Vincent. Law works on rules and it works on guidelines. And these social services people come in, and it's very subjective when they start deciding what is and isn't abuse. They have overreached in their jobs.
Okay, first of all, none of this would even come to anyone's attention until the child reports it. So the child would have to be old enough to have articulated a creed, to have then been punished for it, to then report it. They have to be old enough to do all those things.
My mommy won't let me go to that pool party, so I'm going to go tell.
That's not a creed. That's not a creed.
My mommy won't let me go to the pool party. They won't let me go to her birthday party over there, the pool party. And I'm going to say I'm the same religion as that girl because I want to go to the party. And
Okay,
I've talked to her before, so I know. So I'm going to go talk to these people, and I'm going to say I don't want to be the religion my parents are. I'm the same religion as those people over there, and I believe in, I don't know, Joe is God, and that I should be able to do what I want because my religion says I'm 7 years old and I can just go to that pool party. That's my creed right there. Vincent.
You can go to. So the child made up their own religion.
We have freedom of religion in the United States.
Well, I mean,
absolutely can make up their own religion. And
is it a recognized? Is it a recognized religion?
Why does it have to be recognized by who?
By the state.
Why does the state get to decide what religion somebody has? We believe in freedom of religion in the United States.
We do, but you have to. But wait, whoa! You cannot. If you want to medically neglect your child to death, you have to be in a specified, organized, state-sponsored religion to do that. If you are, look, we're not talking about that. We have freedom we are
in the United States.
Yes.
I have the freedom to be Muslim or not Muslim as I see fit.
Okay.
I can follow it as much as I want, as long as I don't start going out and issuing hudud laws out in public on people or killing, the neighbor's dogs or whatever, right? So you can make up your own religion in the United States. So if an adult,
but it's not state. No. But in America, you do not get rights unless your religion is recognized by the state.
But you can make one up and give yourself those rights.
But not unless it's recognized by the state. You do.
No,
like
the
I said,
state doesn't get to recognize it.
You'd
because
have to recognize millions of
case.
religions then.
You have to prove that you have a recognized religion.
I don't have to prove I have a recognized religion.
Okay, well, in America, there are two classes.
Islam illegal in the United States, right? I'm still going to be Muslim.
No, but here's the difference. Let's say I woke up tomorrow and I said, some alien came to me last night and said I can't give my children medicine anymore. If I did that, my children would be taken away from me because it's not an organized religion. It's not officially recognized by the state. However, in some states in America, if I was a Christian Scientist and I read Mary Baker Eddy and I attended the Christian Science church and my child died from medical neglect, I would get away with it.
No, not anymore.
No, in certain states, yes. In certain states, it's still on the books. Children still die from Christian
Okay,
Science.
well, not everywhere. And the point is
Why
that
this
in a
fucking guy
country of
panic
freedom
or
of
something,
religion,
dude?
you can
What's up with
practice
him?
as much in general, as much.
He's going nuts. You notice this? He's like, whoa, whoa, whoa.
He's been going nuts the whole time, pretty much.
Right. I think the whole cocaine, Mormons and cocaine comment is like, yeah, there's some cocaine going on, brother.
I agree. But I also have it sped up, okay?
Oh,
Yeah, but that was, he did that like what, 10 minutes ago? He's been going crazy for
Yeah,
like
for 2
30 or
hours
40
already.
minutes.
tripping.
At
I was
least.
like, how is he talking that fast?
At least an hour.
Or as little of a religion as you want.
Well, no, look in France.
I'm a little kid. I'm going to now be a Christian because I want to go to that pool party, and my mom's keeping.
But that has
me.
nothing to do with Christianity. You would have to prove that going to that pool party was a Christian sacrament that you had to do.
Let's go fellowship with other Christians.
That under
I'm
Christianity.
going to that pool party because I believe in doing baptism every time I go to a pool.
Okay, and where are you getting this from?
I don't know. I got it from this book that my daddy said I couldn't read. That I've been hiding.
Okay. Well, you're gonna have to get your
And I wrote it myself.
You're gonna have to get your get it recognized, right?
What would it be?
Okay, well, then get your book recognized by the state, and we can help you.
No. I have freedom of religion. The state doesn't get to decide.
Okay, in
The
America,
state does not get to decide to define my religion.
Okay, so then why are there different rules for people in organized and disorganized religions? Why do we have different laws?
I believe they're unconstitutional myself. Okay.
So you think that the state has no right to register religions?
I think they have. What is the reason to even register them? What function? What are they doing registering a religion?
Well, like, okay, ancient Rome was a pagan society, and they allowed, whenever they would conquer people, they would bring in the gods, but they would not allow all the gods because they knew some of the gods were destructive, like incest gods. They did not allow the mother-son Syrian incest cults into Rome.
Well, we're in America, and I don't know what they're doing, and I think in America you can have an incest god if that's what you want to believe. You just can't go do incest.
Okay, well, the point that I'm saying is that even in religions,
the point is you're saying you want to.
No, I'm saying even in tolerant pluralistic societies, there were certain gods that were not registered in the Roman registry.
That's their problem. I'm in America.
Okay, well,
my founding father wasn't Julius Caesar. Okay. In America, we have freedom of religion. Let's look at the laws where we live.
Yes, and I did, and I gave you an example of how organized religions get rights and disorganized religions
we have a
don't.
constitution. So what we're really talking about here, we may have an area that needs to go up for, brought before the Supreme Court if you can find someone who's damaged by this. Okay, how can the state tell me how I have to practice my own religion and tell me my religion is not recognized? I don't believe they do have that right, Vincent. I don't believe they do. Okay, so
but then anyone would be able to make up any destructive religion they want.
I can make up a syncretic Muslim religion that takes on the ideas of Christian scientists, combine it, make this syncretic religion, and say that's my religion. I'm not. That's it. I'm going to cure my disease with a prayer. I can do that. I can do it tomorrow. I can make a website. I can create it. I mean, I can't make websites.
Yes. Well, okay. But if you did it, if you set this up and you medically neglected your children, depending on what state you were in, you wouldn't get away with it.
California, you're stuck having to do all of it. Pretty much. It's gotten to the point, they're the vaccines. They're just keeping you out of more and more public things, right? Medical neglect. Yeah. California, yeah, they're going to slap you in jail, but I believe it's constitutionally wrong. Okay. So there's always this point where states and stuff start doing things, but actually it's against the Constitution and it hasn't been brought up. And then the court's going to say one thing or the other. What we have going on here is they're giving adult authority to children when they're not adults. Okay, so
it depends on what
kids cannot take unless you go get legally emancipated. You are not allowed, if you're under 18, to you're not allowed all adult rights. Okay, and a big part of that is because they are living off of other people. People who have rights have to be exercising their full responsibilities, and children do not. Children do not exercise full responsibility in bringing themselves up, paying their bills, or anything else. Okay, so if this guy, let's say I'm Catholic, my kid comes home with a Quran. Yeah, I'm probably, and if I don't like it, I'm probably going to say, get it out of the house. In fact, I'll get it out of the house for you. Right? That's my right as a parent. It's not my right as the state to come in there and said, you must let your kid read that Quran. Why? No, they don't. They do not have that right to do that. Some 10-year-old kid wants to become Muslim by themselves. They start talking to me. I said, you need to deal with your parents and talk to your parents. I can't. I'm not going to help you do this. All right.
I'm not saying adults should go in and try to influence children.
CPS is adults coming in and implementing whatever it is.
Only once the police. Right. CPS. That's only once the child has been abused and a phone call is made. CPS is not going in and barging into Muslim homes and handing out Bibles.
They're going into Muslim. Teachers are telling Muslim kids they don't have to be Muslim when they grow up. Is this right?
Yes, you don't have to be Muslim when you grow up. That's a fact. That's a fact.
They target them. They're not talking to the other kids in the class like that.
Well, excuse me, I was spoken to like that as a Jehovah's Witness. They didn't like my religion either.
Well, what do you really think that's a teacher's job?
It's one thing to say you shouldn't be a Jehovah's Witness versus saying when you grow up you can make whatever choice you want. And if you don't want to be a Jehovah's Witness, that's up to you.
I'm going to pat you on the head. You don't have to be a Muslim when you grow up.
You don't have to. It's true.
No,
that's a fact.
No.
That's a fact.
I'm not going up to other people's children because I believe in parental authority and telling them you don't have to be this religion when you grow up. You can be.
That's true.
I'm not going up to other people's children and doing that because it's undermining parental authority. If they don't want to have a Quran in their house, they don't have to. Okay? They don't. The people who own the house do not have to let that in there. I do not have to let a pagan altar come into my house. I don't have to let the kid have any toy in that house unless I think it's okay. I don't have to let them have an idol in the house if I don't like it. I don't have to start bringing in boxes and boxes.
Okay, well, and that's when the child is taken away if it's a pagan. If your child formulated a pagan creed and you were forcing it and you weren't allowing it to practice its religion, then yes, the child would be taken away. Yes.
They can't practice it in my house.
That'd be
well, that's why they would have to be
against
taken
the
away.
parents'
Yeah.
religion.
No reason for that because all you're going to do is have a situation where you're having kids saying they're going to be these other religions because they want to get something. It's not.
How do you get something by being taken out of your house and going into foster care? You're not getting anything.
This is what you get. You're born in a home. You get some parents. You learn how to deal with them. You grow up. You go out of the home. You learn how to deal with society. You can't keep letting children decide what they will and will not deal with their parents unless it's really something horrible, right? Telling a kid they can't read a book on paganism is not the end of the world.
If it's their spiritual creed, it is.
No, it's not because the kid can still think on its own. It can.
How would it learn to think?
It's learning to get along here. They cannot be allowed to override and take over the authority in a family. Children should not be allowed to have that kind of authority in a family. They're not adults.
They need to be protected. They are in the most dangerous place to be on earth. They need rights. They need protections. They're in the most dangerous place for a child to be is in its family.
I think being taken and putting in those holding places for juveniles is way more dangerous than being in most parents' houses. I'm sorry.
Well, I think that
it is, and being put in foster care with people that is actually open to more abuse than being in people's homes. Now, it may not be for a particular individual, but it is opening the door to abuse. Because some foster parents, and you seem to think because some do things that you need to get rid of the whole authority thing, some foster parents do molest.
Yeah, and they're viewed by the state, and if the child reports that foster parent, they'll be taken out of the house.
Not before they're abused.
Well, if it does happen, I mean, it's just, look, whoever's house that the child is, and they need, children need protection from all adults. Okay,
and so the protections are, they need to be fed, they need to be clothed. They do not get to decide what kind of clothes they're going to get.
They get to decide their religion.
Force my daddy to go buy me a Gucci blouse.
No, but they can decide what religion they are.
They can decide what religion they are, and they can follow the rules.
And you don't have the right to punish them. You don't have the right to punish them for their religion.
Well, they're going to have to learn how to get along in the world, Vincent. They're going to have to.
But you don't. That's injustice. So you don't allow injustice. You don't. You allow injustice. I'm not allowing injustice.
No, listen. You're allowing injustice to parents. And you're creating a scenario.
No, the parents are unjust. I know what do you mean unjustice to parents.
That is unjust.
He really doesn't like his parents. It seems like
that they
not authority over themselves, over their own spiritual destination. Yes, they have choice.
Not adults. Over their own spirituality. I told you, there's nothing you can do. Nothing you can do about what somebody's thinking. Nothing.
Yeah, but you can punish them for being religious.
Well, then maybe the kid needs to learn the very adult skill of shutting up their mouth.
Nope. Sorry.
Yes,
Nope.
they
No.
need to
no.
learn this. They need to learn when they can or can't.
Not injustice. You don't be silent in the face of injustice.
That
You don't.
is ridiculous, Vincent.
You don't be silent in the face of
You have
injustice.
to
Nope.
stop your kids.
Child or adult, you don't be silent in the face of injustice, and you don't allow other people to practice injustices either. I'm just not accepting it. I'm not just for parental authority, for any other authority. I'm not just allowing injustice.
I think it's gross injustice for the state to come into a family.
A nice
tell them
virtual signal.
What religion's going to go on in that house? I think that's gross injustice.
Well, we are in
Because
different
they
set
are
of
not.
opinion.
They are not taking care of those kids. They don't love those kids.
Neither do the parents.
Well, Vincent, that's
Oh,
unfortunately.
God, don't. You know what? If you're doing that to your child, if you're punishing your child for believing in a different God than you, then you don't love your child.
Most people aren't going to punish someone for that. They would talk to them. They would
Okay, well, if you're punishing them, I said punishment. I didn't say you're not allowed to express your views. I didn't turn against my congregation because they said, well, you know what? We don't really believe in idolatry. We think it's wrong.
Vincent, the abuse, Vincent, isn't what religion you're practicing. It's that they were whatever this was they were doing to you. That's the abuse that should have got you removed from the home. Not that your parents were trying to make you Jehovah's Witnesses.
But they abused me for not wanting to be one.
You're going to force pork down somebody's neck. That's the abuse. You're going to beat someone up with a stick and put them in a closet. That's the abuse. And that is the abuse CPS needs to focus on and take kids out of the home.
Okay, but if you're doing this to your children because they've changed religion, that's abuse.
I say that's like talking about hate laws and stuff. Listen, it's just getting ridiculous. The abuse is the action they take against the kid. That's where the abuse is.
That's what I'm saying.
So
That
if somebody is beating a kid up with a stick, locking them in a closet for 2 days, forcing pork down their knee and making them urinate on themselves, that's abuse. The why of it doesn't matter.
So you're not allowed to hit your kids?
I didn't say that.
I'm asking anyone. It was a question.
It depends. I think it depends on what you mean hit them. Like you mean like when you have a toddler and like a little spank on the butt emotionally hurts it and so it knows not to do it, or what's hit? Like what level of hitting? Like what do you mean, leaving bruises or what?
I'm talking about all levels. So okay, we're past the swat on the butt. That I'm assuming you're saying that's acceptable, right?
Well, obviously, if you're leaving bruises on your children, then no, right. I don't think you should be able to.
You can't hit anyone to the point of causing a bruise. I believe Muslims make that claim about wife beating as well. The white Muslim woman who I wanted to hear her answer on it, she said something about hitting with a stick. I got hit with a stick as a kid. My mom would get a switch. We had this damn elm tree out back, and it left little knots on the switches. I remember we didn't clean up our room once, and then I laughed at Mom when she said, "You better clean up that room." I started laughing. She went and got a switch, chased me and my brother around, and missed my butt most of the time. Hit me right on the hamstrings, and that was back in the 70s when shorts were actually short. It hurt like hell, but I wouldn't think that would rise to the level of abuse. So that's always the thing with rights and religious rights versus individual rights, parents' rights versus children's rights. Where do you draw the line?
Yeah, well, these things are complicated. I mean, my parents didn't hit me. That's not how they punished me, and okay. But I don't. They punished me in other ways that were just as, you could put your child, send it to its room. You can take things away from it. You can take privileges away from it. There's things you can do besides hit it. There's other ways to discipline your children, and then you can only hit them for so long. I mean, when they start getting older, it's, you would really have to really beat them in order to, get them to listen to you. And, so, I mean, the older they get, the more harsh these beatings need to get. And like,
you already lost if you're at that point.
I remember my oldest brother was like 15 or 16 and my mom went to slap him and he caught her hand. I thought her head was going to explode. She's like, "You let me slap you when I want to slap you." But,
yeah, I mean, yeah, it depends. Like, if you're 15 years old, first of all, a father would have to, in order for corporal abuse to work at 15 years old, it would have to be pretty harsh because, what are you going to do to spank a 15-year-old with your hand? And that's not going to do anything.
Right.
You would have to actually physically really, beat the child. So no, I mean, no, obviously you don't, it's one thing to like, spank a toddler's bum. It's another thing to whip your 15-year-old child. I think those are two different things.
Gotcha. Okay. Thanks for your answer. Machine, do you have an answer? Or the white Muslim woman? Where do you draw the line at what is corporal punishment and what is abuse?
Well, I don't think you need to beat people up. I don't think you need to beat them up. Okay, I don't think you need to beat them up. I don't think you need to lock them in closets. I don't think you have to make a kid urinate on themselves. I don't think you should be doing any of that kind of stuff. You don't need to starve a kid. Kid doesn't like dinner, refuse to eat it. Well, yeah, I mean, if they want to go to bed hungry, they can. But to just sit there and say, okay, you're not going to be anything, and we're just going to put that one piece of pork on you in front of your plate. Yeah, I mean, I don't believe in doing something like that.
Okay, but wait. First of all, most parents, most people like you, believe the children should eat whatever the parents put in front of them.
I would agree with that.
What do you mean most parents like you?
Most monotheistic religious parents want their children to eat what's put in front of them and not complain. And first of all, I wouldn't look.
Think there's decorum and manners at the dinner table. If someone's going to be disruptive at the dinner table, maybe they need to eat at a little table by themselves.
That's not what we're saying. Look, okay. First of all, I believe
parents are under.
Okay, I believe parents should. Okay, here I believe that unless the child is allergic to the food. I mean, I had to eat food I didn't like as a child, and I wasn't. Okay, there were certain foods that I was just like. Okay, if I ate tomatoes, I would throw up. I could not eat tomatoes, so I wasn't forced to eat tomatoes because I was so revolted by them that if I swallowed them, I would vomit. And so, I didn't eat that. But generally, anything that was put in front of me, whether I liked it or not, I had to eat it. And I said the only time.
Okay, look. Somebody asked me, I'm sorry, I keep getting bumped off here. I don't know why. I don't think any parent is under an obligation to buy their kid foie gras or, sirloin steaks if they're having hamburger for dinner. I don't think they have to do that because the kid doesn't want to eat it.
Neither do I.
Okay, so they're not under an obligation to provide gourmet food for a kid.
I didn't say they were.
The kid is stuck eating what their family can provide.
Yes, but I said there should be exceptions. If my child became a Muslim and said I cannot eat pork,
I'm not under obligation to facilitate anybody practicing any other religion, Vincent.
Okay, well, this is the difference between. I believe children have spiritual rights.
Well, okay, then spiritual rights kid can go get a job and go to the halal store and buy meat.
No, you don't get to take away your children's rights just because you have all the money.
They don't have a right for me to provide sacramental anything or go buy some meats from some store. I mean, I'm not obligated.
Okay, nobody's asking you to. Okay, first of all, nobody's asking you to pay for the child's religion. They can check out a Quran at the library. It's not
We're
like
talking about food right now.
Okay, well,
obligation.
Yes.
Provide unusual food for my family that I think is unusual. I am not obligated to do that.
Okay, but you don't have the right to force your child to eat pork if it's against their religion.
I don't believe in forcing somebody to eat anything. You can.
Okay, well, some parents, if you did, the child would be taken away. If you forced it to eat pork, it would be taken away.
Well, I'm not doing that.
Okay, well, we're talking about parents that would force the child to eat pork.
You're trying to talk about people who do abusive things and equating
like forcing their children to eat pork, like forcing their children to eat pork when they're Muslim.
You are equating abusive activities, and then you're trying to give a reason for it. I'm saying it's the abusive activity that CPS needs to look at, not why the parent was trying to do that. We're not playing group therapy with the parent. If somebody is locking a kid up in a closet, making them urinate themselves, forcing pork down their neck, whatever reason that is.
Wait, first of all, it's not, no. It is not illegal to tell your children that they have to eat what's put in front of them.
Okay, but you can't force feed them, Vincent.
I didn't say force feed them, but if you have a Muslim, okay, if you go to the Muslim child and say you will eat pork or there will be consequences, then yes, that's abuse.
I go to a Muslim child and tell them to eat pork?
No, if I'm a pagan and I have a Muslim child and they say I cannot eat pork because I'm Muslim, if I say if you do not eat your pork, there will be consequences for it, then that's abuse.
I don't. That's such an old-fashioned kind of parenting.
Well, it happens. It could happen. It's not like it would never happen.
Well,
if I'm giving the child, if I'm telling my child, if you don't break your religion, there will be consequences, that's abuse.
Well, the kid has to start being smarter and not do that.
No, you fight for the side of justice. You don't tell people to accept injustice.
The idea of justice is, Vincent, that I don't have to have the state or anyone else telling me.
That's not justice. That's not justice.
Yes, it is.
No, just because you had a child doesn't mean that you're a good parent, doesn't mean you have right over the child, doesn't mean anything. Anyone can have a child. Anyone. You don't get automatic rights over your children just because you have them.
Different things. If somebody's abusing a kid, okay, they need to get arrested for abuse of the kid, for what they're doing to the kid.
Including forcing them to eat.
Don't let anyone finish. It's the same thing with these hate crime laws. It's ridiculous. Hate crime law. No, you don't get a worse sentence because you hated somebody. Obviously, if you beat someone up, you didn't like them. Okay, this is an attack on thought. Okay, I don't believe in thought crime. Okay, but I do believe that parents are allowed to decide what reading materials come into the house that their children are exposed to.
It depends on the reading material. If it's religious,
It
it's
does
different.
not. It's
Yeah,
up
if
to
it's
the
religious, it's
parent.
different.
It's up
You have
to
religious rights.
No, I'm talking about anything. Okay, I'm not going to let my kid read porn if I have a little kid.
I know, but that's different. I'm saying that's a different classification of literature.
Well, you're not getting the point here. Is I have
Yeah, I am. I'm giving you a difference. I'm saying there's a.
If I'm a Christian and I believe Islam is a bad thing to have my 10-year-old reading about, I have the right to not have that book in the house. Okay,
well, that's what we're trying to change. That's what we're trying to change, and to take away.
I don't know why, because
because children spiritually suffer in these monotheistic households when they have a religion that is different from their parents, and then they are abused for having a different religion.
So the problem is you believe in monotheistic parents being regulated, what they do in their homes. But what about pagan parents?
Yeah, I told you the same thing. I said the pagan
parents. What about
I said it goes both ways. I said it goes both ways. No, I said it goes both ways. No, come on. I said it goes both ways. I said, didn't I say at the very beginning of this that if my child came to me and said, I want to be Muslim.
Just now you said monotheistic only.
Yeah, you said monotheistic
only. I know, but because she said monotheistic. Before I said 100 times, if my child became a Muslim, I wouldn't have the right to spiritually terrorize it. I said that 100 times.
Okay,
if you're what is spiritual?
Everybody agrees. If you're
okay, if my child said, I want to be a Muslim, and I said, that's it, you're not allowed to be around any more children, you're not allowed to be around anyone, you're demon possessed, and you have to stay in your room because you scare people, then that would be abuse. Yes.
Okay,
yes, it would be.
Abuse? Isn't that abuse?
Yes, it is abuse.
Okay, so what are we arguing about?
Okay, to have consequences for your spirituality is abuse. If the consequences are you're not allowed to go out anymore, you're not allowed to have friends anymore, you're not allowed to have toys, you're not allowed to watch television, you're not allowed to do this because you're a Muslim, then
you think parents can't decide which kids their kids can associate with?
No. If you socially isolate your child because it's Muslim, that's abuse.
Yeah, you're lumping in parents telling their kids what what religion to follow with social isolation. So you're simply just conflating the two things. Social isolation is abuse on its own. Hold on a second. Social isolation on its own is abuse without imposing religion. So
I know, but if you do it, okay. But if you, let's say you only did it for the religious purpose, then
how's it change it? It's still abuse.
Okay, fine. Then if you isolate, if you do any consequences on your child for their religion, it's abuse and you remove, no matter what kind of abuse it is, whether it's social isolation, rape, I don't care what it is, the child is out. If you put negative consequences on that child for having a religion, then the child needs to get out of the house.
I think you keep talking about these abuse things that people should get arrested on, no matter what reason they're doing it.
No, I know, but I'm just saying that if you there's any fine, like let's say it's something very simple. Let's say that my child becomes a Muslim, and I say, well, you know what, you want to be a Muslim? Well, that means that you only get the bare minimum of food. I'm going to count the calories, and your other brother and sister, No, I'm not starving it. No, not start. Let's say I'm not starving it. Let's just I let the other brothers and sisters have ice cream, cake, cookies, whatever they want. Buy them toys, but you, because you're this, no dessert, and you're on just whatever calories. I'm going to weigh you, and whatever the index says, the number of calories that I have to give you is what I'm going to give you. So I can't be accused of abuse. But you know what? You're not going to be able to do with the other. It's not abuse to tell your children they can't have toys. But what if you're taking away their toys because they are religious?
What if the dad just went through all the toys out of the house because he said you guys aren't good enough?
Okay, but not for what if you just want what if you I'm saying what if you just if you said, well, I'm taking all the toys out of the house because you looked at porn on the computer, and you say, I want to take all the toys away because you looked at porn. That wouldn't be abuse because whatever. But if you're going in and saying, well, you're not,
kids should be allowed to look at porn.
No, oh my God, I don't even want to talk anymore because you people misconstrue everything I said.
I mean, it's just very strange.
I just said the opposite. No, I just said the opposite of what he accused me of saying. I said the very opposite.
Right. He said that if the kid watched porn and you took their toys away as a punishment for having committed that act, it's not abuse.
Yeah, that's exactly what I said.
If the kid comes into a Christian house with a Quran or something, and the father says, "Okay, you can keep that book, but I'm taking all your toys away,"
or you can't keep the book either. Yeah,
take the book too. Right.
Yes, then I'm saying that spirituality is a very specific type of right.
Right. So like even like prisoners, going back to the food analogy, sort of, prisoners sue to get halal food, right? You can't put a plate of pork in front of the Muslim prisoner every day and say, well, that's what you got to eat.
Correct.
They have to actually get halal food. And so your child is kind of like a prisoner in your home.
Yes.
You pay for everything. So shouldn't that same right be extended to them? And back to, I think what he's kind of saying is a recognized religion, right? You can't just make up Festivus and say, I'm not coming to work on the 23rd because I'm celebrating Festivus. Now pay me, or
there has to be
need the airing of grievances.
Say a kid says it's my spiritual right to draw pornographic images and to collect pornographic images.
Well, I told you they would have to. This is when we went back to what is your organized religion, your state recognized religion that says this? Where is it? Where's the state recognized religion? That's
They don't have to recognize it.
Okay, in America, you do. Under the law right now, there's different rights for people who are in organized religions versus people who are in disorganized religions. They don't have the same rights in America.
Right. To have the protection of the state given to you, your religion has to be recognized, right? So like there's, Jehovah's Witnesses, I think, sued Burger King because the girls wouldn't wear pants, right? Or maybe they were Mormons.
Well, okay, like here, Jehovah's Witnesses are good.
King had to come up with skirt uniforms for them because that's a recognized religion. If I go in there and say, hey, I'm the God of Mike. My religion says I don't wear pants at all. I'm gonna walk around with my.
Look, we could look at 100 different hypothetical examples, right? Sure. But the fact is that what is a clear definition of quote unquote spiritual rights or spiritual abuse?
Okay, if you are in a recognized religion, if you are practicing a recognized religion, and you are in some way being punished for that inside your household, then that's spiritual abuse.
So the religion has to be recognized by the state.
Yes, it does.
Sure. Like there were Muslim.
Okay, so that's already false, right? Because why does the religion have to be recognized by the state?
Yeah, there you go. I talk.
Well, who said it doesn't have to be? Give me one state that doesn't have a registry of recognized religions. Is there even one state
there's total? For example, in the United States, there should be separation between religion and state, right?
I think you guys.
The thing is, okay, now you're trying to undo laws in order to make your point.
Do you believe that?
Can we talk about the way it actually works? Can we talk about the way it actually works rather than hypotheticals?
Do you believe that historically speaking, religious traditions have been established through the state?
It depends a little bit. Yeah, a little bit.
The state has to recognize.
And pagan societies, cults were recognized by the government, and not all cults were. Even in polytheistic societies, not all cults were recognized by the state.
Right. And for example, Christianity was a religion that wasn't recognized by the Roman Empire, but then it became instituted there.
Which can happen, yeah. So they were persecuted before they were recognized, and then when they got recognition, the persecution stopped.
Yeah, so persecution sometimes is done by the state based on which religions they recognize.
There you go.
Yeah, well,
so what do you talk? So how is this a program that you're talking about less abusive or less?
There's usually reasons why the state bans a certain religion. That's why. I think that Christianity should have been banned in the Roman Republic.
It just sounds like you're saying that we should go with state authority instead of religious authority, but you haven't established why that should be the case, right?
Well, why should religious authority be the case?
Just a minute. The United States.
I mean, I'm not saying
the United States and the Constitution says, the freedom of religion and all that stuff. It has to do with the centralized government. States were allowed to have religious. They did have some state constitutions that talked about religion in them, but the issue is the state trying to say they're going to recognize different religions is government interfering in freedom of thought.
Yeah, that sounds like Noahide laws. Like honestly.
Okay, no, look, if you're here's the thing. I could start a religion tomorrow, and let's say I did. And yes, listen. And I write my scripture, and I go out and I preach my word, and I get a bunch of followers, and then we go to the government and we show the government what we're preaching, and it's not violence, and it's not hate, and it's not this, and it's not that, and they say, okay, fine, we're going to recognize your religion. Now, if I went out and I said my religion is to punch people in the face, well, the state is not going to recognize that religion.
The state I don't believe, should even have the authority to even. This is a bunch of malarkey. It should be taken in front of the Supreme Court and outlawed across the nation. The state does not get to decide. I don't believe should get to decide what is or is not a religious to a person. That's spiritual abuse.
Okay, well, it happens in Muslim countries. Jehovah's Witnesses are banned and jailed in
I'm in
Azerbaijan.
America. I can't.
Okay, well, I'm saying even under your system, the Muslim state don't recognize certain
What
religions.
systems? Vincent, I'm an American. I live in the United States.
Okay, but we're talking about Islam right now. Not all Islamic countries recognize every religion inside the
Oh,
country.
you're just jumping. You're gish galloping, and you jumped into another subject.
No, but I'm saying that it's true. You're a Muslim.
Okay.
You're a Muslim, and I'm saying under your system, certain religions are not
What system do
recognized.
you know about me?
You're Muslim.
What makes you think that you know everything I think about my religion?
Well, I'm just saying that many people who are like you do not recognize every religion.
What is like me?
Okay, well, who am I going to look for an example of how a Muslim state would work? You or a Muslim state?
Look,
I can tell you this. If a bunch,
we're talking about America right now. You're talking about spiritual abuse. You gish gallop and say, come up with these horrible examples of abuse and then say they should be removed from the whole. I think everybody here talking to you agrees. If somebody's being force-fed food.
No, excuse me. We just said that if you take the toys away from porn.
Check this
No,
out, Bruno.
whoa. We just said, I said if you take the toys away for porn, it's not abuse. I said if you take the toys away because of their religion, it is abuse.
Yeah, check this out, Bruno. Okay, so here's a situation that I want you to sort of just react to, you know, and it might be off the topic or whatever, right? But okay, now Muslims ruled India for a very long time, right? You're aware of this, right?
Say it again. Wait, India did what?
The Muslims ruled in India for a very long time, right? It was like 700 AD, and then past that it went to like, you know, until the British came up, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you know, the Muslims were the rulers there, right? So
they were outnumbered, though. India's not a good example because they were outnumbered and they had to make concessions, and it wasn't like a total Islamic republic like where everyone's Muslim.
So it doesn't matter if Islam is ruling the state, right?
Yes, but it wasn't like a pure Muslim state in India. No.
Yeah, well, exactly. That's the thing, is that even if Muslims are in the rulership position, it doesn't have to be quote unquote a pure Muslim state, right?
Well, yes,
and even then, they're not going to eradicate all the non-Muslims, right? Or impose laws against the pagans, right?
Okay, well, wait. In some Muslim countries, there are laws. I mean, that woman got executed for witchcraft in Saudi Arabia. I mean, there are countries, and also, I talk to Muslims who say that polytheism would be illegal under an Islamic republic. I've talked to them.
Right. I mean, to be fair, witchcraft wasn't recognized by the state there, so
no, it wasn't exactly. So in a Muslim countries, witchcraft was not recognized by the state, and it was a capital offense.
Right. So what would be wrong with that? Under your opinion, what would be wrong with that? Because only the religions that are recognized by the state, right, are.
Well, that's why I disagree with monotheism, because it would, you know, I think monotheism should be outlawed. I'm on the other side of the spectrum.
You agree with monotheism?
I don't agree with monotheism.
Oh, but you agree with restricting people's personal
religious
ideas about religion.
Yeah.
You're jumping both sides of the fence here.
Yeah, you agree with it. Yeah. So now you came out as somebody who agrees with imposing restrictions on people's spiritual rights.
No. There's a difference between what I'm saying can be done right now versus there's a difference between what can be done right now versus an ideal. Do I have an ideal where monotheism is outlawed? Yes, but right now we're not talking about.
Oh yeah, that's what I was trying to explain to you earlier with the libraries thing. It's not that I feel that they should be, it's just ideal, you know, right? But yeah.
Okay, but we're talking about right now, right here, not my ideals, but we're talking about right here, right now, and right here, right now. I am trying to.
Your ideas on spiritual abuse is what we're talking about.
Yes, exactly. But you know, my belief that monotheism should be illegal is beyond the topic. That's another topic, and you want to talk about
what you keep talking about. You monotheists, you this, and then you bring up these bizarre things that are obvious abuse, and then trying to justify it by saying
no, taking away toys is not abuse unless you're doing it for a religious reason.
It's okay to lock a kid in the closet.
I said taking away toys. I said taking away toys.
I mean, just on the face of it, that statement makes absolutely no sense. That you can't take away toys. I mean that you can take away toys, but just not for religious reasons. You can't take away toys for religious reasons. Imagine making that a law.
If you're punishing the child for being religious, yes, whatever the punishment is, I don't care. I don't care if you just, they're not allowed to have ice cream like the other children are. I mean, it's one thing if your children are not allowed to eat ice cream, but if the other children can have ice cream because they're Muslim and your pagan child is not allowed to have a dessert, and then yeah, you're being abused. You're being singled out. You're being treated lesser. No, you don't. Just get out of the house. You if you're a pagan, you're not going to do well being raised around monotheists.
Says who, Vincent?
Says me from my own personal experience. Thank you.
What Muslim
There it is.
household were you ever brought up?
I was raised in. I said monotheist. I was raised in a monotheist household.
I don't care. They're all different. What Muslim household were you ever brought in that you?
I said I didn't say Muslim. I said monotheist.
Well, and if the white Muslim one wants an example of abuse religiously tied to a Muslim household,
I know.
Okay, well,
abuse is going on. I'm not saying there's no abuse.
Okay, well, I'm sure that there was a child. Look, I'm not the only child who became a polytheist at a young age. I don't know personally any, I don't know that many Muslims that I can pick out an example of one that was abused for you, but I'm sure it's happened.
Sure.
I'm not saying it doesn't happen.
Okay, but you're asking for specific examples when all I said was monotheist. I'm lumping you all together, Jews, Christians, and Muslims.
Why don't you talk about? Look, you came from some kind of abusive background, and you're generalizing it everywhere. Okay.
All monotheists are abusive. Do you really think I live in a vacuum? You think I never met another child that was raised the way I was raised?
What I think is you can't let someone finish a sentence. Okay, that's what I think, Vincent, because you're too wound up right now. All right, that's what I think.
Yeah, because I'm talking to a bunch of dumb monotheists. That's why.
Well,
well, that's unfortunate. That's an unfortunate opinion.
I was invited to be here.
Yeah, that's snobbery.
Living room. I get in. I'm not stalking you.
It's not snobbery.
It's intellectual snob. It's absolutely intellectual snobbery.
Excuse me. What the fuck
is your Quran say about polytheists? It's intellectual.
Your Quran hates
intellectual snobbery.
No, your Quran hates polytheists. Your Quran hates polytheists.
I don't care what the Quran says. You think all monotheists are dumb. That's intellectual snobbery.
And that the Quran says all polytheists are misled and stupid. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I'm allowed to believe the same thing. So the Quran is snobby.
But two wrongs make a right for you.
Okay, you think the Quran preaches that all polytheists are this, that, and the other thing.
Right, tu quo is your argument, right?
Well, I thought monotheists were dumb before I even read the Quran, so.
Right, because you seem
because I need to, and I'm around you.
Than everyone else.
I was raised by.
But you can't define spiritual abuse.
I was raised. I did define it.
I haven't heard appropriate definition.
If you are being punished for being religious, that is spiritual abuse.
I didn't hear what you said, Vincent.
I said if you are being punished for being religious, it is spiritual abuse.
And then everyone asked what is the type of punishment that you're referring to?
I gave an example: taking away toys, not letting them have ice cream like the other children, socially isolating them.
Yeah, but kids don't have rights. Yeah, but kids don't have rights to toys and ice cream. That's a stupid idea.
If it was taken away from one child but not the other.
Yes, but you see how your definition of spiritual abuse literally includes toys and ice cream.
And social isolation, and telling them they're going to hell, and telling them that other adults are scared of them. And
but right now, all of those things can be considered abuse apart from any imposition of any religion.
If you are punishing the child, if you are restricting the child for having a religion in some way, shape, or form, if there's some retribution, then yes, it's abuse. I don't care what the retribution is, little or big.
Tells him he's wound up and he gets even more
angry.
angry.
So your idea basically has an idea of equitable rights to ice cream.
No, equitable rights to your if you punish them in any way, for having a religion, that's abuse. I don't care how light the punishment is. If any kind of punishment, you can't leave your room because you're a Muslim. That's abuse.
Okay, if you're going to lock somebody in a room all the time, that's abuse.
No, but you're allowed to tell your children. Okay, I'm allowed to tell my child, you are not allowed to leave the house. But that's my rule. You're not allowed to leave the house unless you're going to school or going to grandma's house. But if I have children and I let them leave the house, then I go to my one Muslim child and said, you are not allowed to leave the house because you are Muslim, then that's abuse.
This phrasing is a little odd.
It is abuse. If I tell my child specifically, you're not allowed outside because you are Muslim, that's abuse. If I just have a rule that, well, my children are not allowed to leave the house unless it's school or grandma's, well, that's not abuse. If I have 5 children and I say, everyone can go to grandma's house except for you because you're Muslim, then that's abuse. If I say everyone's allowed to have a birthday party except for you because you're Muslim, that's abuse. If I say everybody is allowed to pick out their own clothing, but you can't because you're Muslim, that's abuse.
Most parents, Vincent, don't tell their kids you can't do something because you're a pagan or whatever.
Lots of them do.
Finish. Most of them tell their kid you cannot do that because you are.
Some do.
But this is what they do. They tell them you can't do that because in our religion we follow this religion in this house.
Right, and some CPS sell the kids into child trafficking.
Why are you bringing?
Some of them do. Some of them do.
Okay, but that's a different.
Some do.
Okay, well, I'm not defending that. You're acting like I'm defending that somehow. I never defended that. I think that's wrong too.
Good to know.
Yeah, I mean, it's a pointless, like, you know, I'm just trying to say this is abuse. If you are putting specific punishments on a child for being religious, it's abuse.
No, Vincent, this started out.
I'm sorry, but it is abuse. If you are punishing the child,
kid, and they need to be able to bring idols into the house.
Well,
you just kind of expanded it out and expanded it out. That
look, we're going to win this war, and you're not. I'm going to make sure we win this war. You're not winning this war. You're not winning this war.
I decide what house plants come in my house.
You're not winning this
What
war.
boys can come in here.
You know, you've heard enough people. You have enough. Your own children come after you.
You're in a war. You're in a war with the state to impose medical tyranny on the children.
Monotheists turn their own children into their enemies. You abuse your children, and then they come back to haunt you. That is what's happening. Many Muslim children are going to come out of those households and are going to turn on Islam. You are going to see, especially in this country.
They can do whatever they want.
Yeah, well,
there's over. I got news for you. I got news for you, Vincent. There's over 1 billion Muslims. You will never stop Islam.
Retribution.
Nope. It's never gonna die. Islam will never die.
It can be hurt.
Nope.
Yes, it can be hurt.
Islam is destiny. It can't be hurt. What are you talking about? Where is it going to be hurt? It's growing like by the millions. Like, what are you talking about? It's being hurt. Like,
well,
what are you talking
about? You have a little bit of success right now, but I wouldn't like bet on that.
We got huge success. We got huge success. The people that are trying to impose CPS laws to impose transgender rights on their kids, they're losing.
Don't count your chickens.
They're losing. They're losing every time they go to a school board and say, "Oh, it's spiritual abuse to tell your kids what to be." They lose. People are
really.
Not
Is that why everyone's complaining about how much power they have? Is that why you're complaining about how much power they have because they have no power?
I'm not complaining about anything. What are you talking about?
Well, lots of people do complain about their power. It's happening,
lots of people. That wouldn't be me. That wouldn't be me, sir.
So you don't think that the gay lobby has any power in America?
I think whatever they're trying to impose is losing. Right? Look at how they, the liberals lost this election. They're going to continue to lose. It's an untenable ideology.
Okay, well, what just came in is Zionists, not Muslim. Muslim.
Of course, I'm aware of that.
Well,
I'm aware of that. Yeah.
Zionists and Hindus are in control of America now, not Muslims.
Yeah, I 100% agree with that.
Okay, well, you're not top dog.
So why do you think? So why do you think that those people? So why do you think that those people being in control of the CPS system and all these things should be in charge of people's kids?
I think that there should be certain rules.
Well, why are you a bootlicker for the system that is controlled by Zionists?
It doesn't have to be controlled by Zionists.
I know, but right now it is. So do you oppose the system as it is right now?
I oppose who's running the system, not the system.
Okay.
Oh my gosh.
I don't oppose CPS. I don't want Zionists in control of CPS, but
yeah, me either. But they are in control of it right now, and you're saying that they're not abusing it. And you're saying that they're not abusing it.
I don't oppose CPS, but
yeah, but do you agree that the Zionists that are in control of the CPS today may be abusing it?
Hey, Claire's got this up on the screen. The point is that religious people are more likely to be married parents, properly parenting their legitimate children, than idolaters who are more likely to die childless, gay, or transgender.
Okay, so she says, she says Hindus are all a bunch of idolaters. They're all socially conservative. I was Hindu for 10 years. I was sick at how homophobic, misogynistic, family-oriented, having children they were. They're doing very well in America because they're family-oriented people. So I don't really buy that idolaters are a bunch of fucking whores and AIDS-ridden childless gay people.
Don't they abuse their kids?
Yeah, Hindus are not praying to the idol. They don't believe that the idol is the god, by the way.
Well, tell Claire that. I've been telling Claire that, and she doesn't listen. I don't think Hindus are idol worshippers, but she does.
Well, it's just to understand the idea about the avatar and how those personalities. Because I've spoken to a Hindu. We've done a full presentation on our show about Hinduism with the Hindu. A woman that I know. And she's
right now, you're preaching to the choir. I know it's not idolatry, but Claire doesn't. So in Claire's mind, they're idolaters, but they would work against.
Some of them are because some of them follow like satanic form, like there's satanic forms of Hinduism that are like idol worship.
Like what?
Like for example, like a lot of for example, the Bhaktivedanta Institute saying that they pray to Vishnu. And right, we were talking about how that's actually not real Hindu doctrine. So a lot of the stuff that the Bhaktivedanta Institute teaches is not original Hinduism stuff. The stuff from Vivekananda and Ramakrishna, and stuff like that. That's invented by the Freemasons, right? So there's a lot of wrong forms of Hinduism too, right? So that happens too. That Hinduism, it was hijacked by the Theosophical Society, right? So there's a lot of encroachment.
Vaishnavism is monotheism.
well, there's a lot of Hindus that disagree with that, right? But yeah.
Well, I would like you to introduce them to me because I was a Hindu
Of
for
course.
10 years. And
Oh,
I
of course.
couldn't-
Yeah, we had a whole presentation on my show about it.
What
I'll
state
send
are
you the
you
link.
in? Vincent again? I forgot. You're not in California. I know you're somewhere
Yeah,
else.
I'll put
What
the link
state
here
are
in the
you
private
Vincent?
chat.
What state is Vincent from?
New Jersey.
Okay, so are you gonna ask New Jersey?
So he was an
if these
Hindu for
religions
10
are
years?
recognized or not?
Well, it would
I
have to,
missed
in
that
order for them to
part.
get rights, they would need to be recognized, yes.
Okay, so are you gonna ask? Is this Vishnu or is this
It
recognized?
is Hinduism. Hinduism is a recognized religion in New Jersey, yes. Hinduism is.
Okay, so why can't anyone just take any religion, create an offshoot from it, and say that's one? Anybody can do this in America. Anybody.
Okay, we'll get it official. If you're not going
I don't have to get it officially recognized by.
In order to get rights, yes, you do. In order to get rights, yes, you do.
But I think it is constitutionally improper.
Well, this is the way it works.
So
But this
it's
is the way
not
it's
okay-
working.
It's not okay for a state to have a law that's against the Constitution, but you're going to have somebody who's able to bring it up a case in front of the Supreme
Okay,
Court.
and it's never happened since the inception of America. We've
Because you
always
have
had.
to prove damage. That's why somebody has to have damage. Okay.
Okay, and how do you prove damage if your religion? You would look. Look, the way it works now, you're saying
Look,
you don't
honey,
like it,
let
but
me
the
just
way it
tell you
works
how
right
this
now, we
works.
have the protections
My
of religion.
kid belongs to a religion, and she believes she should be totally nude all the time, and she wears.
Okay, well, where's this? Okay, we'll get it recognized. We'll see.
No, I don't have to. I found it.
Okay. Well, your child can't do it unless it's a recognized religion.
Well, I'm saying this needs to be changed, Vincent, and this is what
Okay,
you
well then, you know what? Why don't you go get the nudist religion recognized?
If you want to promote what you want to promote, you're going to have
Nobody.
to.
Okay, that's the point. That's the point why we have it. Okay, this is the point. This is the point why we have recognition, because anyone who said children should walk around naked would not get state recognition of their religion. That's why we have.
The reason you have recognition is because the state is breaking the Constitution and infringing on people's civil rights.
Okay, so that in your world, I could say my religion tells me to walk outside naked, and I could do it because it's my religion. In your world,
I'm saying is
in your religion, I could.
Probably do it
in
anyway.
I could. My religion tells me to walk outside naked. I have no organized religion. I came up with it yesterday. I'm going to go walk outside naked because an alien space god told me to do it. I can do that? You think I should be able to do that?
Yeah. The gay space god.
Hello?
Gay silence.
Where is everyone?
Yeah, sorry, I threw that in the back there. The presentation I'm referring to. All right, so
Okay, wait, hold on. I'm gonna go.
sorry,
make a copy.
I just had a phone call from a doctor's office. Is why I had to go off.
I'm gonna watch this thing on Hinduism that you sent me.
yeah, I got it's part of a very, very long series where
Claire
the girl
just
Annapurna
lurking
talks
on her
about
own
parents,
panel.
but yeah, she's an expert on Hinduism, and we were looking at some of the Bhaktivedanta Institute and how they're not exactly legitimate in their practice of Hinduism, right? And we were looking at a presentation by Michael Cremo, who's part of Bhaktivedanta Institute, and we were looking at obviously Vivekananda and Ramakrishna, talking about those guys, how they're not really legitimate teachers of that tradition. But yeah.
Well, I'm going to watch it because I want to see why she's saying they're not legitimate.
Well, it's
I
because
know.
the Paramatman, is a supreme reality, and it cannot have, it cannot be identified as Vishnu or Shiva or one of those ones. Right? So that's the short form reason. Right? Yeah.
Well, I mean, yeah, but the point is that most Hindus lean towards monotheism or monism.
Oh yeah, definitely monism. I would agree.
Yeah, and so I'm against Hinduism too because I'm a
But
hardcore
does New
polytheist.
Jersey recognize them, Vincent?
What?
Does New Jersey recognize them? I'm just finding this. This is just too much. Do you believe?
No, wait, Carol, you can't, Carol, you still can't get away from the fact that under your system, I could walk outside naked because it's my religion.
I don't have that system.
Yeah, you don't think the state has the right to certify religions.
It's called
No,
indecent exposure.
You say this for you people.
No,
Now
your
people can walk outside
no,
naked.
no, your excuse me. So no, because you don't.
If you're going to be consistent.
No,
And
you
say, I
don't
have
want.
to conform to all religious ideas.
You don't want the state. You don't. No,
in
you.
my system, naked people can't be outside.
Okay. In your system, anyone can come up with any religion, and the state would have to recognize it.
Constitution, you're darn right.
Yeah. Well, what if your religion tells you to kill people? What if your religion tells you to kill people? What the?
Kill people. They can't pass a law saying they can't pass a law saying recognizing or not recognizing a religion, but they could pass a law saying you can't run up and down the street and kill your neighbor's pets because you want to.
But what if it's your religion? Okay, what if it's your religion to not wear clothing? What if that's your religion?
Well, they're stuck wearing clothing.
Okay, so you think that
But
people
not
should be able?
everywhere, Vincent. Not everywhere, because
Well,
San Francisco-
why? In India? Whoa, wait. In India, it's legal in certain festivals to be naked outside.
Okay, and in San Francisco, there were some blocks where people didn't have to wear clothes.
So then what if it's their religion to be naked outside?
They were naked outside.
Okay, well,
And they
maybe
weren't being
under
arrested.
your system it would stay that way. Under a system where religion is regulated, it wouldn't stay that way.
No, I'm talking about recognition from the state.
Yeah, I know. So am I. So
Different.
if you have a religion that says I can be naked outside the state, and my system, the state could say, well, we're not going to recognize you as an official religion.
They don't, I'm saying the state doesn't have a right to recognize.
Well, it's protecting the citizens by giving the state that right.
Excellent.
It's protecting.
The state decides what is or is not abuse, and that's what they need to have their laws on. Not sitting there recognizing or telling me how I have to practice my religion.
Not telling you how, just saying your religion is not recognized. You don't get the right to recognize religion.
They don't recognize a religion. The next step is we're canceling a religion.
Okay, the way it works right now, you don't get those rights, and they do not recognize religions that have horrible problems in them.
Oh, that's how it's written. The code have horrible.
Well,
problems.
no, whatever the code is, look, you have they come and anyone can start a new religion, but if you want to be accepted by the state, you can't be hurting people, and you can't be, whatever it is that your religion, if it's hurting other people, causing public disruption, anything like that, then it's not an officially state recognized religion. And you don't have rights.
Protections from the state.
You don't have rights granted to you from the state. Like I said, Christian scientists have the right to medically neglect their children to death. But anyway, if I woke up tomorrow and said a space alien told me,
That means that
if I woke up tomorrow and I said a space alien told me not to give my children medicine and they died, I'd go to jail.
Yeah, and I think this will too in California.
Not in all states, and it used to be much worse.
These are state laws. That's what I'm telling you. States get into this thing about religion a little bit, but the federal government can't. Okay, so the state, but I don't believe the state can recognize my religion. Tell me how to practice it.
They're not telling you how to practice. They're just they have the right.
They can't look at me and say you're not a Muslim if I'm saying I am. Okay.
No. That's not what they're saying. They are just saying you could call yourself a Muslim, but we're just not going to recognize your religion. You can call yourself whatever you want. Call yourself the Queen of Sheba. Say whatever you want to say, but your religion's not recognized.
It's a complete lunacy.
What's this got to do with anything, Vincent?
You haven't heard the half of it, dude.
You just keep jumping and
It's been pretty wild.
Okay, we agree on that abusing kids isn't right.
No, but no. We don't agree on you. No. You believe that as long as the punishment is not harsh, it's okay to punish your children for being another religion.
I believe that is. What is it you're saying now?
Okay, I believe that any punishment of any kind for being a religion is child abuse. You say it's only child abuse if it's hitting, urinating on self, starving.
No, I'm saying I'm not qualifying abuse in the way you are. I'm saying abuse is abuse. And that's when CPS gets called in. I am not qualifying.
It's not, no. There's mental and emotional abuse. Not everything is physical. There's mental and emotional abuse too.
Okay, but I am saying abuse is abuse, and I'm not qualifying it. I'm not. Listen, I'm not making it a bigger problem if I'm not saying it's worse if somebody's doing it for a spiritual reason or they're doing it for something else.
No, but we discussed that it's more complicated than that because it's not abuse to not allow your children to eat ice cream, but it is abuse to single out one child and say, you cannot have ice cream. Oh, God,
not back to the ice cream again.
Whose definition? Vincent, you're getting how much do you want the state and the legal system to be interjected into people's personal lives?
Enough, you know what? I don't care if the state isn't, because I'm not going to do anything to my kids that I would have them taken away.
You're not going to have any kids, Vincent.
Okay, but if I did, I wouldn't do things like this.
Okay, you're going to let your kids just do whatever you want, and
no, not whatever they want. I would just be when it came to spiritual matters. I would not abuse my child. First of all, pagans had social customs and ways of living in order to maintain society forever. Just because you're a pagan doesn't mean you believe in willy-nilly, go out, snort cocaine, fuck everybody. That's not paganism.
Did you go? Did you
So
go
what
find
if
out
they
what the
want? What
Hollywood
if some
tour is when
pagans
you
want
get your
to
baby out of that
sacrifice
incubator?
people? Would he stop his
And
kid
so
from
the
becoming that
kid
type
that
of pagan? If his kid became a pagan that sacrifices like other people for their god or whatever, would he say, "Well, that's just your religion. I have to do it"? So it's like, on one hand, he says
No,
he
he
doesn't
would
want
agree that that's
quote
not
unquote
allowed.
abuse, which again, there's no definition.
He'd probably
It's just very
disagree.
bizarre.
It doesn't even need to
Yeah,
come.
he's a chameleon. He'll shift it to.
Well, it's like
Yeah,
he can't just say like abuse is bad. He has to make it religious abuse. And again, it's like,
it's like
is
any
the abuse the
religious
problem? And the thing is this, and again,
persecution is
like I think,
bad,
I
is
mean,
abuse now, according to him, and he wants
I mean,
to
I'm biased
regulate
obviously because I'm a Christian, but it's like at the same time, it's like there's obviously like religions that are, quote unquote good, and then you have other ones that are like, let's go cut the hearts out of people and give it to the volcano god. Now, I mean, we're all
It
looking at it
doesn't.
it's like, I don't know. I mean, I'm just saying it's just a very bizarre like interaction where it's like you could literally infinitely digress with the way he's framing things.
But that is what
Right.
they
It
want.
doesn't even have to be that kind of extreme, but the children aren't stupid. They just figure out like, oh well, I'll just claim this, that, and the other is my religion that my
Well,
parent
well,
here doesn't like.
well,
So then my parent now will have to say, not punish me because they think it's spiritual abuse. So
well.
it's
See,
that's
here's what he's really saying. He's like, I'm in a quote unquote pagan religion where I think your kids should be allowed to be propagandized into being gay, trans, queer, whatever the fuck. And if you want to interfere with that, then I want to see you dead. That's what he's really saying, to be honest with you. In my opinion, that's what I hear.
He definitely is, man. He's
he
like,
already literally said he wants Islam to be eliminated. So
Well, and again, but like he's literally saying, like, really what he's saying is like the religion that I adhere to, transgender children are a sacrament. I hate to say that, but like that's really what he's saying, in my opinion. He's basically saying transgenderism, queerness is a sacrament, and if you
I
interfere with me,
reserve the
I'll get
right
rid of
to be a satanic, propagator, and I won't.
Well, it's
Yeah.
funny. It's like I'm not putting this on Gen X Jeff, but like I should. I know you're about to play this later, but he's saying he calls himself a satanic FAGGOT. So it's like he's literally saying like I have the right to be a satanic FAGGOT, and I have to be able to impose this on other people, or at least quote unquote give children the option to join my religion, which is like,
And if you don't, then you're a
basically,
bigot and blah 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 blah. Yeah.
yeah, and it's like it's totally insane. And again, he brings up the whole like master slave, like children are free beings. And again, okay, if you make that argument, the consequences are essentially, well, children have complete volition as soon as they come out of the womb of any adult. I mean, that's fucking insane. Doesn't make any sense. It's like I have a kid, and I'm telling you, like, it doesn't make any sense. Okay, it's just
and
it's
the
literally
horrible thing is like, okay, like this guy's saying a kid can have his own religion. Well, if that kid wants to have relations with adults, then he can't go against it. So
well, no, yeah, exactly. If you just say that it's part of my religion, well, then it's okay. But then on the same thing, he'll turn around and say, well, abuse by families is bad, and we should have the right to take it away. But then it's like, okay, well, how about I just make abuse part of my religion? Oh no, you can't do that. It's like, well, see what I mean? It's like it's
does
just
that, it's
yeah.
like-
well,
there's loopholes.
exactly. Well, and again, that's why I talk about Scientology, because I think it's a good example of
something that seems benign. Like I didn't understand why everybody hated it so much, and then like the more you start understanding what it actually is, it's like let me take mind control techniques and make it my religion. It's like what could possibly go wrong? I mean, I'm just saying it's like and people will say that about Christianity and all these things. It's like, well, if you want to make that argument about all these other things and say, well, people are just born into a religion and that's kind of like mind control. It's like, okay, well, so is language, so is math, so is, tool making, so is, writing a symbol on the sand on the beach. I mean, like you can literally just take that forever. So it's like life is mind control or whatever. I mean, it's like, it's kind of an interesting
All
argument
the
he's making here.
UFO stuff, all the UFO, anything dealing with it. Like I'm in a group on a Facebook page where a lot of people talk about UFOs, and it's almost like they're oblivious that the occult and like a dark spiritual presence is over that whole topic. Like, and a lot of people give into it, and I think it definitely leads a lot of people down a dark road, bro.
No, it does. And like I was fascinated with UFOs and stuff as a kid. I mean, that movie Independence Day came out, right? And like that movie really impacted me because they did like this whole like fake news thing, and like it was a very interesting time, and they had a lot of UFO stuff on TV, and it was like fascinating, right? And
Right.
but I was always skeptical because I'm a Christian, right? But then, like you said, it's like if you and also the Hell Bop comment, and then the Heaven's Gate. If you really look
Yep.
at that cult as an example, that cult was not just some fluke. That was not just some like they're very tied into other shit, and like it wasn't just like some crazy thing that they just made up out of nowhere. Like the UFO cults are like extremely connected in my opinion, so yeah, it's a very weird topic for sure.
Hey, check this out. So, Dr. Vallée finds that although strange flying objects have been observed at various times in past centuries, their modern history as a mass phenomenon begins in the years during and just after World War II. America's interest began with the sightings in 1947, and there was a number of sightings before that in Europe. In World War II, many pilots reported strange lights which seemed to be under intelligent control. End quote. And in 1946, particularly in July, there was a whole series of sightings in Sweden and Northern Europe countries. Sightings in this Scandinavian wave were interpreted first as meteors and then as rockets or ghost rockets or bombs, and finally as some new type of aircraft capable of extraordinary movements in the sky but leaving no trace of ground even where they seemed to land. The European press was full of reports that there was waves of sightings, and everyone in Sweden was talking about them. Some thousands of sightings were reported, but not once was the hypothesis of extraterrestrial or interplanetary origin suggested. Dr. Vallée concludes that the wave was caused by actual existing but unidentified objects and not by any previous existence of UFO rumors or expectations of visitors from outer space. In this succeeding saucer waves, he finds a total absence of any correlation between widespread interest in science fiction and peaks of UFO activity. Earlier, and also there's been no space wave at the time of the American Panic over Orson Welles' 1938 radio abduction of H.G. Wells' War of the Worlds. He concludes that the birth and growth and expansion of the UFO wave is an objective phenomenon independent of the conscious or unconscious influence of the witnesses and their reaction to it. So I don't know. This is pretty interesting. I'm reading here about this.
I'd say aliens, quote unquote, or as more as time passes, it's probably more likely that they're of a non-moral evil type than moral.
Yeah, it's
Because
At least
if
in
they
this
were
book.
moral, they probably would have helped us out by now. In
In this-
overt ways, not covert ways.
Right. So in this book, he kind of connects it with the demonic, and he goes back to patristic texts that show like there was this kid in a monastery that got kidnapped and taken to like a cabin in the woods, and he flew like across a pretty long distance and ended up in this cabin, and a priest demands the demon to bring this kid back, and he flies him back all the way to the monastery. So it's like there was and this is long time before any of the modern abduction stories, so that's in patristic text. So you wonder, like, well, something's happening here, and I think it's demonic. Yeah, it feels the same. I get the same energy from it. So
That's going to become Muslim because you think it's okay for people to undermine parental authority and start saying stuff to your kid and giving them books.
I didn't say that. I told you not. No, I said don't involve other adults. I'm talking about a child who came to this conclusion themselves. Don't involve other adults.
What 9-year? Listen, your example was a 9-year.
I did it. I fucking did it, you bitch. I was 9 years old and decided to do that.
Oh,
No
man.
adult came into my life, gave me a book, said anything to me.
Total
It was
meltdown.
me.
Total
It was
meltdown.
me. You're
Lord
an
have
idiot
mercy.
to think that a young child cannot have a spirituality.
Relax, my friend.
No, she's a fucking idiot.
No, that was
What
wild.
9-year-old child comes to a religious conclusion?
You're a
You
fucking
couldn't do
dick.
because you're a fucking dumb bitch. When you were 9, you were fucking retarded as fuck and couldn't have your own religion. You're too stupid to think that a 9-year-old can have a creed. No adult handed me that book on paganism. I went and took it off the shelf myself.
bro is a freak of nature, dude. Oh my god.
Man, I
Yeah,
gotta make another drink
really
and all hell.
pent up rage. Holy shit.
That's too bad. I was going to try to see if I could moderate between the two of you and get
The
some just
demon
agreements on
popped out.
baselines.
Yeah, I was in the kitchen too.
I know, but I'm dealing with people that were too stupid at 9 years old to have a spirituality. Well, I wasn't as dumb as you at that age. I was a little bit more advanced.
There's that snobbery again.
Snobbery.
I am advanced.
Yeah, I want to be snobby. Yeah, if you're fucking too retarded to have a spiritual creed at 9 years old, then stay the fuck away from me.
Well,
It
not
means
everybody has
you're
one.
dumb. That means you're dumb. Okay, yeah, you're dumb.
We can
You're too
stay
dumb.
away
You were
for
too
other
stupid.
reasons, sir.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Wait, when did anyone? What about that Muslim boy? What about what's his name? What the fuck is his name? The black guy that comes on, Claire. The black Muslim. That's kind of like a Freemason too.
Mr. Palu.
Mr. Palu. Mr. Palu said that he rejected the Trinity at 5 years old. No one said, how can a 5-year-old reject the Trinity? No, because he went Muslim at 5 years old, it was okay. But because I went pagan at 9, therefore, children don't have, the ability to come up with these kinds of spiritual things on their own. But a Muslim, you can reject the Trinity at 5, but you can't become a pagan at 9. Mr. Palu rejected the Trinity at 5 years old.
What does that prove anyway?
It proves that children have spiritual qualities.
Well, they can believe or not believe stuff, but I mean.
Okay, well, the point is that young children can come to spiritual conclusions. Mr. Palu did it. Nobody questioned him. No Muslim.
Vincent,
Yeah, okay, but I'm saying
I
that.
believe this rather than that, but they can't prove it.
Okay, well, Mr. Palu he rejected the Trinity at 5. So what? I'm not going to go to him and tell him he didn't. I'm not going to go and tell him that he couldn't have done that. I believe him. I'm not going to spit on his beliefs just because he was 5.
Well,
yeah, a 5-year-old's not going to come up with
Well, I'm just saying that no
arguments
child
that
should have their religion spit on.
prove otherwise.
No child should have their religion spit on. I would not have gone to Mr.
Why not?
I could
They're
have.
children. Children are
I could have told Mr. Palu. I might have told Mr. Palu. If Mr. Palu came to me, first of all, I'm not Christian, so I wouldn't have cared if he believed in the
You
Trinity or
reject
not.
your
But if I
Trinity
was,
at
I mean,
5, you
maybe
can
if I was
also
a
reject
parent, I would have
ice
been like,
cream.
well,
So,
I
like,
believe in the
what's the
Trinity
fucking
because of
point,
this,
dude?
that, third thing. I might show them in the Bible why I believe in the Trinity. I might do all this stuff, but I wouldn't be like, you're not allowed to play with other children because you don't believe in the Trinity. I wouldn't do that.
Yeah, but you wouldn't be in a position to be a parent anyway.
Oh, God, you know what, Claire? Can we talk about the reality of the situation? I wouldn't do it to a child, even if it wasn't my child, even if I was a foster
You
parent.
would
I
have
could
the
become
authority to do it if it wasn't your child.
Right, but
okay, well,
I think that's
if
the
I was
whole
a
debate.
foster
Sorry,
parent,
Vincent.
I could become a foster parent, Claire. You don't know. I could become a foster parent. I could have my own child. The only reason I don't have children is because I don't have money, not because
Certainly
I'm
hope
gay.
not.
I don't have the fucking
Poor
funds to have
child.
children.
But can I say this? I think it seems a little strange that everybody's I understand why Vincent's making things personal because he's had a personal experience with things. But when you say, well, he won't have a child, so that doesn't mean anything. The whole idea of laws and society is we are a community, right? Now, I'm an atheist, but I'm fairly conservative, especially when it comes to money, but even on some social issues. But the idea is, why do we have a child protective services, right? Some people beat their children. So, okay, I think we all agree you can remove those children from those homes. The government, the force of the government, of the society says, yes, parents, you have rights. It doesn't mean you can beat your children to within an inch of their lives.
Yeah,
So
but
we
Vincent
remove
is
them.
saying that just because you disagree with your child about its made-up religion, you're being abusive.
No, I didn't say
And the kid
disagree.
has a
I said
right-
if you punish, I don't want to talk anymore because you're just twisting what I said. I said if you take retribution on that child for having a religion, yes, that's abuse. I didn't say disagreeing with it. Stop putting words in my mouth.
Oh, what? How can a parent show disapproval of the child's religion?
Just say, well, that's not what I believe, and here's why. And you can tell it why. I didn't say you can't tell it why. I didn't say you couldn't try to convince it. But as soon as you say you're going to be punished because you don't believe in the Trinity, then yes, that's abuse.
Well, we could be disinherited. Like, well, if I were Christian, I'm not, I'm going to maybe, well, it's within your rights anyway to disinherit any child of yours who takes on a different religion to you.
Okay, that happens when you're an adult. I'm talking about retribution in the child's life right there and then.
I'm cool with that.
What?
That's fine. A parent has the right to show disapproval of anything.
I didn't say not to. I said take retribution. I didn't say show disapproval. I said take retribution.
Yeah, short of beating it, the parent has a child to say, well, I don't approve of what you say.
I don't care if you can disapprove of it, but when it comes to spirituality, you don't have the right to punish the child for having spirituality.
So
what you're saying is a child has a different view to its parent.
If a child, not in everything, I'm saying when it comes to spirituality, is a special case. If the child has formulated,
you're so fixated on your spirituality that you claim your parents abuse when, well, you no longer even believe the things that you.
Yes, I do. I'm still a polytheist. And
what do you worship?
I worship many gods. I don't worship your God.
You can't even say what your God is.
I have 5 fucking idols in my room right now.
And what are they?
Why?
Are they all recognized by the state?
I'm sure they don't even know with each other.
No, I know their names. I don't want to give you all their names. I have idols in the house of different gods that I pray to. Don't take that away. You can't tell me just because I don't believe in Allah, I don't believe in God, or I have no beliefs.
Well, I have no beliefs, and I still don't think you should punish your children for them having different beliefs than you have. I'm not sure what Vincent's personal idols' names are has anything to do with the discussion.
Thank you.
But weren't you as a child told off for having wrong beliefs? Not necessarily about religion, but it could be anything.
Okay, but I said spirituality is a special class.
Don't agree and they mock you or something.
Okay, I think spirituality is a special class. It's not, I don't like this or I don't like that. Spirituality is a special class. Here's another thing I don't think you should be able to do to your children. The earth is round. If you tell your children they're going to hell because they believe the earth is round instead of flat, I believe that's abuse. If you are you distorting scientific facts and telling your children they're going to hell for not believing in science? Then no, you don't deserve your children.
Vincent, you're not in a position to make these decisions.
I don't need to have my own children. I don't need to have my own children to believe in these things.
No, so it's just your opinion. Everybody has an opinion.
Well, you know what?
Other parents, the actual parents who are.
Okay, well, Claire, don't take it. Claire, you never know. I could still, if I got the money, I could still have a child. So don't. And there's plenty of people who don't have children that believe the way you think, but you're not going to. You don't have children. What say do you have? When they agree with you, it's okay to not have kids. But when they disagree with you, all of a sudden it's all about, oh, you don't have kids. There's people who have kids that disagree with you, Claire. What do you say about them? What if I did have a kid? What would your next excuse be? If you couldn't use children on me, what would your next excuse be? Oh, but you're a Christian. Oh, but you're that. Oh, but you're this. Oh, but you're that. You have no right to discuss on this because you eat meat on Tuesdays or whatever it is that they do.
Well, you think that people should have secular laws imposed on them because they're religious.
Yes, I do.
Right.
Yeah, but that secularism is your religion.
Okay, yeah, so it is. Yeah, okay, it is. And then I'm pushing it on
so
you.
You don't believe in freedom.
No, I believe your religion is bad. I told you I don't believe in total freedom. I'm the one who's been fighting against total freedom.
You don't believe in freedom of religion.
No, I don't.
Okay, thanks for clarifying that. You've been saying that you believe in that the whole time.
No, no. My personal conviction in a utopia, would there be freedom to be monotheistic? No, but we're talking about right here, right now. I'm not talking about imposing my fictitious legal system on people right now. We're just talking about the way it is right now, using the system as it is at the moment, not my system.
Right. The system right now that's run by the Zionists, right?
Just because I think the Zionists need to be removed from power, but that doesn't mean the whole system needs
So
to be
the system,
collapsed.
so the people who run the
No.
system right now need to be removed from power.
Okay, but the system does not need to be collapsed. Maybe the Zionists at top of it
Well, that's
need
not
to be removed.
exactly decided. Once you change the order of power, it's not exactly predictable.
Okay,
how the
look,
system will be
let's
formulated.
say I opened up a cafeteria and I was running this cafeteria, and the cafeteria was running really well and it was making really, really good food. And then let's say all of a sudden, I gave up the cafeteria and I gave it to another group, and let's say they elected a Zionist to run the cafeteria. I would try to get the Zionists removed. I wouldn't blow up the cafeteria.
Sure.
Yeah, I would just get the Zionists removed. I wouldn't go after the whole system. I wouldn't be like, this fucking cafeteria needs to go.
Yeah, don't
Yes,
throw out the
but
baby
you,
with the
but
bathwater.
you would though, right? Because you think that
No, I wouldn't.
monotheism should. You
No,
think
but
that
we're not
secular laws
talking
should be
about
imposed on
we're
religious
not
people.
talk-
So you should.
we're not
so you
talking-
would-
we're not
so you
talking
would
about
want
my
to change
ideal
it.
sy- we're
No, but
ta-
hold
we're
on.
not talking-
Hold on a second. Hold on a
But we're
second.
not
You would
talking
want
about
to.
my ideal system. We're not talking about my ideal system. We're talking about the system right now as it is. And I didn't say that people's
Right, but
rights.
just
I
now.
didn't say that. I didn't know, and I didn't say that people can't practice their religion. All I'm saying is, if you put retribution on your child for being a religion, it is abuse. I don't like Islam. However, if I told my child you are not allowed to go out and play with other children because you are Muslim, I think my child should be taken away from me. Yes.
Right. So I think it all falls down the lines of what we're defining as abuse. Vincent is
Exactly.
talking about
Exactly.
emotional.
That I don't think
said
it's been
retribution.
defined yet.
I said any retribution. I said, look, it's not abuse
Well,
to tell
the
your
examples
children.
you gave were taking toys and ice cream away.
Yeah, I said any retribution, light or small, whatever the retribution is for the. If you say I'm taking this ice cream away because you are Muslim, then it's abuse. Not I don't let my children have ice cream because I don't let them have sugar. That's not abuse. If you say, well, you know what, the other children are allowed to have ice cream, but you can't because you are Muslim, that's abuse.
Okay. So you consider that abuse. I don't machine lies. Would you consider that abuse to isolate let's say you're Christians. Well, you're a Muslim. Let's say you're a Muslim. And one of your kids, it's like, I don't know if you all saw the movie Life of Pi, where the one kid says he's a Muslim one day and a Christian the next day. But anyway, so say your middle child says, Dad, I read this book about this Jesus guy and this Trinity, and I believe that. And you say, well, son, if you believe that, you don't get any dessert for the rest of your life, and you're going to hell. I'm not sure if Vincent would consider that abuse to say they're going to hell.
He would, yeah.
I would.
Yes,
think so,
I
yeah.
do. I think I was spiritually
Yeah, he said it earlier. Yeah.
Right, okay.
No, I don't believe in spiritually terrorizing your children with hell and demon rapes and stuff like that. No, I don't believe in doing that.
Understood. I think it's bad too, but I'm an atheist, so I don't get a say in it.
No, not according to these people. You
I don't
don't.
get a say in it either. But,
Yeah, right. Because we have no children, we can't identify abuse because we don't have kids. But meanwhile, if we had children and we said the same thing, they would have to find some
Yeah, he's
other reason to
completely
negate us.
fine
They'll just find
abusing
whatever reason they can
a
to
random
negate us.
lady on a
Vincent, it's just
panel.
ridiculous. If you're an atheist and you don't believe in God, then any number of monotheists saying you're going to go to hell should be water off a duck's back. You don't believe.
No,
in
you don't do it to your
any
children.
number of threats
You don't do it to your
do not
children.
work
You
on
don't do it to your children. You don't do it to your children. You've gotten me so worked up. I have a whole blog on this. It's called thechildcult.blogspot.com
I'm so
about
worked up,
getting
so
children out of religious
heated.
households. Like you've just I've neglected that blog for a while, but it needs to I need to do something
Your
because
fault,
people can't
not
have power
his.
over
Your
children.
fault.
You just
That
can't
is
have it.
your
I'm not going to allow it.
Parents have
Not
no
anymore.
choice.
Not the, why are you complaining if you have so much power? We have the power now. We take the children out of the household, and you are complaining. The state,
Who is
liberals,
we?
seculars, people who are not Muslims are coming in. All you do is complain. All you do is complain about how much power they have, and then whenever I say yes, we do have power, you say, what power do you have?
They can't even impose these rules in the school boards.
Look,
in Hamtramck and stuff, where the Muslims came in, they couldn't do it. So what are you talking about?
So then you shouldn't complain about any gay or trans power in America if there is none.
Yeah, they don't. Yeah, they will never have a significant amount of power because it's
They
not.
already have a
It's not
significant amount of power.
It's not a good way to run society to have the children belong to the state.
I agree with that. But can I get back to my scenario real quick? So machine lies. Let's say you have 3 children. Your middle child comes to you. They're 12 years old. Says, "I want to be a Christian." You respond by saying, "No, son, you can't be a Christian. If you do, you're going to hell." And you take away his toys. You don't let him play video games. You start treating him totally different. Let's say he has a twin brother. You treat him the exact opposite as the twin brother, right? You don't let him leave the house. You don't let him, right? You don't let him on the internet because who knows where he got this Christian nonsense stuff from. Would you consider that abuse?
So do you think it's wrong for parents to pick favorites among their kids?
I know they do. I would think they try.
You
not
know
to.
that.
Yeah.
So
Again,
all parents.
again,
So you're
so
assuming.
this
So you're
is
assuming that all parents. So you're assuming that all parents pick favorites among
Well,
their kids.
again, and this is why I think Vincent keeps clarifying. as is religious, right? If one of my kids is fatter than the others, I might not get them the ice
Do you
cream.
think that's their right? Do you think that's their right for whatever reason that they can pick favorites among their kids? Do you think that's the parents' right?
Yes.
Okay.
Except for the reason of religion.
Except for religion, you think?
Yes.
Okay. So,
That's
so
a protected right
and
by
we're
the
not
state.
talking. No, we're not talking about picking favorites. We're talking about
Well,
retribution.
he's trying to make an equation.
No, but take.
yeah,
But you have
exactly.
to
I'm
add,
trying to make a
you have
moral
to add-
equivalence here.
Yeah.
You have to add retribution in there. You have to add not. Oh, this was my favorite. And,
Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. People, parents pick favorites among their kids, and they have subtle forms of retribution. Let's say the most subtle forms of retribution. For example, taking away ice cream and toys, right? Okay, from a kid that they deem less favorite than the other kid. You know, do parents have the right to set up meritorious systems among their children? I believe absolutely they do for any reason. And I believe that if it's imposed on kids for the reason of religion, then that's subjective, right? You know, that's just as subjective as any other measure, right? You know, because it's based on that parent's own ideal, you know, religious ideal. Different parents have different religious ideals, right? Even in the same religion.
Due to the sensitivity of spirituality, it's different. Just like sexual abuse is different than verbal abuse.
totally
Like sex is so sensitive that it's a special class. Okay, it's a special. Sex crimes are a special class of crime. If you hit a child, you don't go on an offenders list and everyone doesn't know about it. If you sexually abuse a child, you go on offenders list. Everyone knows about it. It's a greater crime. So spiritual crimes are greater crimes than just I don't want my child because. Well, spirituality is such like sex. It's so sensitive.
How is spirituality like sex? I'm not.
They're both. They are both.
At all.
People have been persecuted for it. People have been killed over it. People have been enslaved over it.
Yeah, but sex. Yeah, but sex is a you know, an activity, right? And religion is a belief system.
Okay, but yes, but we.
So
but
they're not similar at all.
There's so much persecution that has been evolved around spirituality that is a special case. It is not. I'm not talking about. Well, I favor my one child.
So what? So what? There's been persecution against poor people.
Okay, well, you know, I'm just saying. If you say, well, I like my one child because they're more athletic, there is no long-running, long-standing abuse system that hurts unathletic people. There's no there was no creed that said we need to go after all the unathletic people and kill them. There are creeds against pagans to kill them. You have to protect. The spirituality needs special protections. It's not like other forms of thought. It's not like other forms of activity.
Have you ever heard of the country of the blind?
No.
Okay, so in a village, right, there's a mountain, right, where everybody there doesn't have eyes, right? So one day a man, and it's hidden, right? So one day a man goes into the village, right, and he falls in love with the most beautiful woman there, right? Except for he has to follow the marriage customs there, and they feel his head and they see that he has eyes, and they consider him deformed, right? So he has to choose to get his eyes removed to join the society.
What does that have to do with anything? I don't get it.
Is that wrong or right?
That's an adult making a personal decision.
Well, what about all the people who live in that society and grow up in that society without eyes? Do you think it's wrong for that society to impose blindness on their people?
Were their eyes taken out, or were they born blind?
Sure, both.
Taking out children's eyes.
Here is that, yeah.
If you're taking out children's eyes, yes, I'm against that. Yes. If you're taking out children's eyes, I'm against that. Yes.
Right. So do you think that somebody who, let's say everybody in the society freely agrees to be part of the society, then is it
when
wrong?
They're adults, like when they've become an adult and they get their eyes taken out when they're 18?
Well, you think kids can decide?
I don't think, no.
So what do you mean only adults can make decisions? What are you saying only adults can make decisions? You don't believe this yourself.
Well, first of all, I agreed with you that I don't think children should be taking hormones. So I also don't believe that children should be taking their eyes out.
Right, but what if they all decide when they're kids that they should take their eyes out? Do
They
you think
can
it's
do
right?
that when they're an adult. That's a physical operation. That's a little bit different.
No. They don't have to be adults to do it. They could decide when they're kids. You said
that you're physically deforming your body. The same thing with hormones. You know, it's like that's different.
Should they be allowed to do it?
You're talking. No, I said no.
Even if they choose.
No, I don't think a 4-year-old should be able to poke their eyes out. No.
And join a society of blind people.
When they're 18, yeah, they can.
Why when they're 18?
Because it's a physical deformity that'll be there for the rest. You can change your spirituality in 1 second. If you remove your eyes, you can't undo that. It's a permanent decision. It's a physically permanent decision that changes the way your body functions. The spirituality can come and go. You know, spirituality doesn't.
Right. Well, I can say the same about sex and spirituality. Those are two different categories. One has to do with your body, and one has to do with the, something you could change in a second.
Okay, well, but right now we're talking about whether children should be able to pluck their eyes out.
Right, but see, I painted that example to go back to this example where you're saying, right? So I'm drawing a parallel there, right? Or do you not see it?
I don't see the parallel. No. I told you I don't believe children should have access to hormones. I don't think they should be able to rip their eyes out. I don't think they should be able to cut their limbs off. No.
Right, but
if that's part of
sexuality
their
in terms
religion,
of body and spirituality in terms of something that can be changed in 1 second, that's a parallel I was drawing, right? So
Well, sex doesn't deform your body.
what?
sure it can if you're getting hormone treatment.
No, I didn't say. I said we already. Let's leave hormone treatment because I don't believe in that. Let's talk. If you have sex once, you're not permanently destroying your body.
Well, see, this is the problem. You're switching from an ideal world to the world we're in whenever you want to during this discussion. Do you notice you do
No,
that?
I've always been talking about this world right now. I'm
Well,
not
this
talking about
world right now, CPS is imposing transgender laws on kids. So you say that that's not an issue, but it is an issue.
I didn't say it wasn't an issue. I didn't.
Okay, so
that.
it is an issue. So
Okay,
right now we have to talk about the world we're in right now.
Spirituality. It's a different. It's different from spirituality. Giving children hormone blockers is
okay, so it's different for sex and in spirituality. That's exactly what I wanted you to say. You just said it should be similar.
No, I said no. I said they're similar in that they're both special cases, but they're not like 100% equatable to each other. They're both.
Of course
like,
not. Of course not.
They're
That's
both, but
ridiculous.
they are both unique cases. I'm saying, okay, just like sexuality, even if you're not having sex, sexuality is a special case. So if you are discriminating against your child because it is gay, that is abuse. If you are discriminating against your child because they tore down the curtains, that's not abuse.
Vincent, do you not understand that allowing your child to change, to take hormone blockers and have...
Can we not talk about... I agreed with you. Why are you bringing this up 100 times when I'm on your side on this? Stop talking about hormone blockers.
I'm just going to add that sexuality also has an effect on what kind of lifestyle you choose. And since you are particularly concerned about being parents, that, you know, your sexuality has a bearing on whether you'll even become a parent. Right?
No, well, no, I'm sorry. No, you don't have the right to discriminate. Like there are certain special cases: religion, sexuality, gender, these different kinds of things. I don't think that you should be able to punish your children for being too short. Okay, I don't think you're allowed to make fun of your children. I don't think you should be able to tell your child they're not as worthy because they're short. I don't think you should be able to do that.
I don't think any parent is going to blame a child for something it can't help.
Okay, yeah, well, you can't help your sexuality, so,
well,
you know.
I think maybe you can, because...
No, you can't, Claire. Claire, when did you choose? When did you sit there and be like, I like both boys?
I'm not saying about being gay or straight. I'm saying that even if you're straight, you would want... I'm sure lots of married people, even happily married people, might form the desire to have sex with somebody other than their spouse.
Well, you know what? Get over it. You don't have a child and then expect it to be everything you want it to be.
But shouldn't you at least be directed
unreasonable expectation
to doing something that might make it more likely for you to become grandparents?
Okay, well, maybe if your child doesn't want to have children, well then too bad for you. Get over it.
Okay, but then you would have done your best in asserting, parental pressure, social pressure.
No, not on that.
I'd rather be gay. Then fine.
If you wanna make sure your children are not eating too much chocolate, that's one thing. If you're gonna say I'm punishing you because you're gay, that's another thing. Those are two separate things.
Yeah, so you're saying it's okay to be gay, but there's a whole bunch of people who don't agree with you that it's okay to be gay.
Okay, well that's why we're fighting. That's why the this whole civilizational debate is going on, and why it's going to take more force to get rid of you people. You need to be gotten rid of.
Okay, so
which goes into the ideal.
Heterosexual people.
Not all of them. Not all of them. People like you.
Because you
people like you. I didn't say heterosexual. I'm talking about monotheistic assholes. I didn't say heterosexuals.
Well, ethical
sounds pretty hateful.
He wants.
And the Quran isn't hateful polytheist. Would you like me to show all the hateful?
Yes, because
you're hateful too.
Is less efficient.
Hate is good. You just said, Jordan.
Okay, well, yes, the hate goes both ways. So don't be like, oh, hater.
Right, the hate goes both ways. As long as the hate is there on both sides, it's fine.
Who came up with the hate first? You did. Who made the line between monotheist and polytheist?
So the hate depends on who came up with it first.
No, you came up with the division.
The quality of the hate
depends
on who came up with the hate first. But Islam started in 700 AD, so
and you copied
they definitely didn't come up with it first.
You copied Jews and Christians. You just copied them. Yeah, you didn't come up with it. You're too fucking retarded to come up with it. You have to steal other people's shit.
Well, I didn't come up with anything, and neither did you come up with anything.
Whatever
You're fucking retarded to come up with your secular laws yourself. You just think that this should be imposed on others, but no society on earth has ever followed that law. So you're too fucking retarded to find a society that actually imposes the laws that you want to impose. Your laws are too fucking retarded. Nobody wants to follow your fucking retarded laws.
America is imposing.
Yeah, but nobody wants to follow. How come nobody wants to follow your fucking retarded laws?
What laws is that nobody wants to follow? What laws
that kids should belong to the state?
I didn't say kids should belong to
you
the state.
You did fucking say that.
No, I didn't say that.
Yeah, you said that monotheistic people should have their children taken away. That's what the fuck you said.
that's
Come on,
an
dude.
ideal
Come on, dude.
world.
You did
That's
fucking
an
say that.
ideal world.
You're a
That's an
hateful
ideal
motherfucker.
world.
You're a hateful
Let's
motherfucker, and you
let's
think
talk
that
about
your
this.
laws
Well,
should be
I
imposed
didn't
on
talk.
everybody.
Okay,
Your
I'm
form
not
of
talking.
hatred should be imposed on others. You're a hateful motherfucker.
I'm not talking about my ideal system right now. I'm just talking
I
about.
don't care if you're talking about your ideal
Okay,
system.
okay, but there's a difference between ideals versus what I'm actually proposing. Those are two different things. In an ideal world, should monotheists be killed? Yes.
what?
But am I talking about, is
It's
that what I've
your
been,
ideal world.
Yes,
is that
you're
what I've
ideal.
been promoting? Is that what but I've not,
How
I'm
come
not promoting,
nobody wants to follow your retarded form of
they
life?
already are, all of Europe
No,
and
they're
America
not.
and
No, they're
Australia
not.
and New Zealand.
No,
So-
you're crying.
so-
You're crying that you need to defeat all the monotheists. You're crying about
we
it.
need more defeat. You're already,
Right, you need more
secularism has
defeat
already
because
put
you're
you,
losing badly. You're losing badly. Nobody wants to follow your
is
retarded
our
way of life.
government a
Of children,
monotheist
you're
or
taken away by
is our government
CPS because
secular? Is Europe
nobody
secular?
wants to
Is
follow your
Australia
retarded
secular?
way of life
All secular. Why
because
did you move to
children
a
get to
secular
choose
country?
their sexual identity at 11 years old, or they get taken away from their parents. That's
Well, it's already happening. It is happening.
No, it's
It's
not.
happening. If you abuse your gay children in certain states, they can be taken away.
In certain states. So on the
Yeah,
whole,
well,
you're
it's
losing.
happening. It's only growing. It just started. How?
Yeah, but nobody wants to follow your retarded way of life.
Okay, then where's the rebellion? Why aren't they stopping us?
What do you don't think so? So
Why
monotheists
aren't they
are rebelling
stopping us?
against their
Well,
way of
then
life.
stop-
What are you
then
opposing?
Stop it. Then
What are you
then show
opposing?
your
What are you
power.
opposing then?
Show your power and stop it.
What
Show
are you
your power and
opposing?
stop it. I've told you what I opposed 100 times. Show us your power. Stop us from.
I mean,
from
you believe
doing
the
all these
system should
things.
stay the way it is, and you don't believe anybody's stopping
No,
it. So, and you're living in your ideal world.
What-
pal.
I'm not living in
Noah
my
had-
ideal world. We're far from
yeah,
it.
your system right now that's controlled by Zionists. It's fine. You're winning.
No, it's.
That's
no,
what you're
I
saying.
think
You're a bootlicking scumbag, and you think that, and you think your forms of hatred should be imposed, and that's it.
I'm not right now. We are not
Essentially,
talking
yeah.
about. We're not talking about secular paganism right now. We're talking about. We're talking about the state.
So I
having
want
the
to say
right.
something.
The state right now
while I
has
have
the
a-
right to take your
while-
children away
before
for
I
multiple
forget,
reasons.
if you
In
don't
some
mind.
states, it's because if you abuse them for being gay or whatever, and depends right now. And this is all new. It's not like it's been around and fading. It's all brand new, and it's just like crescendoing. But do I just want more of that? Yeah,
Can you-
I want.
can you pause
know,
it just for a second?
I don't want.
Right. So you don't
the
believe that
state-
parents should have. You believe parents should have less right over their kids, right?
less. No,
So
I
they
didn't
should
say
be more in
none.
control of the state.
Not totally in control of the state. Not
Well-
totally in control. I don't believe in total control by the state. There needs to be regulations for parents, yes.
Did Anna fall asleep?
Well, I think there already are. I think you might be pushing the line a little too far left.
Yeah, right.
For most of us. Obviously, physical abuse. It would be
Okay,
interesting.
I'm just adding spiritual abuse onto it.
Right,
That's it.
right. And that's what I was going to say. It would be interesting if a 12-year-old called DCF is what's called in Florida, the Department of Children and Families.
Okay, I just want to interrupt.
Services, whatever. And they called them and they said, hey, I'm on a spiritual journey to become a Muslim, and my parents are Pentecostal Christians, and they're telling me I can't.
Whoever has control, brother.
If they're taking retribution, if they are
taking retribution, right? They're taking
Yeah,
retribution against me. They're doing this, doing that, blah blah blah. Would the person say, "Well, have they
Yeah,
done
I
anything
think she
physical to
fell
you?" And they said,
asleep.
"No, it's all emotional, and they're withholding privileges from me that my siblings get." Blah blah blah. I don't think that goes to the level of the state should come in. I mean, you could maybe send a person there to talk to them or something, but I don't think that elevates to removal of a child.
Well, this is the whole thing. I promote children's spiritual rights. I think children have spiritual rights. I do. You don't agree, but I do.
Okay. I think they do have spiritual rights, but if the parent is pushing back on their spiritual journey, I don't think that equates to the level of removal.
Well, it depends on what do they do. Are the parents just saying, well, that's not what I believe, and here's why, and suggesting, and that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about actual, like, you're not allowed to play with other children, you're not allowed to go outside, you're not allowed to do this, you're not allowed to do that, you can't do this, you can't do that. Like, just making them suffer. If you're making the child suffer for being religious, that's abuse.
Yeah, I agree. If they're locking them in a room, not allowing
Not
them
just
to go to
locking,
school.
any kind of retribution. I don't, it's like, it's like,
dude, you don't let people finish their sentence. The crazy white chick. I mean, I'm trying to draw some lines. So I start with one, I'm going to another one, and you right away start, oh, that's not that.
Yeah, Bruno, you got to chill, dude. Yeah, for sure.
We'll get to where the line is, hopefully. Obviously, you're drawing the line, like I said, far to the left of the rest of us. Now, I'm not a monotheist. I don't have children. I'm an atheist. I don't like Islam. I go on Dawa channels all the time. I get banned. I tell them I don't like Quranic law.
Except
I don't
for
like
mine.
prayers.
He doesn't get banned from mine. So.
That's right. The machine
Yeah,
likes
right.
to be a moderator. Lets me say whatever I want when I'm drunk late at night. He always comes on at 9 o'clock at night. I'm already drunk. I couldn't even stay up last night.
If you
But
can't
anyway,
pause it for a
so
second. But
I understand what you're saying, and
Sorry, I appreciate it. Anna, sorry to have you pushing buttons over here for a long time. No, but it just really quickly, it's like very interesting the way he kind of framed it. It's like I'm trying to remember exactly the point I wanted to make, but the way he kind of just framed it of like can you go back like 30 or like can you go back like 1 minute if you don't mind? I just want to hear and then we can go back for it. Just play it for 1 second. Let me just hear what he said.
Let people finish your sentence. The crazy white chick. I mean, I'm
sorry,
trying to draw some lines. So I start with one. I'm going to
play just for a second.
Another one, and you right away start. Oh, that's not that much.
Yeah, Bruno, you gotta chill, dude. Yeah, for sure.
We'll get to where the line is. Hopefully, obviously, you're drawing the line, like I said, far to the left of the rest of us. Now, I'm not a monotheist. I don't have children. I'm an atheist. I don't like Islam. I go on Dawa channels all the time. I get banned. I tell them I don't like Quranic law.
Except for mine. He doesn't get banned from mine. So.
That's right. The machine lies made me a moderator. Lets me say whatever I want when I'm drunk late at night. He always comes on at 9 o'clock at night. I'm already drunk. I couldn't even stay up last night. But anyway, so I understand what you're saying. And just if I can keep rambling, like Machine Lies, when he talked about witchcraft and you kind of laughed and said, well, that's not a state recognized religion. So
not in Saudi Arabia.
Right. And the whole state recognized religion isn't that you can't have a religion. Like in Florida, we have the Pastafarians, right? We have the flying spaghetti monster. They put up a nativity scene every Christmas at the Capitol, because the ruling is once you allow a nativity scene, then you got to allow the menorah, and any religion can come do it. But if I said I'm a Pastafarian high priest and my house is my church and I don't have to pay property taxes on it, they're going to say, no, that's not a state recognized religion. If I say,
sorry about that. Sorry. I remember now what I was trying to get to. Yeah. And he does sound like very possessed. I will put it that way from a Christian point of view. But really briefly, the thing that's interesting to me is like when I've talked to people like in Asia, for example, and like they're getting these liberal, communistic ideas around like LGBTQ, for example, it's very interesting to me because it's like generally they're like, well, if people love each other, quote unquote, and they're gay or trans or whatever, like, why should we impede that? And then like the thing that's kind of curious to me is like, well, if this quote unquote belief system of LGBTQ is transmitted only via, quote unquote nature or certain ritualistic practices around sex and stuff like that. Well, it doesn't really replicate itself the way that normal quote unquote religion does. So, and I think they're trying to work around that. But really at the end of the day, what I'm trying to get at is like, it's very interesting that a lot of these people, because like, okay, I'll give you a very brief example from like a male point, like a religious point of view, like, and also from a more secular point of view. So like Andrew Tate said something interesting. He said, a man wants to be with a woman who provides status for him to gain status around the men and stuff like that. If she lowers the status by being ugly or by interrupting or whatever. And then, in Asia, they have the same standards similar to this, but they don't want to talk about it. Right. And I know that sounds like sexist or whatever, but the point I'm trying to make is like, people have a problem with that. They say, well, that's, you shouldn't love somebody for status or something like that. And then on the side of the women, they say, I want a guy who has high status or a lot of money. But then they have this LGBTQ status seeking. I want human rights as a LGBTQ person to be a victim. And I want the state to enforce my victimhood, AKA like, if there's 99.9% of people who don't like homosexuality, I need the state to enforce my right to not only be homosexual, but to impose it on children if they choose. Now, what's interesting is that, like you're saying, Machine, is like, you're basically trying to say like, okay, well, nobody really wants to deal with that. And he's like, well, how come we have so much power? Well, why does the gay lobby have so much power? could it be possibly that they're using that as a wedge point in order to get policies in that have something to do other than with the gay agenda? And what might that be? And I think that's kind of the more curious question. Like, I have a difficult time believing that the Zionist or the Anglo-Saxon Empire or whatever truly in their little secret meetings or whatever are sitting here, wringing their hands over the gays, right? And so it's kind of interesting that he's defending a system that truly probably doesn't care at all whatsoever what happens to gays. But then he's like very arrogant saying, well, look at all the power that we have. It's like, well, you're being allowed to exercise a certain amount of quote unquote power. But what is that serving? What agenda is that serving really at the end of the day? And if you don't believe in an afterlife, then really what is that doing? And I guess, I don't know what quote unquote paganism believes in, but it's just a very bizarre, like, I mean, it sounds like, this from a Christian point of view, it sounds like Satan himself is like stepped into his body and just like saying a bunch of nonsense to get you to ignore the fact that this is like a satanic agenda that has nothing to do with, protecting love or the rights of religious children or whatever the fuck he's trying to say. I mean, I'm not even like saying it from a point of like, a hatred. I'm just trying to say it from a point of like, what exactly is he really saying, and exactly who is he defending in this argument that he's trying to put forth? It's a very bizarre thing. I mean, I think the only thing you can come to the conclusion of is like he's not even aware of what agenda he's supporting at the end of the day.
Oh, he gets all self-righteous and saying like, well, maybe not, that's not the right term, but like he said he was basically smarter than everybody for being a polytheist at 9 years old, but he's going through all that trauma and abuse in his personal life at that point. I'm just wondering, well, where is his plethora of gods to deliver him from such abuse? Like, what's the point of having those gods if they don't do anything for you?
Well, I think they are doing something for the agenda, and they're using people like him. And again, that's my Christian point of view.
Well, that's
But
true, yeah.
Again, that's my point of view. But actually, like I think that it's actually very logical to look at it that way. I mean, I know that sounds like schizophrenic from a secular point of view, but it's like it only makes sense if you look at it from a spiritual lens. Like he's so rabidly defending the Zionist regime, saying, well, look at all the power we have. Look at all the power they have. It's like, well, only from a point of view of maybe a Sabbatean Franken where you're or Frankist or someone who's saying, well, sin is good because it hastens the Mashiach. I mean, you're kind of playing into a monotheist worldview from that point of view as well. So it's like, what exactly is the contest that you're winning spiritually? It seems very dubious, even from his own standpoint. So.
Hey,
And
I found
it's
it. Go ahead. I found a really heavy quote, right? Check out this quote. This is so crazy. It says, for most people today, life is a fleeting vanity, needing no approval or denial, cladded in the comforting illusions and hope of absolutely nothing in the future. These people know nothing of hell until they find themselves in it. St. Seraphim Rose. That's crazy.
But like, is like one of his main points, if not the main point, is to not abuse kids with spiritual beliefs. Like, why aren't I don't know, maybe I'm just restating my point. Well, it's like it just seems further like reinforcement that his religion isn't really doing much for him in delivering him or anybody else from this kind of abuse. So he's like, oh, the state must deliver us from the abuse. So why aren't your gods delivering kids from the abuse? Why are you so heavily leaning on the state?
But he also doesn't see that, like, perhaps, allowing children to make decisions without the experience or the wisdom necessary to make certain decisions, particularly around A, sex, B, medical procedures, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, that's an extremely problematic worldview, even from his supposed worldview, because it basically implies, like, well, my family communism via the state is better than your, religious version or whatever. And it's like, it's just a very slippery slope that he's actually he's totally undermining his own position, and that's what Machine is pointing out. And again, it's so insane. It's literally like a demon and screaming and screeching about how it doesn't matter how absurd, from my own point of view. What I'm saying is, it, like, you're going to give me what I want or I'll destroy you. That's literally what I mean, that's from my point of view, that's what I hear, so.
Yeah, it is very demonic. Yeah. What else was I gonna say? I mean, what a legal nightmare he proposes. I mean, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, and again, it's just amazing, because, like, it literally, I mean, to me, it just totally reinforces, like, a spiritual worldview, which
Yeah.
ironically he's trying to deny,
It's
essentially.
a spiritual narcissism. It's like and you see a lot of people who think like that. It's like it's not. You would think that only a few people could possibly think like that, but you look around and there's a whole lot of them.
Well, and it's and again, this is being transmitted around the world currently. And again, like, I don't know a lot about everybody else's particular religion, because I can see even problems within my own religion where people fall into the same thing. So I don't think it's necessarily purely a problem of people not being Christian. I think it's a problem of spiritual blindness. And again, it's kind of like the rituals become the rituals kind of become like an invitation to evil. And I think the more satanic they get, the more easy it is. And I think that the economic system is a ritual in a sense, and that's something, like, as people worship the material, like, realm, it gets more and more dubious. Like, I could say, even from my own point of view, it's like, I want a nice house, I want to be able to have the quote unquote American dream, but is that really spiritual desire, or is that more of like a, I have this ideal in my mind of, like, what what life is supposed to be like, materialistic, and not really having anything to do with doing what's quote unquote right. You know what I mean? So I don't know, it's a very bizarre thing, because he's kind of wrapping everything in that frame of, like, a very purely material thing. And I think Machine even said, it's like you're conflating activity and faith / belief, and they do influence each other for sure. And I think that's kind of a
sin.
thing. So
that's what I see.
I need to wear a colander over my head while I'm working. My employer, I'm trying to sell cars, says, yeah, you look like an idiot, you can't do that. I can't say that's a sincerely held religious belief and the state backed me up. So that's the whole state recognized religion thing. Can I go to Aryan? Sure. I thought about actually joining them. It's like $10. They also have pirates and stuff, because I'm a Buccaneers fan. So
even pagan societies, even polytheistic societies, did not accept every god, because what if your god said to murder babies? Like,
sure. And then I think we all understand human sacrifice would not be protected freedom of religion. Female circumcision's an interesting topic.
No, I don't believe that should be possible. I don't think you should be allowed to do that.
I don't either, but Muslims have certainly argued for it. There was the one case out of Michigan. I think it got thrown out on a technicality. They were flying in girls from Minnesota and stuff, removing their labia and the clitoris, and it's a sincerely held religious belief. Many Muslims say that is not mandatory, but
It's
a
not.
good
It's
thing.
not in the Quran. It's not actually a law. It's actually
It's an African practice.
African custom. Yeah, it's African custom.
Well,
So you need to be more careful when you talk about something as an Islamic tradition. If you're false about that, then nobody's going to take you seriously when you're talking about Islam, right?
Well, so
Well,
why do they do it in
it's not
Indonesia?
protected. It's not a protected practice, and that's the thing. Not all religious practices are protected.
Why do
Now
they
I see
circumcise
why he
females in
wants to
Indonesia?
debate you.
I think it's probably because they think, that they have fashion of
No, it's in
practices.
Hadith.
Yeah, cultural traditions can spread. I mean, I don't see why that has to do anything with Islam.
It's not in the Hadith, though. I read in Hadith that Muhammad said, "Don't do it so harshly."
Do not
He
cut
said
so
you can-
deep. Yes.
Yeah, he said, "Don't cut so deep."
A woman from Medina, when they conquered Mecca,
brother.
who was known to do female circumcision, Muhammad said, "Are you still doing that?" And she said, "Yes." And he said, "Don't cut too deep." So even the Muslim head of pediatrics in America said, "Well, we should come to a compromise because a lot of Muslims do have this as a sincerely held religious belief to do a clitoral."
Yeah, I don't care if the head of pediatrics is not an Islamic scholar. He's not an official about Islamic law. He does not get to talk about Islamic law. And if he's talking about an African custom or practice as an Islamic tradition, well, maybe you shouldn't believe him.
But it's in Hadith. It's not just. It was in Hadith.
How about
Yeah, lots of things are in Hadith. You know, right? That doesn't
Okay,
mean
well,
that,
but I mean, it's not
that
like
it's an Islamic practice or it's part of the Islamic religion. You know, right?
But
the
it's
Hadith,
not.
the Hadiths and hold on. If somebody makes a law, like for example, right, if somebody makes a law against something, right, does that mean that the up to the limit of that offense is accepted by most of society? Of course not. Like, what are you talking about?
Okay, no, but the point is that it's whether it's a weak hadith of Hadith or a strong Hadith or whatever, they're getting this out of Hadith. They're not getting it out of African folklore.
Yeah, there's a Hadith about lots of medical practices. Doesn't mean that they're imposed on society as a whole, or that.
Okay,
they're,
but yes,
regular.
but people are not. These Muslims that are getting these this female mutilation, it's not. They didn't make it up out of nowhere. It didn't come out of nowhere. It's in Hadith. At least some of them believe it enough.
But what I'm trying to explain that not all of them got it from Hadith. Some of them got it from their cultural traditions. So
But
you're
it's,
wrong
okay,
about
but
that.
it's
You're wrong
in
about that.
Hadith. But it is in Hadith.
So what?
I'm
Okay,
just saying, I
and
don't think
Muslims
get it out of Africa.
Muslims
Yeah, so what? So what? There's lots of things in Hadith. Doesn't mean that it's
Okay,
accepted
and
on
Muslims
society
who
as a whole. Like,
okay,
for example, a divorce is in Hadith, but it's looked down upon.
Okay, no.
So,
no
so what
Muslim,
are you talking about? That just because something's
I know,
mentioned in Hadith, it's a societal custom.
No Muslim says I wanna do female circumcision on my daughter because of African folklore. She says I do it because Hadith talks about it.
Well, how do you? Well, is that a fact? Or did you just make that up out of your ass? Did you pull that up 100% out of your ass?
I've seen Muslims who do believe in female genital mutilation use Hadith. I've never
I don't
seen them
believe
use
you.
African folklore. I've never seen them use African folklore to promote.
What Muslims are you talking about? Can you name them?
Machine Lies, the woman.
I met them online.
Where? Yeah, who are they?
They were Muslims that I was talking to.
Yeah, right. What are their names? What are their profiles? What are you talking about?
What?
I don't believe you at all.
So you think that Muslims use paganism to practice female genital mutilation?
What are you talking about?
Okay, if it's in the Hadith, that's usually where they're getting it from, not African folklore. A woman in Indonesia.
That is where the source of most of it came from.
Okay,
it was not in
the Hadith now.
For example, I've met hundreds of Arab women. I've never met one with their clitoris cut out.
Okay, well, it happens, and when
so there's evidence against what you're saying. If anecdotal evidence counts, then you're wrong. Then you're wrong.
I'm not wrong by saying that.
Well, I've met hundreds of Muslim women who haven't had that done.
Okay, but those who do have it done reference Hadith, not pagan Africanism. That's not what they're not saying. Well, my pagan African ancestors.
So what? That doesn't mean that it's justified to be a societal practice through the Hadith. That doesn't mean that.
Okay, well, and those who do it use Hadith, not folklore.
If you read Islam QA,
yeah, you have no proof of that. Yeah.
If you read
I have no proof that they're using Hadith.
You have no fucking, you provided zero fucking proof for that statement.
I could show in the Hadith where it talks about it.
Yeah, but I just told you about the Hadith are limitations of things.
Okay,
for example, there's things that are frowned upon in the Hadith, so I don't know what you're talking about. Maybe you missed my last point that I made completely.
No, I said those who do. I said those Muslims who do practice female mutilation.
Right. And those people who believe that children should have they should belong to the state and not their kids. Some of them believe that you can have hormone treatment.
It's coming from the Hadith. That's the point.
Some of your belief about giving the kids hormone reassignment surgery. That's coming from your secular humanist doctrine. It's coming from your secular humanist doctrine. So what? So
I
what?
told you I don't believe in
So
that.
what? It's coming
Why-
from your secular humanist doctrine. So what?
I
You don't
told you I
believe
don't
it?
believe in
It's
that.
coming from your secular humanist doctrine,
You're
though.
just chipping out because the Hadith.
No,
says
no,
that.
no, 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 no.
Yes, you're
So I'm
chipping
showing
out
you. I'm
because the
showing you.
Hadith does say
I'm
that.
applying the same treatment to you as you're applying to me.
No, I'm not. I'm saying
Yes,
no
I am.
Muslim-
Yes, I am.
No
Yes, I am.
Muslim
You
says-
believe. Yes, I am. You believe in a hateful way that children should not belong to their parents, and
I
that
didn't say
and
not
that they should have,
belong. I
and that they
said
should
that
have
they have
gender
rights.
reassignment surgery.
No, I never said that. You're just throwing
Yeah,
things
but,
at me.
yeah,
I
but
never
your way
said.
of life promotes it. So what? Your way of
I
life
never
promotes
said
it.
that. What
Your way of life promotes it, and
What
that's
way of
enough.
life? What
Your
is my
way of life promotes
What
it.
is my way of
Your
life?
way of
What's my
life
way of
promotes
life?
it, and
What
that's
is
enough
it?
for me to condemn
You
you.
can't even answer what my way.
Your
You don't
way
even
of
know what my way
life,
of life.
secular
You don't know
humanism
what
is
it
your
is.
way of life. It promotes children having gender reassignment surgery.
No, you
and
don't.
I
You can be
think
secular without that.
and
You
I
can be
think
secular
that
without that.
and I think that it's totally wrong.
Can you show me? Can you show me where in the book? Wait,
I
can you
think
show
it's
me
totally wrong.
where in the book? Where in the book of secular humanism does it say that to suggest to do that? What book of secular humanism? Where's the official guide to secular humanism that says you must provide trans surgeries for infants? Where does it say that?
Oh, I could provide you several references.
Where's this book of secular humanism? The official guide.
You've never read feminist commentaries on
Where's
laws
the
and
official?
ethics?
No, the official guide that everyone points to that says this. Right here is the law.
So now you're saying the Hadith is an official guide. You're wrong.
Okay, where is the
Official from who?
centralized book? Some hadiths are strong.
Where's the centralized book in Islam? What the fuck are you talking
Hadiths are
about?
ranked.
Where's the
Hadiths are
centralized
ranked.
book in Islam?
Quran is the centralized book in Islam.
Okay, so you're wrong about female circumcision then.
Okay, no, the hadith.
You just cited the Quran. It's not in there. It's not in the Quran.
No, I didn't.
It's
say
not
it
in the
was
Quran. You're wrong.
They're coming
You're
from
wrong.
the hadith.
It's
The
not in
hadith
the
is
Quran.
not
So you're wrong. You just
100%
lied.
followed.
Hey, you
It's
just lied
followed
about it.
enough.
Hey,
It's
you said the
followed enough.
central authority.
I never said.
You
no,
said
you
central
asked me what
authority, then you said the
You
Quran.
asked me what the
Did you just
centralized
cite the
book-
Quran
No,
for female
I didn't.
circumcision?
I didn't know. I didn't say that. You're
So
such a
what the
fucking
fuck are you
monotheist
talking
asshole
about?
idiot.
So the central authority that allows you to
drops your
Hey,
IQ
can you
point
shut
by
the fuck
50
up for a
points.
second?
It
Hey, is this
drops
guy
your
just gonna
IQ
talk
by
over
50
people?
points. It drops your IQ by 50 points.
This
You have,
guy
like,
cannot
a
even
low
engage
IQ.
in an intelligent discussion.
Oh, so you just called me an FAG and you call other people hateful.
I didn't say that at all. You just made that up.
What did you just say? What did you just say? This what can? This? It sounded like you said this FAG.
Man, you were hearing things. I think
What
you're
did you
spreading
say?
out
I'm
and hearing
asking
things.
you. What did you say? You said
You
this
can't allow me to
blank.
finish a single statement because you're afraid of what I'm going to say. Because you
I'm not-
just because you just
You're
totally
stupid. It's predictable.
yeah, you're
And
a
you're putting
moron. You
words
just
in
said
my
that you
mouth.
just said
You're
that the
putting
central
words in my
authority.
mouth. I never.
Yeah, but
I
you're a
never
moron. Yeah, but you're a
I
moron
said,
and you
I
don't
said
listen
the
to a
central
single fucking
authority of
thing.
Islam is
Hey,
the Quran. That's what I
hey,
said.
is
It's
this
the
guy gonna let
Quran.
anybody else talk, or is this guy a total fucking moron? Hey, can I
didn't.
talk? Can I talk in this conversation, or are you gonna talk over me every single time I talk?
There's
You
nothing
cited the
meaningful to
Quran
say.
for a central authority, but it does not
Not
impose
on
female
female genital
circumcision.
mutilation.
Oh
Not
my!
on
He
female
couldn't let
genital
me finish.
mutilation.
He couldn't let me
Not on
finish.
female
He
genital
couldn't let me finish.
mutilation.
He couldn't let me finish.
Peter,
He's
do
fucking
calm
totally
down.
total retard. Total fucking retard. Calm down. Hey, buddy. You cited the Quran as a central authority. The Hadith are not central authority within Islam. Now you're citing the Quran as a central authority for female circumcision. You're absolutely wrong about that. Can you respond,
I
please?
never said that. I never said the Quran
So
said.
what? So what
It
central
was two-
authority are you
You
citing?
don't know how to have a conversation. It was
So
two
what
separate
central
things.
authority are you citing?
I didn't say the Hadith is a central authority. I
So
said
what the fuck are you talking about?
No, I said those Muslims who do practice female genital mutilation use Hadith as the excuse.
But
That's
it's not
what
a
I said.
central authority.
Okay, but they still use it as the excuse.
Yeah, but you asked me. Yeah, but you asked me what central authority in secular humanism says the thing. So you're not even
Okay,
quoting a central
what-
authority for Islam. You're
Okay,
not
what
holding.
is-
You're holding double standards.
What is the body? Okay, what
You
body
just
of literature?
I just proved
what
that you're
body
holding
of
double
literature is
standards. You
secular?
fucking retard.
Show me any body
No,
of
I just
literature.
proved. No, I don't have to. I
that
just
is
proved you're
the
holding
rules
double
and
standards.
regulations or
I just
sayings
proved
of
you're
secular
holding double
humanism.
standards. I just proved you're holding double standards.
Okay, you have Hadithic traditions which promote female
I
genital
just proved you're
mutilation.
yeah, they're not central authority, so you're wrong.
Okay, well, they are.
The things
they're
I cited,
influential enough.
so I could
They're
cite what
influential
the state does in the form of secular
They're
humanism. It's
influential
not,
enough.
okay,
That's
so the
not-
laws that the states make in the form of central, in the name of secular humanism, those are not central authorities either, according to you. So what is a central authority according to you? It's totally ridiculous. You're retarded.
Okay, look, you're acting like the Hadiths are just shit on by Muslims and they're nothing. That's not true. Houthis are respected by Muslims.
Nobody said that. You
Okay, well,
failed to
okay,
prove that. You
respected
failed to
literature.
prove. You failed to
Respected
prove that they're a sexual
literature.
authority. When somebody criticizes your
Respected.
secular humanist beliefs, you
It's a respected
failed to claim
authority.
that. So let me get this straight. Your secular humanist beliefs have no central authority behind them.
No, they don't.
So how do you impose them on others?
They're just objective. I mean, they're just
So they can't be imposed on others. So they have no force.
Yeah, they can be.
whatsoever.
There's no book of central. There's no book, unofficial or official.
So how do you impose those?
Well, people come up with rules
Didn't he
and then they
just
impose
say they're
them.
winning? Like,
through what means?
Come on. It's like, oh, we're winning. We're winning the war. But there's no authority. It's like this guy's all over the place.
not everyone
There's
needs
no
a
central
book.
authority in your system. So through what means are they going to
Yeah,
impose
but
the rules?
not everything works on like authority like that. Not everyone works on your system.
How are you going to impose the rules in your system without central authority?
Okay,
Is my
are
fucking
we
question.
doing it? We're doing it right now without central authority. We've been doing it for centuries without central authority.
What are you talking about? No, we're not.
Secularism has
There's
been-
central authority right now. It's called the state.
Secularism has been imposed without a book of secularism or a guide to secularism. Or
What are you talking about? It's been imposed through this autocratic state. What are you talking about?
Okay, what's the central authority? Maybe, okay, if you want a central authority, maybe for American secularism, maybe the Constitution, but like.
I appreciate you having a back and forth with me, by the way. Thank you.
Maybe the Constitution is, but look. The point is that Muslims who do practice female genital mutilation reference Hadith. That's what they're getting it from.
Right. So what do the people who want to impose secular humanist law, because you said they must be imposed, right, on society in order to work, right? Through what authority do they impose those?
Through their own, through just collective human bargaining.
And why do you think that works?
Because it's given the West its life for the past 200, 300 years.
No, they've used police, they've used military.
No, collective human bargaining. Yes, where collectively.
No, I totally disagree with the fact that the Western society has been run through quote unquote collective human bargaining. That statement does not have sufficient.
Okay, enough in Western societies, enough people agreed on the same amount of rules that large majority were able to impose them on society.
Right, and who imposed them? The central authority.
The elected leaders.
The central authority.
It's not there's no
central authority in America?
There's no central authority of secular humanism.
So where does secular humanism exert its creed that it imposes on people? There's nowhere where it does it.
Well, in America, it does it with the Constitution.
No. You just said that. You just said that it's not America.
No, I said that America has a central authority in its government. There's no central authority of secular humanism.
Yeah,
no.
yeah, but
There's
you
no
said
central
America
authority of
is secular humanism. Yeah, but you said
no,
America.
I didn't say it was
follows...
secular. It's secular, but maybe it. I don't know. If
yeah, but you said that. You said that. Look, you just contradicted yourself. You said there's no central authority in that opposes collective bargaining. It's just collective bargaining within Western society, and then you claim that America has a central authority.
No,
so what are
I
you talking
didn't.
about?
No, America, the government has a central authority. There's no secular human central authority. Show me the
right. So
where's
I'm
the
going to ask you
official
again.
handbook of secular humanism?
Right. So I'm going to ask you again. Who imposes the central authority of secular humanism? Since there is no central authority.
Just each government comes up with their own version of it.
Right, but no government has. So you're talking about something fantastical.
Wait, no, America does have a secular government.
No, you said it has a central authority, so it doesn't.
Yeah, which you can have both. It could be secular and central.
What?
You can have a secular central authority.
Yeah, but the reason why that's a contradiction is you said that secular humanism has no central authority. So how can you have a secular central authority?
Okay, there's a government that's running on secularism. That doesn't mean secularism has a central authority.
That makes no sense at all.
Okay, so you think that I'm saying a government can run on secularism.
Mike, does that make any sense? I mean, I'm trying to figure it out.
Okay, Mike, does it make sense that a government can run on secularism, but secularism itself does not have a central authority? Does that make sense?
Sure. And back to the book of secular humanism that doesn't exist. Secularism, to me at least, in my humble opinion, as they say, is simply a separation of church and state, religion and governance. I think we should move it to.
Okay, but there's no like authority of secularism.
Correct. There's no ulaman of secularism.
Yeah, and
no Sanhedrin of secularism.
Yeah, so what you're claiming then is that secular society has no authority.
No, it has authority, but
through what means does it oppose authority if it has no central
through an earthly government? Through an earthly government, not a holy book. It has an earthly government.
Through social consensus.
Yeah, through social consensus.
Yeah, but they create laws, right? They impose rules, right? So what authority do they use to impose those rules?
Human authority.
Human authority through secularism, right? So secularism has a central authority that imposes rules.
No, not has.
I'm sorry. Like, what are you talking about?
There's a government running on secularism. Well, look,
right, that imposes laws, right?
Yes, but secularism doesn't have a central authority.
So how is secularism separate from the government that imposes the laws of secular humanism? You're failing to describe.
Mike, do you understand what I'm saying, Mike, or no?
I think so. Sorry, I was chatting in the back with Claire there on her.
Okay.
How is the
secularism creates laws through social consensus.
And those laws have authority, right?
Absolutely.
Only because
then it does impose authority.
No, in America, but not everywhere.
Okay, all governments impose authority, but secularism does not impose
that's
authority.
not true because the LGBT stuff is worldwide. So that's not true where he's saying it's not everywhere because almost everywhere it's been legalized worldwide. I mean, pretty soon, they'll probably start saying that countries like the Middle East, countries that completely abolish or ban homosexuality, even going as far as, prison sentences and death penalties for it, if their true goal is to get people as far away from being human as possible, like this guy seems to be, it just seems plausible that, their first goal is to eliminate these radical groups of people like, Middle Eastern people and other people who just, say no to the gay stuff. And it just, I haven't been listening to this. I've been listening to him on and off, and dude, I see this mentality everywhere, not really everywhere, but the new, generation of blue haired, half shaved head, bull nose rings kind of people. And their means are kind of like this, dude. I mean, they sit here and say that they have no power, but yet, people from my upbringing and background and people who I knew in my life would have never had a million years would have thought that gay marriage would have ever had been legalized. And, and I know some people of that community who are against the grooming of kids. They're against the books in the schools and stuff like that, but there's a lot of people from that group who 100% are using that group as a mask, just like every other religion and group out there. People use Christianity and other religions out there to, harm children and people and, take advantage. So it just seems to me like, one, this guy has absolutely really no clue what the fuck he's talking about. He's sitting here saying that they have no power, but yet, look what happens if you even, I guess you could take it from me. I'm a
Yeah,
straight.
but he doesn't want to admit that they have power.
Yeah, that he doesn't want to admit it.
Be covert.
Yeah, completely covert.
Right now, he
and
doesn't
then
want to.
he's just, unfortunately, no offense to anyone's intelligence, but the guy is just, he's too illiterate or unintelligent enough to be able to see where machine has got him. Whether you want to say Donald Trump by the pussy, but who knows what it is. So yeah, I just think that's interesting that
He's going to use his testimony. He has a big platform, this guy. So he's going to use his testimony to make sure that in a few years, people are going to be talking about spiritual rights for children. And it's a much more arbitrary and loose premise to be able to take away somebody's children based on spiritual abuse.
Well, I mean, I don't doubt it. I mean, what a lot of people don't admit that, children are the most innocent creatures other than animals on this planet. So, the devil's first goal, if he can't get to the brothers and sisters and grandparents and aunts and uncles, is to get to the children. And I can tell you right now, as someone who has a child and, sure, I guess if one day when my son grows up and he's like, Dad, I'm gay, I'm going to ask him questions. I would never hate my child for it, but, I would question myself where I went wrong as a parent because, my son knows what's right and what's wrong. He knows what a male and a female is. He knows it's not normal for a boy to wear a dress, et cetera, et cetera. Whether or not you want to say that's something that, I bestowed upon him in his ways of thinking. I grew up, man with woman, woman with man, normal, I guess you could say, natural way of living. And, for me personally, I just think that's the way that my child should grow up. And if anyone even dares to think that you're going to take my child away, I can tell you one thing, you will have to put a bullet in the middle of my head if you think that you will ever get. And there's a lot of people who are just like me who will literally give their life before ever allowing something like school. I'm the same way with school. Regardless of whether or not I went through extreme racial bullying during school or not, I refuse to let my child go to school now, not just because of bullying, people being able to show up to a school and bomb it and shoot it up or anything like that. It's just because you don't know these people. I can tell you right now, as a survivor of also sexual assault and rape, that the most unlikely of people are the people who do it. So I can tell you right now, go right ahead if you think it's safe because you You know, the man that owns you tells you you got to go work a job, so send your kid off to a little indoctrination concentration camp for hours at a day, so that way we can brainwash them.
And
You
it's
know,
most likely what I've noticed. I can't give you the stats on it, but good people are pushed out immediately. And these kind of people, they dominate that space, and they're not just involved in abusing children, but they're like siphoning money off of the school system and things like that
for
as well
sure.
on the side.
A lot of these groups are probably making hundreds of thousands of dollars by promoting these sexual books that are in the library, because a lot of these books are handpicked by the members of, you know, that group, because a lot of these are the gay books, or
Yeah,
you know, the
it's
lesbian books or the trans books. I mean, you know, you can't sit here and say that these people know, because they have to go through a
well, there's
I'm not
conventions,
they have
right?
to go through a
There's people
process.
that come and they show off at these conventions, and then like the schools or the universities, they pick out what programming they want to impart to their students from that. So somebody's got to approve that.
Every single book in the library at an elementary school, middle school, high school has to go through a vetting process. They have to be approved and allowed to be put on the shelf. So what does that tell you? But you know, when you go
But
and read a
then
book that's
there's
to do a
something
blowjob
else.
on another boy, you know, they can't stand there to listen to you for 5 seconds while you read it. Get out, you know, you're gonna arrested. Pretty soon it'll come to the point where anyone who disagrees with
Oh,
that type
but
of lifestyle is probably going to be prosecuted. Basically, you're going to be court-martialed, martial law.
Inner darkness. But the other thing that's already going on that people don't even want to speak about, I think, is that some areas are reporting that teachers are like taking children to like adult venues during school hours, and then they bring them back or something. So they load them up, take them to a bar, something, and then they bring them back to school. And then the kids are reporting this at home. Like they're leasing out, they're like engaging in soft trafficking inside the public school.
As someone who had a middle school teacher flirt with them all the time, I can tell you right now that a majority of school teachers are probably, I'm using air quotations, they're probably background checked, but these people are not psychologically checked to be checked with like FBI type questions of, you know, how can you tell a person is attracted? I know it's hard to tell, you know, you can't base a book, you know, by its cover and all this stuff, but there are certain, you know, processes that you can go through to, you know, eliminate certain variables of people who, you know, are known to do things.
If that's what you're talking about, you can sense it. You can sense it immediately.
I mean, there's a reason why
The
there's a
only time
big
I
string
gave
of
an
female
advice and a
teachers.
teenager heard me was because I saw a PDF file staring at her. And she was like in a fight with her mom about wearing short shorts or whatever. And, you know, they're pretty liberal family. And then she's like, well, it's because I'm a goddess or whatever. And I'm so beautiful, I can make a man stop in his tracks or make a guy. And I say, yeah, but your guy ain't the only one that's looking. And she just like stared at me and looked like she was about to throw up.
I don't
But
doubt.
you can spot them in an instant, bro.
I think a lot of the and no offense to anyone who wants to come here legally, but I went up to my local Walmart not long ago, and you know how they put the Christmas trees or whatever up for the Salvation Army, Wish, whatever, so we can buy stuff for children and donate them.
Mm-hmm.
And I swear they do this on purpose. They go and they put this big old beautiful tree up with all these different, you know, kids asking for all this stuff for Christmas, and then right beside it they put the missing children chart with all the missing children up there. And I was looking at them the last time we were up there, and it's sad to know that actually a lot of them are actually quite recent. But I thought it was very weird that there was probably 12 different pages on there, and usually it's like mix and matched on the like ethnicity of the kids or whatever. And this time it was nothing but dark skin and black people, and I just thought it was really weird because I would say about a few weeks ago, when I was on one of the TML streams, when I was walking to the store, we were outside, and it gets dark here where I'm at pretty early in the night. So even at 5 o'clock, if you're outside, it's already basically dark. And we were on the way back from a store, and a house that we know that one of the Mexicans moved into, one of the newer ones. They haven't been there probably about 4 or 5 months. And I know the kind of car that they drive. It's a real ugly white 4-door kind of SUV kind of car. And we had come walking up beside the car. And like the way that I was walking behind my wife and child in the dark, I guess you couldn't really tell that I was there, because usually I have a flashlight or whatever on, so that way we can see the dark areas for dogs and crazy crack-headed people. But I think the two guys in the car didn't know that I was behind them. And like the light, when it hit them, they turned off the light, but they left the car on. And it wasn't until that we got up right to the car that they had already started rolling down the windows and started pulling up to them. And the way that the walls are like against their yards is like walls built up against the hill, because where I live, it's a very hilly place. Just about every fucking road you go up, there's a hill or an incline. So there's like walls that like push up against the yard to, kind of, I guess, hold it in place or whatever. So they couldn't quite see me coming up around the corner. And by the time I had gotten there, they didn't really stomp on the gas to kind of reach out there. But like, I'm talking about, they rolled up the windows as fast as they could and kept going. And we got an Amber Alert probably about 4.5, 5 days ago. And then we got one about 2 days ago. And I'm just saying that, it to me, I think it is strange that, the number of kids that seem to be going up missing, and they're all kinds of ages. It's not just like, young kids or whatever, but it's,
but then they set loose these characters in neighborhoods. Like, what the heck,
well, to sit here and deny that there's a big human
But I
trafficking
had
thing
to
going on.
answer those questions that you said, the FBI level questions, to be allowed to enter in the country. So it's so interesting that these people
Stories you hear
kind
about
of
Walmart.
set loose to terrorize the rest of us. That's what it feels like.
Yeah. And them stories about Walmart, supposedly helping, I don't doubt it one bit. I mean, it's the same thing. We know that these, places like, Gaysd and all these other big mega corporations help, with these hotels and resorts and Carowinds and Six Flags. Kind of funny they chose Six Flags, but, it's a problem that no one's wanting to address. And unfortunately, there's not much really many people can do about it, because, what can you do? I mean, there's actually someone on my Facebook and my local page today actually became somewhat famous today, because he actually set up a sting operation and actually managed to get one arrested today. I wanted to do that in my city. The biggest problem is that I'm too well kind of known in my city. Like, I've lived here a long time. So like, if someone hasn't seen me in like 8 years and they see me like, across town, they'll eventually, oh, hey, look, I know you. So I have to be kind of careful if I were to, run those kind of things around here. But it's a very large problem, just like the drug problem. A lot of people want to sit here and blame the local street gangs and stuff like this. I'm gonna tell you right now, my police department does nothing about the black on black violence here. They don't give a fuck whatsoever if local Leroy wants to go sling some cocaine, as long as it's not like a big huge like machine gun shootout. They really don't care about really anyone here. I've sat here and witnessed the cops in my city laugh and joke about what they're going to eat for dinner as they're rolling out a dead body on a gurney. So to sit here and think that the police, when you call the police, that they're actually here because they're here to protect you. A majority of these cops are probably ex-military, and from the ones who I've met, just the security guards that I've met, these guys are ex-military. They're off-duty police officers. these people know 100% that you don't carry drugs, but they'll stop you over 38 times in over 15 years. You know, I won't ever forget one of the security guards I met. He had an owl tattoo. It was like a tribal owl tattoo, and he had an all-seeing eye in the middle of it. And he had served about 4 or 5 years in Afghanistan. And now he's an off-duty cop somewhere. But just about every single off-duty cop that I had met that was working security guard in the apartment complex that I was living at for the longest time, every single one of them were corrupt. If you let them search you because of intimidation, guess what? You might not do cocaine or crack, but guess what? You're going to find a little baggie in it. You know, they tried so many times to plant shit on me, but you know, I lived there for so long. I knew so many of the people in the complex that, you know, all I had to do was, you know, get one person to come outside the door and, you know, they leave me alone. I mean, it got to the point like they tried to get me to take off my socks. You know, they would get the people in the car with me to take out, literally, they would take my books, my school books out of my book bag and look for fucking drugs in it. You know, so it got to the point where eventually, you know, but the first time I threatened a lawsuit, you know, they left me alone. But I'm just going to say that from being able to view cities and society from I guess you could say hermit kind of view, because I prefer to not go out in society. I can't stand human beings. You know, I've met a lot of good people, a lot of kind people, a lot of compassionate people in my life. But, you know, I've had best friends stab me in the back. I've had complete and total strangers put knives and guns in my face because, you know, I look like a white guy who apparently dresses like a cop at the age of 16. I mean, I've been through some rough shit in my life, so I just prefer to stay away from people. And there are a lot of good people in the world, but they are allowing, whether you want to call it mental illness or demonic possession, I think it's a little bit of both, because I know people who actually have mental health, you know, not, you know, hear voices or shit, but like, you know, mentally challenged people who, you know, with Down syndrome and stuff like that. So, you know, I know of people with, you know, actual, you know, retardation and stuff like that. But then you have people like, you know, they look completely normal. And I'm going to tell you, I've had grown adults scream at my child just because my child is looking in their direction. So, you know, is that a demon looking at me and my child and wanting to, you know, scare us from afar? Or is that just a cuckoo person who decided to do some bath salts in the morning? You know, so I think it's a little bit of both. I think it's a mixture of mental health and
right. But then these people that intentionally they like to impose trauma upon young.
And then there are those you have. I mean, whether you want to call them, you know, psychopaths or not, you know.
Well, it's part of the agenda of every PDF file is to pass it on to the next youngest minds possible. That's just what they love to do. They talk about it,
and that's one of the reasons why now in the medical or psychological field, you're starting to hear them say, you know, especially overseas, that, you know, it's no longer a I can't remember what they say. It's no longer whatever. It's a mental health disorder now. Now, you know, it shouldn't be something that should be treated as a taboo subject. And if the Bible, in my belief, if the Bible says that, you know, in the time of Jesus Christ, it will be as in the time of Noah. Well, if it was so bad in the time of Noah all across the earth that God was willing to flood it, you know, back when my mom, for instance, you know, my dad's mom and dad were together, you know, 20s, 30s. So back then, you know, an 18-year-old being with a 14-year-old was a little bit more socially acceptable, you know. And then by the time my dad was, you know, a grown adult, you know, it's completely illegal. It's taboo everywhere, you know. And then now in today's time, you know, it's the same thing. It's completely taboo. And then now that I'm older, I'm a 30-year-old man, and my son's growing up. And now I'm hearing in the psychological medical field that now they're trying to pass it off as, you know, it's not a crime. It's not, you know, something that's evil and wrong and bad. Now it should be allowed. And, you know, instead of trying to cure the person, maybe we should support the person. And that's where I think it's funny about this whole P. Diddy stuff and the Epstein stuff, because what a lot of people don't realize is like, that's just the distraction. You know, these are the people that they want you to know who are actually being involved into it. You know, I think if people honestly understood the scope of how these people are able to operate, it would terrify people. You know, most of us don't have
Yeah,
access
because
to the
most
dark
are
web.
drinking that Pedialyte.
You said Pedialyte?
Yeah, just trying to I'm coming up with different ways to say the same word, but yeah, because most people are. You want to keep your child away from most people. Yeah.
Well, you have to. But I mean, if the goal is to get everyone in this mental mind state of basically like the purge, you know, you're okay with anything. You're okay with rape, murder, incest, PDF stuff. You're okay with basically everything as long as you don't touch, quote unquote, you know, the officials that they say you're not allowed to touch. You know, people say, well, you know, nobody would vote for the purge. Yeah, there are plenty of people who wouldn't go along with the purge. But we know, just like that one girl in the second movie or whatever, the one who dresses up and harasses the store owners or whatever, there are crazy motherfuckers who will go out here and spend every last dollar on a fucking modified vehicle and modified guns and would go out there and behead and blow up everyone like they're playing fucking GTA Online. No, that's not. That's crazy. No, that's why you have movies with Ryan Reynolds called Free Guy, wherever the fuck it is. You know, there's a reason why they're sitting here promoting this nonchalant, YOLO, you know, do anything, do what thou wilt kind of mindset, because look how many people sit here and will pull out a gun and shoot someone on the highway because you accidentally cut them off or because you accidentally had to stomp on your brakes. And you sit here and telling me that you're not living in a world. I mean, what really keeps the PDF stuff at bay? What? Because society says it's bad and because the jail? Well, clearly it's not the consequences that keep these people from doing it, because guess what? They're still doing it. So clearly the system that we're claiming and defending is, you know, been working is clearly not working and has never been working because all this shit's still getting away with. And then you had this guy on here,
Yeah, he's saying that it
sounds like he's
defends
a part of it.
children, but we've proven that it hurts the children he's claiming it defends.
Yeah, once you've broken a child, even with the smallest things, psychologically, mentally, emotionally, you can basically rewire and reconstruct their entire mentality, way of thinking, and their being. As someone who's witnessed someone who survived, you know, parental abuse, severe parental abuse, I can tell you that yes, it has psychological effects. So, and that's not even coming from someone who suffered sexual parental abuse. That's just physical, like, you know, here, let me beat you a little bit and then give you a present later and tell you I love you, that kind of stuff, you know. So, you know, I myself have witnessed parental trauma, and, you know, these occultic people know that the first step to one, getting at God, that's the reason why the Baphomet statue has a boy and a girl beside it, because, you know, he's putting right there in your face, you know, there's a reason why, you know, God sits here and says that if you offend one of these little ones, that it's better that you take a millstone and cast it around your neck and throw your ass into the fucking ocean than it is to offend a child. You know, that's why we're like, you know, when people want to talk about abortion, like, I understand why people might need to get an abortion, etc. I don't even want to go into that whole debate, but like, I can understand it, but yes, I disagree with it. You know, I'm not a woman, so I don't know what it's like to have to say, you know, choose my baby or myself, you know, or have my husband, you know, have to choose, you know, myself or my baby.
What a cruel
I don't
world
have
what a cruel world that women need to choose abortion. That's what I would say.
Yeah, exactly. You know, I feel bad for every human being who has to suffer, but, you know, you're living in a world where you have to, at some point, allow people to do certain things. But when you get to the point of like the PDF stuff, war, you know, I mean, they have already basically made prostitution legal. I mean, you already have not just pornography that's been out for, you know, ever since the invention of the first camera and video, you know, recorder. You know, now you can go and pay fucking $5.99 to watch some lady, you know, go with her vagina. So, I mean, you know, what's the next step? I mean, if they've already managed to make all this other stuff legal, I mean, at what point are the people like us who say no is going to be, you know, hitman, so to speak? I mean, it's going to eventually get to that point, because there's going to be people like us who are like-minded who Okay, you want to go and fudge pack, cousin Larry in the closet later tonight, by all means, you go fudge pack cousin Larry in the closet tonight, but you keep it in your bedroom and you don't need to promote it to my child, let alone the entire fucking street. So, it's going to get to this point where I think honestly, if we're going to keep on the depopulation topic, it comes down to with how much they can conquer and divide people. If they can have people divided on race, that's what they're going to do. If they can have people divided on politics, that's what they're going to do. If they can have you, divided on religions, your favorite type of Doritos, who you vote for now, because now that's what the big thing is. Now everyone's, who'd you vote for? Oh, you voted for Trump. Oh, you're not my friend no more. So, at what point where, like the Bible tells you, daughters are going to turn against their fathers and fathers are going to turn against their sons and brothers against sisters, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, we're already in that time. So, if they're not going to just 100% push the button and go for it, it's going to have to be a gradual degeneration of society to the point where if they can get us to do it psychologically, well, they already have. Let's not get into all the different CIA and, fucking MK Ultra type projects that we know that have been declassified. Because I've sat on the FBI website and I've read probably 300 different documents that they've declassified to the point where my fucking brain hurts to look at fucking blacked out documents. That if this is even I'll say 0.1% truth of half of the shit of what they're trying to sit here and tell you is the truth, we're not even close to it. And this is coming from someone who's seen a fucking UFO, has met what I believe is demons and all this other stuff, because my experiences in this world is limited to what I have seen and experienced and what has been given to me. And I see a world that you might have 5% of the population that thinks like us. Most people are worried about either just making money, having sex, money, sex, get what I can get, fuck everyone else. And then the rest of us, other than the top 1%, you have everyone else clamoring for the top. And then you have the little peons, people like us who are never going to amount to actual wealth or actual fame, people who may get to live modestly, your upper class, middle class type people. Then you have your poor people like me. The point is like someone like me, the subliminal messaging doesn't work. The indoctrination never worked. It did at one point, especially with the science class bullshit. But when it comes to subliminal programming, the best thing that the devil ever got me on was cigarettes, weed, and sex. Like the Bible tells you, blessed is a man who never knows a woman. And I agree. I love my wife to death, but the one thing that entraps a man and ensnares him worse than a bear trap is a woman. So I'm going to tell you, I see a society, especially someone who has witnessed the younger Call of Duty generation. There are 8 and 9-year-old who get on a game and have no problem saying, I'm going to rape your mom. I'm going to kill you. So, at what point are we going to sit here in a society, as someone who grew up on, Resident Evil and Mortal Kombat and all these, violent video games like Grand Theft Auto and all this other stuff. I've never gone out here and raped a woman, robbed someone, killed someone, beheaded someone, robbed a bank, committed Grand Theft Auto, literally. For someone like me, who was told never point a gun at someone, even when it was a very clear toy gun, 9 years old, you can tell that it's a toy gun because it's clear, it's see-through. I don't even have bullets inside of it. Don't point it at people. That's the kind of lifestyle that I was raised on, respect and all this other stuff. So someone like me, you're never going to get me to accept the debauchery of the world, the degradation, the degeneration, and to sit here and see now what probably 15, 20 years, people being alive and being born, and not everyone, because there's people like y'all who are not like these people, but there are people out here who will drag you by the head of your hair. They will slit your throat and use it as a piss pot, and they will not bat their eye at you. Now, these people come from all walks of life. Yes, that's true. You have billionaires who will pay money to literally fucking hunt down people on their private lands and kill you. And if you think that they don't put this shit in the movies for a fucking reason, you're fucking retarded. Just like the Squid Games. See here, oh, it's just entertainment. You honestly think that they don't take poor people off the street and put them in a fucking game and use it as entertainment for their fucking billionaires and say, haha, good luck. So, I mean, you know, how do you sit here and dismantle a system that is ran, whether you want to say that they're actual humans? I don't believe they could be human, but I think these people are demonically possessed by entities that are way older than what I previously thought. You know, I think these entities understand human psychology, emotions, every way that a human, because I was talking about this with my wife the other day. I said, don't you think it's kind of funny that one of the very first things that the angels decided to teach women was how to seduce men? One of the very first things that angels taught women was makeup and perfumes. I just thought it was funny. So, you know, angels, and especially the fallen ones, you know, they know human beings better than we know ourselves. And for people like us, we're spiritually, even you, Reddington, you may have given up, but Christ is never going to give up on you. I'm just going to tell you that. I gave up on him for 15 years, and he has saved me twice since then. So I'm just telling you, man, he ain't giving up on you yet. Stay strong, brother. But people like us are going to be ridiculed, hunted down, subjugated, imprisoned. And that's not if we're not in some way often somehow. I mean, they're deputizing private police force. They're militarizing another private security force on U.S. soil, and everyone is not paying attention to all the shit that happened during the shutdown when they were moving around all these big, huge military vehicles and shit. But it's okay. You know, and the whole immigrant thing, it was allowed to happen on purpose. People can sit here and put it on Mr. all they want, but just like Mr. Billions and billions, you know, we all know that they're puppets. Okay, so get those lights off and realize and see in the dark that, you know, they were allowed to come in, and there's a reason why they were allowed to come in. Is because, I mean, America was already being destabilized, you know, since 9/11 anyway. But, you know, what's a lot of people don't realize is they've been itching to use martial law for a long time. You know, people think that martial law is just, you know, them sending out the military men and, you know, and the convoys, you know, with the speakers, you know, do not come out past 8 o'clock. If you do, you will be arrested and court-martialed. It's not going to be that kind of shit. Like, you know, they can, you know, seize your transportation. They can, you know, literally take your house and all your food and, you know, your people and your weapons, you know, and not to mention the new laws, the new laws that they're going to be adding on top of it, especially if it's a New World Order type martial law. You know, it's not really fear-mongering. It's a buildup that's been slowly building up, especially in my lifetime that I've noticed. It's been a slow buildup of, you know, I hate to say it, but almost like Wolfenstein type shit. I mean, you know, you even have bounty hunters out here now. You know, anyone can be a bounty hunter. A lot of that's actually scary. A lot of people don't know that, but basically anyone can be a bounty hunter. And, you know, there was a bounty hunter not long ago who, you know, ended up getting either killed or, him and his buddy ended up getting killed. Or no, they ended up getting an innocent woman killed. That's right. They ended up getting an innocent woman killed due to their, you know, stupidity, thinking that they were fucking Dog the Bounty Hunter. And if you pay attention to the Boys series with Homelander and what they're saying about what Homelander wants to do with the superheroes, about deputizing the superheroes. And it's kind of funny how, you know, that closely mirrors exactly what old, you know, Mop Top up there was talking about. So, it's just if I think that there's a spiritual protection on the planet right now, and I think until God allows, lifts the veil, so to speak, until God actually allows His protection to be removed for even people like us, that's honestly what I think it is. I think it's God hasn't removed His protection yet to the point where He's like, okay, now it's time. Because I mean, can we really say that technology is 100% where the Antichrist needs it to be? I want to say yes, but I also want to say no. Because, what I saw that night at the beach, if I had to guess, dude, like if I'm being exaggeration, that's 30,000 years, man. That's 30,000 years ahead of us, man. That's millions of years ahead of us, man. But my human consciousness and faith in God's like, come on, man. That shit's only like, about maybe if you're lucky, a few 100,000 years, man. And then you're like, your Christian side is like, wait, you know exactly what it is. So if what I saw that night is even a fraction of the deception that they're going to be able to push on the masses, think about like what Ronald Reagan said, if we could get, an outside threat from another world to, attack us, what better way to get, radical Christians and radical, Muslims to stop hating each other, or, Jews to stop hating this, et cetera, et cetera. Like there are going to be people like us who are going to like immediately see the alien invasion, be like, fuck no, we know what it is. And they're going to be millions or billions of people who are going to be like, yay, probe us, yay. So as much as we want to give credit to what we know, there are lots and lots of people in this world who are either too stupid, they're incapable, unable. I don't even know how you begin to put it, but I can tell you, I've tried to have some very intellectual conversations with people who I thought I knew for a long time very well. And you can't even sit down and have an intellectual conversation with them because it's like talking to a brick wall. You might as well be yelling at the firmament. I mean, it's impossible. It's even about the smallest things, but then they want to sit here and pretend that they're intelligent because, they can, make, a few $100,000 a year. Woo, wow, woo, woo, woo. I mean, there are people on this planet who I know personally who worked a very good, esteemed job and knew that they were working for the establishment. These people knew that they were working for the very people who were working against people like us, mankind, and are okay with it. They made their millions and apparently can't sit down and fucking enjoy them. So what does that fucking tell you? You spend half of more of your life either on your knees or trying to stay off your knees in order to work up past your way past all the men in your company just for you to be able to not sit down and enjoy all the money you made. So it's work till you die, kill each other. And, if we're not doing it, they're doing it for us. I mean, to say whether or not I'm going to get to live till I'm 50 or 60 years old, that remains to be seen. I don't think that the world and the way that the political stance, the religious stance, just the the human population mentality is gone. I would say it's probably a centimeter hanging off the cliff. I mean, because you have old people. First of all, the baby boomers are dying. Okay, I don't know a lot of people realize, but the actual like baby boomers, the people from my dad's generation, the Star Trek, Captain Kirk generation, they're dying off, a lot of them at a very fast rate now. And I guess you could say someone like my dad kind of is a reason why the baby boomers are being blamed, but I've met a lot of veterans from their age, my dad's age. I've met a lot of people his age, and I've talked to them, and a lot of them are really decent-minded, conservative people. They, green for the earth, good, what's good for the goose, good for the gander. They're kind people. I've met, rich people who completely don't give a flying fuck if you were bleeding on the side of the street with your guts hanging out. and would probably spit on you and piss on you and pour the gasoline and light the fire and then, light a marshmallow on you. If me and Mr. Mustache Man taught me anything, it's that not only can history repeat itself, it's always going to repeat itself. And it seems like they want everyone to hate each other to the point where you're willing to break into other people's homes and basically, do the satanic doctrine of do what thou wilt. I mean, every single day you're hearing of all these atrocious, heinous crimes that these people are committing, and then they're right back on the street the next day. I mean, I don't know about y'all, but I think it's pretty ridiculous that there are still people spending, a lifetime in prison for, smoking or dealing some marijuana or coke. But, you got rapists or murderers and PDS who sit here and, get maybe 10 years with good behavior or life in prison. We're clearly living now in a time where the criminals are being, exalted in some cases, if you don't want to get on the old Mr. Georgie boy, while the billionaires and the politicians, the judges, the corrupt cops, the corrupt CEOs of certain health cares get away with money laundering and, probably all kinds of trafficking, while they keep us fighting and arguing with each other and then keep us all dumbed down and fed with chemicals and, I mean, come on, y'all. I mean, what point are we going to sit here and say, okay, we know that this is going on. We know that they're doing this. But I mean, come on. You're not going to sit here and get fucking 2.5 million people to, stop waking up and going to their jobs and, not pay their light bills and not pay their rents and, not go shop at their local Walmarts and, not go to the corner store and get their 211 and zigzags and, malt liquors. I mean, come on now. I mean, you're not going to be able to sit here and get, a majority of half of a country to sit here and say, we don't need no education. I mean, you're not going to get this to happen. And it's either we fucking get everyone to start doing it, or they're just going to fucking EMP everyone anyway and fucking start the invasion. It's going to eventually get to this point, or society itself is just going to completely tear itself apart. When you think about The Walking Dead, I don't think about fucking brains. I think about, people like Negan and the governor wanting to bash your fucking heads in and cut your, necks off and make you pest dispensers to take over your prison so the way they can have what, you have. So, you're looking at, look at cities like Chicago and Detroit. I'm sure, and New York City, these places have always been, bad crime ridden, places. But I mean, come on, I mean, every single day there's murders, there's rapes, what are we going to do about it? You can't stop all the sin in the world. I mean, yeah, sure, we can sit here and argue about it for the next 15 motherfucking years, but I mean, wow, you can tell someone that they're bad. Ooh, rape is bad, but you know what? That's not going to stop that person from getting off panel and going and committing the rape. So, I mean, at what point are we just as human beings going to have to sit here and accept if you believe in a God, you're just going to have to accept that only he's going to be able to make any of this better. Yes, we can be kind and generous and loving and caring and forgiving to our fellow man and, try to imply laws that, benefit everyone and do good. But let's sit here and not pretend that that's never going to happen. So what are we going to do as a society? How are you going to sit here and get the entire society to, go along with you? I mean, you have half the society saying that boys can be girls and the other, majority of the society saying that it's not possible. Good luck with that. I'd like to know how you plan on doing it. How do you plan on reverse psychologying and MK Ultraing and lobotomizing 99.9% of the population in order to be able to get them to do what thou wilt in your honor and your image that, they're not already doing in their own? You're not going to. Fucking Bangladesh, and I'm not, maybe not Bangladesh, but I can't remember the exact city right now in India. It's one of the most heavily populated cities in India. It's so overly populated in that city that there's like, what is it, 15 people per square foot almost in a building, just like in certain city in China. I mean, what are we going to do about it? How are you gonna stop Vladimir Putin? How are you going to stop the next, Gadolf Gisler? How are you going to stop the next Mussolini or Martini? Please do tell. I know it's no one wants to admit the, Donald Trump and, mean Mr. Gay Mustache Man, but, a lot of people don't realize that, it could be part of the agenda. I mean, let's just stop being afraid to talk about this shit. Why is it that people don't want to sit here and talk about that there's millions and millions of probably violent criminals from other countries here in our borders who are being tactically trained on firearms and knowing how to tactically maneuver and pay attention to their cities and surroundings and learn new terrains. And all these people are suspiciously have no wives, no children, and I'm witnessing it in my own hometown. Well, not really hometown, I won't born here, but yeah, I see it myself. One woman of wife-carrying age, one child who's barely walking, and there's 4 or 5 men all living in the house, and it's pouring down rain outside, but they decide to smoke a blunt outside in the pouring rain. Okay, yeah, sure. But, keep telling yourself that, seeing an immigrant go up to a cash register and have $4,000 on food stamps is okay, and that this is normal when, they have about 6 cars sitting outside their house. They haven't even been here, not even 4 months in the country, and yet got 3 or 4 cars sitting outside. And, the white people who've been living in these neighborhoods for probably as longer than what I've been living in these neighborhoods are now selling their homes and taking off. And even the Mexicans who have been living here before the new Mexicans came in are leaving because of the new Mexicans coming in. So what the fuck does that tell you? So we're going to get to a precipice where, the average American is going to have enough of it, or collapse of the dollar. I mean, what's easier way to get not mankind, but society itself to break down? You take away their food, take away their energy, take away their access to transportation and resources, take away their ability of certain types of health care. And they're already doing it. That's why people like me can't get proper health care, even though, according to my health insurance, I have a disease that is going to kill me before I am 50 years old, quote unquote. That's what the piece of paper said. You have a disease that is expected to end your life before the age of 51. And yet I can't get proper medical care. But in the exact same state that I'm living in, if a fucking 6 and 7, 8 and 9-year-old goes up to mommy and daddy and says, I don't want to be a boy no more, I want to be a girl, you can cut off his pecker and the state will fucking pay for it. So there you go, America. Keep it up. You want to know the reason why our children and our children's children, if you even have them, won't continue to prosper? There you go. It's because human society at some point is going to reset, regardless of whether or not it's fucking evil, satanic, crazy people doing it with the push of a fucking button. Humanity only can get so far at a certain state, and then it's got to reset itself because of its own stupidity. We're sitting here and we're killing ourselves on our own planet. We're poisoning ourselves every single day with chemicals and combustions and all this other shit in our atmospheres and waters and foods and stuff. Whether or not it's the elites doing it, still the point is we do it to ourselves. We kill each other ourselves. So, come on, we humans at some point are going to have if there is no God, we're going to eventually be the means of our own destruction. Whether we want to admit it or not, we're going to be our own mass extinction event. And, that's what I think a lot of people didn't realize about the movie the day the earth stood still. That's what the movie is teaching you. That's what they're telling you, that we're going to be our own self-destruction. I mean, if you want to apply the biblical knowledge to it, that even God's telling you that. Like, there's a reason why he didn't let us reach the stars with the Tower of Babel. We weren't ready to reach the stars yet. So, God knocked us down a little bit and said, okay, I'm going to give you some time to, try it again. And eventually, just like with Icarus, I think that's right, Icarus, he's going to let us touch the sun, and he's going to realize, ooh, we just got burnt, and we're going to learn a lesson. So there you go. I mean, come on. There's only so much we're going to be able to do about all these people. You can have all these people doing all the psyops and gay ops and, cryops all you want. But I mean, at some point, we can only do so much one person at a time. And other than opening up the minds of people around us, and again, you're going to get into dangerous territory. We all know that, even the Illuminati had fucking moles and spies inside of them. Every MI6, whatever bullshit, every organization has a spy or a mole in it. So you're never going to have complete and total dominance and control or reigns over every single person in your, organization. So eventually at some point, if you wanted to do this shit, your organization is going to be fucking infiltrated, and you're going to be fucking dismantled and probably executed. So again, we can't topple governments. We can't, mass propagate MK Ultra, lobotomize the masses to get them to say, okay, no, don't do this bad, do this good. We're never going to do it. People, like this dude who was just talking, people care about themselves. They only worry about themselves. And that's just the way it is. And I'm not saying that's necessarily a bad thing, but I mean, we're human, we're supposed to fucking live. But, people say, well, I know people who are older than me. Well, there's nothing you can do about it, so why even worry with it? I'm not saying that we shouldn't, but I mean, come on, y'all, what really can we do? You can be like Jack and want to go to Congress and talk to these fucking people in Congress, but I mean, is that going to do anything? Let's say, Jack did manage to get into fucking Congress and managed to talk to these higher up people in the government, managed to actually get something accomplished. Is it really going to get something accomplished? I mean, Jesus, PDFs know that they can go to prison and be fucking, sentenced to death. It doesn't stop them from doing it. So, I mean, what good are really our consequences unless it's God's ultimate consequence? So, at some point we have to just admit that it's going to be a never ending Ouroboros until the end of mankind. I mean, since the beginning, Adam and Eve, all the way up until now, it's just a constant Ouroboros loop of mankind's existence. And if there is a God, if the Bible is true, which is my faith, if the Bible is true, that's the only way I can describe to y'all about the time that we're in. That we're doing what we can right now, but that's all you're going to be able to do is spread knowledge to and from. That's all you're going to be able to do. And if you're lucky, you might be able to save someone's soul and bring them to God. That's about the most you're going to be able to do in this time. Unless God, like in that movie with Mr. T, when he's able to unlock the jail cell because God gave him the special magical force power to do it. Unless you actually have some type of, divine power imbued upon you like Moses did with the staff, it's not a movie. Not every single one of us is going to be able to touch a rock and make water come forth. So, as much as I'm going to sit here and say that I believe that I'm special in God's eyes, I also have to understand that, my death can be random. My death can be not special. If the world was ending right now, my death is no different than the millions or billions of other people who would die right now in the end of the world. So, at some point as a human being, I have to just sit here and accept that maybe that's my place in the world. Okay, I can get on here and argue with y'all all night long, other people all night long. I can spend hours in lecture halls and talk about this shit for hours and days and years. But I mean, come on, y'all, we can do this until we're all fucking old and got gray pubes, and it's not going to change anything. The world's still going to be evil. It's still going to be cruel. You're still going to have good people. You're still going to have bad people. You're still going to have crazy psychotic billionaires who do what they do. And I mean, it's either the world has a big, huge wake up call, an earth shattering event that hasn't been seen in, hundreds of thousands of years. If you want to believe the earth has been around for 6 billion motherfucking years, since the time of the dinosaurs, until the earth actually has this big, huge earth shattering the day the earth stood still, look at there right in your face, until the day it happens, there's not really much about mankind that's going to change. We're going to continue worrying about going to our jobs. We're going to continue worrying about paying the rent, getting food, having sex, getting our drugs, getting the next best car, the next video game, the next PS5, the next iPhone. We're selfish beings. We only care about ourselves. And as much as every human being wants to sit here and say, oh, I love the next person, I care about you so much. Yeah, we can be kind, caring people, but I mean, you're dealing with a race and population of people who don't think like us. And these are going to be the people who, if they're not along with us in the pile of corpses, these are going to be the people who they're going to. And look, I'm not doubting the homosexual man to say he can't be dangerous and kill someone, but there are people with certain mentalities that they're looking for as cannon fodder. I'm just going to say that. I'm going to put this out there. There are certain mentalities of gang members, radical religious people, non-religious people, people who have survived trauma, people like me, people who survive, severe school problems. They're looking for certain people in their psychological profiles that meet the right catalog of what this guy is. People like him, or quote unquote people like me, according to that psychiatrist I saw them years ago. Fruitcake. What she said to me is, you have the ability to do great harm, but your morals imbued upon you when you were a child and your religious background is why you don't do it, end quote. So, I can tell you that society is not on a very good trajectory course. Mental health is not just only being allowed, but it's being promoted through things like TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, X, whatever the fuck you want to call them now. They promote, and it's also really people's weak-mindedness. Someone like me can get on Grand Theft Auto and run people over, and I won't harm people. But games like Grand Theft Auto and Call of Duty and these other games are a social and psychological conditioning program made most likely by the military to cause increased hostility and anger and hatred in young men and women too. I've met some pretty horrible women on those games, whatnot. But and games, especially the ones that have been targeting certain ethnicity groups, their entire goal is to get you to hate that ethnicity group and stuff like that. Like, from someone who's played almost just about every single Call of Duty that has came out. Actually, no, I have played every single Call of Duty that came out. A majority of the people that you meet online are hostile white kids or white dudes. And if you pretend to do a different accent in the game with them when you start off, if you pretend to be Arabian or Indonesian or anything, they will call you some of the most god-awful names and words I've ever been called before. So to sit here and say that them games haven't psychologically conditioned certain people to act a certain way is a fallacy. And I mean, at what point are they not going to do this? I mean, we can say that society can go on for the next 100 years, but I mean, the food system, the electrical system, the money system, all these things are already being changed right now. I mean, what, in the next 2 years, what, electrical currency, to sit here and say that the countries, I mean, I think we've already been in shadow wars. I think we've been in shadow wars for 15 to 20 plus years now. I think a majority of the major wars that they've been showing us in the media that we've heard about are fake wars. I think they were wars that just completely distract you from what they were actually doing. And a majority of the shadow wars that have been fought right here on our own soil, and we don't even fucking know it, which is why all these school things and Batman shootings and all these Las Vegas things, all these magical shootings that have been increasing in the last few years, and these riots and all this other crazy shit that's been happening on U.S. American soil, when we know that these aren't actual protesters going out here and protesting because some dude had his neck stepped on for a certain amount of minutes until he couldn't breathe no more. We know that these were federal agents out here dressing as certain people of certain groups, going out here and pretending to be these people causing the problems. And again, you're living in a structured society. How are you going to begin to dismantle that? Like what Mr. Anderson was trying to say the other night, they don't have the manpower to send 2 guys out to go and mess with some teenager talking about 9/11 out in school. I can tell you, Mr. Anderson, they do have the motherfucking power to get it done. Most of it's done by artificial intelligence. Oops, I'm sorry, did I let that slip? I'll shut up now. But, yeah, it's getting real. They have a dossier. They have a file on every single person who's born into the system. Every time you have swiped a card, every time you've put in a PIN, every time you've logged into an email. What else did that sheriff tell me? Oh yeah, anytime your credit card passes near an ATM or one of them new card readers, one of those like triple card readers, the ones where you can stick it in, slide it, and touch it. Even if your card isn't swiped at it for a transaction, the RFID chip picks up the signal and it still logs that it connected to the device because it's still a wireless connection. So, Minority Report wasn't really that far from the truth about having to change your fucking eyeballs because the machines are able to scan your eyeballs from all the way across the fucking room. So I'm just going to leave that there. That also military planes have been increasing around me. I think that's very interesting. We've had a lot of them Pelican helicopters around here, them bladed helicopters. We've had quite a few of them here in the last week and a half. So they've also been spraying us like the bugs every single day from 9 o'clock to 3 in the morning. They spray us even at nighttime. Even at nighttime, they are spraying us. Okay. But I gotta get off here. But yeah, it's very disheartening because for people like us who got children, dude, like what do you do? Like we know what we know now. What do you begin to tell your child if your child does have to grow up in, the next 15, 20, 30 years? What kind of life, you can only do so much as a person without the ability to turn into Superman and become basically like the Injustice Superman and become dictator of the world. There's only so much that you can do, and all you can do is prepare your child and hope and pray that what you have taught your child is enough to get them through if they don't have to, they themselves live through, the end of the world in the book of Revelation. So, I mean, I don't know, man. We can sit here and pseudoscience and psychoanalyze people all day long and argue with them, but I mean, it really comes down to is that, you know, you can only worry about what's around you. You know, you're never going to get, Kevin Bacon to, stop working in, Hollywood movies and turn to Christ, follow Christ. So, I mean, I guess to some point, what good is it doing to educate people that we're being controlled? Again, at what point are people going to, okay, I don't want to be controlled at work no more, so I'm not going to go to work. Oh, I don't want to be controlled and have to pay a light bill. I'm not going to pay a light bill no more. Oh, I don't want to be controlled, so I'm not going to pay for gas no more. I mean, come on. I mean, what's the goal here? Is the goal to get all of population to, give their life for Jesus, stop going to work for a year, what? I mean, what's our goal with all this? To sit on the internet and argue 15, 20 hours with people and give ourselves headaches and sore throats because, we like doing it? I mean, at what point are we going to sit here and say, okay, enough is enough and we're going to do something about it? Because, I mean, I love y'all and everything, but personally, I just don't see a point in doing this at all because I'm not saying that none of y'all that come on here, especially the people who I've gotten to know since I've been on here, the close few, the ones who have been on here since I've been on here. And, I would have to say that I trust in my faith in Christ that when I can tell, because I always get a gut feeling about people. I can tell when people are actually genuinely kind and nice. I've never gotten that bad vibe off of Anna, Red, Neuro, TML. So, there's very few people that I really, trust to get tender with. If that's what you want to call it, I get tender with them. But, let's be real here, y'all. Come on, we're not going to get these people to stop. So what's the next step? Sure, we can open up the minds of people. Okay, we've been doing that. We can do that for the next 90 years, like they told Wolverine. You're going to be doing this till you're 90. But I don't want to be Marvel Jesus. So, I mean, what's the end goal here? I mean, it's not going to be no Detroit Become Human bullshit. You're not going to get in front of a television set and be able to get on, national television and say, they're anal probing you with misinformation. Donald Trump has been telling you that for years, and yet, nothing's being done about it. So much for draining the swamp, asshole. So, I mean, I think at some point, if you have a trace of faith in you when it comes to, if God's going to fix this human's experience, he's going to be the only one who can do it, y'all. Y'all can sit here and we can work on our communities all you want, but that's all you're going to be doing. You're going to be spending your time talking and arguing with people on panels and podcasts and in your communities about a system that we all know that's in place, that's operating, and it's going to continue operating until, in my personal belief, God says it is finished and he dismantles it. I can sit here and argue about Jeffrey Epstein's and New World Orders all day long, but I know that I can't do anything about it. I can't stop the New World Order. So for me personally, I don't see the point of getting on here and telling every Tom, Dick, and Harry on the internet, hey, there's a New World Order, whether or not you believe in Satan or not. Well, there's people out there that do, and guess what? They want to fucking kill you. There's just no point to me because the majority of people don't care. You can sit right here until we're fucking dead and tell people, hey, the meteor's coming, look up. See, that's not the sun. That's not the sun. That's the meteor. Pay a fucking attention. Okay. And they'll still go to work. So, I mean, you're dealing with people who just don't care. It's not going to be until the bombs are falling or the zombies are crashing through their windows at night that people are actually going to fucking give a fuck that something's actually important. People just don't care. People see work as important, and I'm not saying that life is important, friends, families, animals, that kind of stuff, human connections. I'm sure God doesn't want us to abandon that kind of stuff. But I mean, come on. The life that we've been living as a facade. They tell you that you need a job in order to exist on this planet, but yet God told you that aren't you not more special than a sparrow? If he feeds the birds, isn't he going to feed you? Like at one time, God provided everything for us until we fucked up, and now he, kind of requires us to kind of work for our meal, as I put it. The society and the construction of what we're living in our daily lives, what our great grandparents have been living in, it's just this constant repetitive work until you die and get what you can get while we work for scraps, but there are people out there who have so much money that they could literally distribute us $1 billion each, and it wouldn't fucking break them, because why? Money's fucking useless. You go to work every single day for a piece of paper that pretty soon you're going to be wiping your fucking ass with. So you tell me why, as a society, that people get to become rich and famous for doing all kinds of crazy things, but when I try to become rich and famous, I ain't sexy enough, I ain't attractive enough, I don't create the right content. So you tell me. People tell me that, you should go out there and get on podcasts and talk this shit. But, the point is I've already been approached by the government once, and they basically told me, stay in your lane because we know who you are. So, they know that I don't have the power and the ability to get a mass group of people to want to get up off their fucking carcasses and go out there and march against, and not do just a little January 666. I'm talking about a real fucking actual revolution. But, Biden said that their guns are bigger than ours. So good luck with that anyway. I mean, that's the problem, people. You're living in a time where either A, God's real and he's going to come back and he's going to fix everything, or we're going to continue living into a total recall. And there you go. Go pay for your motherfucking memories, because guess what? They're going to take them away from you. Oh, wait. They already said they're trying to do that too. Now they can manipulate your memories.
Certainly gaslight.
I don't know. I'm just saying, man, it's the truth. I mean, it really is the truth. With Putin sitting here saying now with Trump being president, we can really have our new world order. I'm ready for it. Like, wasn't it you or it was someone whoever said that, how is it new if they've been, saying new forever? Exactly. Like, I'm to that point now where, like, dude, if the new world order is ready, fucking do it already. Get it the fuck over with. I'm tired of fucking hearing about it. If you want to lock me up because I believe in Jesus Christ and you want to behead me for it, boy, cowabunga. Like, get it the fuck over with. I'm tired of dealing with the news every day. I'm tired of dealing with society. I'm tired of hearing nuclear weapon this, World War III this, rape and incest this, abortion this. I'm tired of hearing, like, yes, I love my life. I love my family. I love my friends. I love existence. But God almighty, just fucking do it already. I'm tired of it. Get it over with. That's how I feel about it, because that's all you're going to do. If we get to live to be 60 years old, guess what? We're going to be arguing the same fucking thing if we're not already in the motherfucking concentration camps or being anal probed by fucking aliens. So there you go. That's my 2 cents on it. I'm fucking done. Peace. I love y'all. But seriously, man, I mean, that's all you're going to be able to do is what we've been doing. And unless one of us somehow magically becomes fucking Charlie Kirk fucking famous, and you get, 20, 30,000, 50,000 subscribers and you're not paying for them, what are you going to do? And even then, yeah, but again, that incites revolutions and violence. And, hypothetically, allegedly, we don't support none of that here. So, what are you going to do? That's all I'm going to say. I wish I had the answer. I wish that, all of us were the motherfucking X-Men, and I wish we had teleportation and were able to do the most amazing things and fix the world and fucking ruin corruption and take out all the PDFs and restore balance to the world. But you know what, motherfuckers? That's not us. That's not our job. So I don't know what to tell you other than continue your little red pill, blue pill talks and, shove your finger up your ass and blow air and hope you get to fly to the moon before you hit the firmament, because they're coming for people like us. They don't want people like us who want just general normalness. We don't want to bother nobody. We don't want drama. We don't want trauma. We don't want to deal with the local fucking crackhead down the street. We want to, peacefully continue our life and just get by. They don't want people like that anymore. They want strife. They want anger. They want hostility. They want animosity. And that's why they promote violence in your movies. You sit here and complain when someone goes into a school and shoots up a school full of kids, but then you turn around and go to a movie theater and watch a movie like John Wick and fucking praise it. So make up your mind. You complain when someone goes and chops up a woman and rapes her dead body, but then turn around and fucking watch movies like Terrifier. So make up your fucking mind, mankind. It's just like fucking Joker says. You, the society, deems what is funny and what's not. So you tell me, is it fucking funny? I'm tired of it, man. I'm tired of every single day that you turn around, you sit here and you got a bunch of people wanting to claim that they're self-righteous, people like me. I wish I could claim that I'm self-righteous, but you know what? I'm not fucking self-righteous. But I also know that I'm never going to be given the power or the ability to sit here and be able to convince anyone to do any fucking thing, mainly because I'm not willing to sell my soul or push an agenda in order to get that notoriety. You know what? I'd love to become YouTube famous. I'd love for my stupid videos to become fucking famous for once. I'd like for just one video to go viral for once. Woo, I got 900, almost 1,000 views on some videos. Wow, I got 3.1 thousand views on one video. Wow. What do I have to do? Do I got to suck your dick, Satan? Is that what you want, Satan? Come here, Satan. Nah, man. I was told by my German teacher that Adolf Hitler would have benefited greatly if I was one of his people. And it's not because I have, Jew problems. I really do put on a front, though. I really do act a lot more stupid than what I put on. It's fun. People think it's a joke when I sit here and say that it's that I don't know acting classes. I took a lot of acting classes. But you know what? You want to know the reason why I didn't take it, Red?
Why is that?
Because the guy told me that he was going to have to touch me. That's no lie. I was told I had to go to a sex orgy with him. That sex thing that I told you about, that's it. I was offered to go, and I was tempted at first, and then I realized that it was much more old dudes than what there were girls.
Sad trombone.
It really is. It's disgusting, and I'm pretty sure he was a small hat. I mean, he had one of them typical, round nose, same kind of curly hair, and he kind of looked like what's his name, Jerry Seinfeld. There you go.
Wouldn't be surprised.
I didn't mean to run everyone off, but fucking this shit's been bugging me, because people, especially with the, no offense to any human being, I really am a universalist in the aspect that I do wish peace and harmony upon every, man, woman, and child. I want everyone to be able to live life peacefully and in harmony and shit. But to sit here and deny that what I'm witnessing around me is not happening, dude, it's fucking happening. And there are some people who are aware of it, but I'm all for people coming into this country, but I'm telling you, dude, when you have a neighborhood full of people and they're moving out of that neighborhood because the amount of immigrants who are moving in, that tells you something. I'm talking about, Spanish people who have been here for probably 10 years are moving out of homes that they refurbished and remade themselves to drive up property value, and then turn around and had to sell them because they didn't trust the people who are moving in across the street from them. People with 5 or 6 cars, 5 or 6 guys in there, and 1 female and a kid who's barely capable of holding himself up. So I'm going to sit here. You're never going to sit here and convince me that these people are here because, they're looking for a better life. So, and not to mention the gun violence in my area went up. And shockingly enough, it was not from the African-American community. It's actually the Hispanic community. I keep up with my statistics all the time. I get on my local police department page and I look up all the, crime rate stuff, and the crime rate has gone down a little bit in the last year and a half, but where I'm living, we got a big influx of immigrants. Like, I honestly didn't expect my city, because it's not really a sanctuary city. I didn't expect them to get so many. But dude, when I sit here and tell you that they've taken over the local Walmart and my local park, if I had to stand out there, if it wasn't awkward to do so, if I had to guess how many show up on a Saturday, sometimes to play soccer, 100 of them. And these are not like, people who you can tell that have been living here for, generations. These are like all very young men, young teenage boys and girls, kids who are barely old enough to run around and play soccer themselves. And then you have some of the older kids. And every single one of them disrespect the park. They will leave a mountain of trash right there all around the playing field. They'll drive their cars right through the grass and tear up all that nice grass that they just laid out and grew. Like, they have no respect for anyone who's on the walkway. They'll drive their cars on the fucking concrete on the walk path where people walk with their children. You're not even supposed to be able to get a car through there. But they will sit there and turtle their car through that walkway so that way they don't have to go all the way around and get back on the road just to get the fuck out of the park. So, and the kids are disrespectful. The kids are some of the most disrespectful kids other than some of the young thugs that I run into when I go up here to the local Walmart. I mean, they'll sit right there and they're opening up the food and the drinks, and they're consuming the food and the drinks and leaving it right there on the shelves, and they'll do it while they're looking at you. I had a chunky Hispanic girl. She couldn't have been older, maybe 10, maybe 11. We're sitting there grocery shopping, and dead ass was looking at me in the face, chomping on fucking chocolate milk and fucking cheese sticks. So, I mean, what are you gonna do? I mean, Donald Trump's over here talking about fucking mass deportation, but does no one understand the implications of what's gonna happen? Do you think these people are gonna go willingly, peacefully? That's not gonna happen. That's what they want. They plan on them not going peacefully, not going willingly. Because I can tell you, the 5 or 6 guys who live up here who stand outside for some reason in the pouring rain and smoke weed instead of smoking the weed inside their house. And, I don't know Spanish very well, but I know that these guys talk shit every time they see me and my family walk by. And that just proves how petty that these motherfuckers are. That they'll sit right here because they see me walk by and swing my nunchucks. So, they probably, call me Bruce Lee in Spanish or some shit and talking shit. But, the point is, a lot of these people are not cordial people. They're not kind people. They might not come up to you and fuck with you unless you're fucking with them. But, a lot of these people don't have no respect for the older people who are here. They don't have no respect. I've sat here and I've had immigrants sit here and laugh in my face about my child with a dog. A few months ago when we were walking through here, this Spanish couple didn't speak a lick of English supposedly, and they had this husky dog that was following them, and they were petting it. And because of my instances with dogs, and I was bitten in the face by a dog at 9 years old and almost took off the left side of my face. So since then I've had a big fear of certain dogs of certain sizes, and I'm very good at reading dog behavior and shit like that. So I know when a dog's gonna attack. I know when a dog's gonna charge. I know dogs. And I'm sitting here telling the woman as the dog is approaching my child, "Can you get your dog?" She didn't listen to me. They were laughing and smiling at me, even though they could tell that I was visibly discomforted about the dog. I pulled my nunchucks off of my little pouch that I carry them in and got in my little Bruce Lee stance and said, "Get your dog." They were still laughing at me. So I pulled out my karambit knife and then held my nunchucks and said, "I will kill your fucking dog if you don't get it." They listened to that real quick. And I said, "Is this your dog?" No, it's not my dog. As they're sitting there fucking petting it. And as they're walking away, I turned around and looked at them, and they still had the nerve to laugh at me as I'm threatening to kill the dog, because I'll be damned if I'm going to let a dog attack my child. I don't care how fucking fluffy or friendly it is. You know, and I deal with that kind of shit all the time, dude, where you have people around here who sit here and think that because their shit don't stink that they can sit here and let a fucking pit bull twice the size of my fucking entire shoulder length to run around off a leash, and then as it comes barreling across the road, biting at your feet, oh, it ain't gonna bite. And then you're expected to sit here and let your fucking 6-year-old child walk around to the park and not kill a dog. I've had police dispatch literally tell me that I had to let the dog maul my child first before I could kill it. If I killed it before it attacked my child, I'd be the one to go to jail. So there you go. There's your fucking justice system. I wonder why nothing's ever going to fucking change. You're telling someone that they have to basically let the dog fucking rip their child open before they're allowed to assault it. Yeah, go America. I'm glad that I share a birthday with this motherfucking country. And that's the sad thing, dude. I share a birthday with this country, and America is a fucking joke. America does not give a flying fuck about any fucking citizens. They definitely don't give a fuck about veterans. I know veterans who have sat here and lost limbs and have gone to the VA and have literally broken down and cried and have argued with them for years and years and years to get help from them, and the help has never came. They are still living in a fucking dusty-ass, old, run-down, rusted trailer with no legs and half a fucking arm missing and shrapnel stuck in his right shoulder blade. So, it's, you know, that's why I didn't join the military. They wanted me to join. They tried constantly recruiting me for years to become a fucking sniper. I said no. Someone in my family, the woman who I was living with, experienced that spiritual shit with. Her husband was an infantryman and eventually got into the Air Force, and then he was stationed at Fort Bragg after, you know, I'm not really sure what they call it, but you know how military men continue to serve the military even though they're not on active duty. You know, they still go to the base, they still go on site, you know, they still do whatever type of training that they do when they train people, because he's the one who taught me close quarter combat. He's the one who, you know, they take the fake helicopter and they put it above the pool and they put all that gear on you. And, you know, you have to jump into the pool from a certain height and you have to be able to swim to the surface with the gear on you, with the gun in your hand, you know, and you know, all that stupid shit. And he wanted me to join the Air Force. And, you know, I just refused. I refused to sit here and join and to go and kill innocent people in another country unless they're paratrooping out of planes landing in my backyard. I just refuse to do it, you know. And I think that really set me apart from a lot of my classmates, because I can't tell you how many people around me, the young guys, who are like, oh yeah, I'll join, oh yeah, sure, that sounds fun. Like at the 14 and 15 years old, I didn't think it was fun to sit here and want to pick up an M16 and go and fucking deploy out of a fucking a cargo plane in fucking Baghdad and go and blow up a bunch of people in the Taliban, because, you know, when I was a little bit younger, you know, my government told me that, you know, brown people bad. So, you know, I decided to not do it. And when that shit happened at school, you know, I'm not saying that I'm on a watch list, but I know that I have had some very strange occurrences with black vehicles and with the police when I've had to deal with them, because I don't deal with the police that often. You know, except unless a car is on fire down the road, or unless there's a gunshot in my area, I really never, ever run into the police. I don't interact with the police. I don't talk with the police. But there has been a few times in my life where strange things have happened where, you know,
they pop out of nowhere.
Yeah, they just happen to pop out of nowhere. Like, you know, there's a distribution company that's not that far from where I was living. And come to find out they were peddling drugs, but, you know, they were watching the house that I know for a fact that I was staying in, because, you know, for 2.5 months, a black SUV pulled into the parking lot there every single night on the dot around like 8:30 at night. And they sat there until about 1 o'clock in the morning, and no lights ever came on in that car. Like when the car would pull up into the parking lot, it had no license plates, first of all. And then like a few months later, come to find out the owner was like smuggling in fucking pounds and pounds of fucking drugs and shit. But, you know, at the few times that I've dealt with police officers and I've had to give them my social security number or whatever, I give them my social security number and they come back and it's like they're on alert because I've had guns sitting in front of me and the police don't even show concern. I mean, maybe that's the fact that I've never committed a crime in my life. If you do a background search on me, I haven't ever committed a crime in my life, except for if you want to call smoking weed a crime. Only time I've been in the back of a police cruiser was missing a bus ride home. So, I don't have a criminal record. Damn it, I can't speak. This is what happens when you try to fucking roll a joint. I don't have a criminal record. So it's been very easy. It's been very easy for me to stay out of trouble, to keep my head low, and I have to admit that's kind of kept me alive. But it's also taught me how to observe people. And I can tell you that probably, I mean, hell, you could be an agent. I could be an agent. Who knows?
Good
Neuro
name.
could be an agent.
Till like 4 a.m. I need to get some sleep, man.
Yeah, man, go. You good? I was told to come and diddle.
Yeah, but it's good stuff. Peace out.
Good night, man. Blessings, man. That's right, because you owns nothing and to be happy. I'm looking for my lighter. I can't find it. Yeah. There's a bunch of crazy people around the world. There's also a bunch of crazy people living in the world. I'm one of them, motherfucker. I don't know, y'all. I wish the best for everyone. If I die tonight, I'm thankful for getting to know each and every single one of you. Life is trippy. Life is amazing. Life is scary. Life is cruel. But, I guess you gotta pick and choose what you want to be and who you want to be. Most people in life are focused on financial gains, and don't get me wrong, I'd love to become famous for doing basically nothing. I don't want to have to spread my ass cheeks to, make a comfortable life for me and mine. Like Tom McDonald says, get out of the system before it checks you. But, that ain't never going to happen. So, try to make the world a better place while you can. Try to show love and compassion when you can. Don't be afraid to be stern. Be angry. Ain't nothing wrong with that, but use your anger for good, not for bad. It's corrosive. It's bad. It'll eat you away. I don't know, yo. Shit's getting crazy. Shit's always been crazy. I often wondered would life be much more different if we were all born about 200 years ago, but life's always been shitty. What's the difference between being born now and being born back in Pompeii? What's the difference? You're all gonna burn. All the little babies are gonna burn. I don't know, man. If any of you Luciferian fucking gay childs out there listening, you can run on for a long time. Run on for a long time. Run on for a long time. Sooner or later, gotta cut you down. televised apocalypse out. Peace.